to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? May I come back when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure Kamayi chance?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
The best team in the world, 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
The number 1 team in Pokemon, we can crown our champion!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Konnichiwa, yokaso, and welcome everyone to the UNITE Championship Series. It's EU, it's the March Cup, and I'm proud to present myself. I am Relic's face, and I am joined by a wonderful round table of lovely individuals. You all know them by this point. We've got Sofchan, we've got Kelosaurus, and we have Draku. And we're going to start with Sofchan. Good morning, fingers crossed. A nicer start time for you over there in Brazil. Are we excited for today?
Oh, so excited, Relic. Good morning, everybody, everywhere in the world that you can be, in other time zones, maybe in Japan. Who knows if you're sticking? Just stick by. Europe is pretty fun to watch. I'm so excited and happy to be here once again.
Draco, on the other hand, man, I'm so sorry, dude. I am so sorry. But ACL was pretty hype, right?
It was very, very hype. Let me just check my watch real quick. It is 4 a.m. here in California, and the hype just continues into the EU finals for the March Cup. We saw Phalanx in the finals. That's insane. Love to see it.
With a 50% win rate as well. Absolutely thrilled. Kelosaurus, as always, though, we look to you as our OC queen. So just a quick rundown, very quick and brief rundown, please, of what happened in that region earlier on today, please.
I've got to say, firstly, I feel like I was chucking an OB on today, unable to blink as there was just so much action happening. I had ACL on one monitor, OC on the other monitor, but after all of that action, Antic X Odium does continue to reign supreme in the OCE region, so they did end up defeating one of the newest teams that came to the table this month, not once but twice in the winners finals and the grand final, so congratulations to Antic X Odium for being the champions for the March Cup for OC.
They're doing a great job this season, doing an excellent job looking to make their way back to not just in-person events, but to that World Championship, which it soon approaches the regionals, folks. It's all about those championship points and how many you can grab at this late stage. 300 on offer for the win today, alongside, of course, that $1,500 out of the $3,500 prize pool. We're going to whir through this because, unfortunately, we have had to miss a couple of the matches that we would usually cover since... I mean, listen, ACL, very exciting, but it does mean that it eats into our bracket time. So where do we even start with this March Cup? Rostermania all over the place. Absolutely. A week later than expected. And honestly, the biggest news for me, Kamayi Esports remembered to check in this time.
Well, they got the alarms ready and they are here. They're not going to miss out on March Cup this time around. And of course, talking about that Rostermania you mentioned, Lelovers, which we have been seeing quite a bit, now disbanded. Lelovers having Potato and Just a Toast now joining the side of Kamayi Esports with Gecko Kami, Zante, and Nirami. So it's a very strong composition for this squad in particular. And I want to see how they're going to do together this time around, because we have been kind of trying to see ahead what is going to be in regards to Rostermania, but it was just simple, just this, nothing much.
Admittedly, not a great start for them, unfortunately. They went up against Gen 5. Honestly, the match of that first round of matches up there in the winner's side, losing 2-0 to Gen 5, who they themselves have also made a roster switch, dropping Kranix for Snow. We can see here that updated brackets. Thank you so much to the wonderful production staff in the background getting these things live to you. You'll see that other winner's side bracket, actually a run back from the qualifying match for the winner's side for the final stretch play-ins, Nouns versus Los Caducados, and it's actually a run back result as well. 2-1 in favor of Nouns. On the lower side, not fully updated here. Oh, sorry, my apologies. It is fully updated. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Red Moon X and Laha making it to the top 8 at last, finally. Sadly falling to the April Foolers. More on that team in a bit, I would think. And also welcome to the top 8 for the first time, and goodbye from the top 8 to the 0-2 Kings. BH3 Esport looking to cement their place as a top 5 squad in this region, which brings me neatly to Kello. Honestly, we've got a lot of teams here that are super fresh. It was great to see these new teams joining the top 8. More familiar faces now by this point, but still a lot of underdogs, actually, in what is still a rather volatile region as to who truly is on top at this point.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the fact that we have 3 new names in the top 8, that being Red Moon and Hala, X and Hala, my apologies, April Foolers and 0-2 Kings. Now, unfortunately, Red Moon, X and Hala, and 0-2 Kings have been knocked out in that first round. But speaking of underdogs, April Foolers, they are definitely a team that we need to keep our eye on. So they're sort of a reincarnation of Drill Peckers, who we have seen in top 8 multiple times, and Meow Meow Meow, who we actually saw in top 8 last month. So I feel like, considering they have already made it into the quarterfinals, I mean, the next Titan that they're going to have to defeat is going to be Kamayi Esports, but if they can defeat Kamayi Esports, they might actually have a massive chance at this.
Absolutely. That series actually ongoing as we speak. We're going to be covering that other lower bracket, or that losers bracket, sorry, match of Los Caducados versus BH3. But Draco, a team that isn't here, unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because we actually have a lot of belief in them to do well, or would have had a lot of belief in them, I guess we could say at this point. Generation Miracle, a squad of who's who in terms of the young up-and-comers from this season. Unfortunate circumstances, though, didn't even make it into the top 8 at all.
Let me just say this, Relic. Soryu has not had the best March, in my opinion. Was on Kamayi Esports, as we know. They did post on their social media, did not check in for the final stretch play-ins, not participating in that event. And then some of the other members on that team, Kranex was on Gen 5 previously, being dropped off for snow, as you were saying before. Chelvin and Resu, they were on first place or nothing last month, or for the final stretch play-ins, and now this team, quite literally, like their name, will need a miracle to make it to the regional finals in just a little over a month from now. So they gotta get some championship points from somewhere, and it's might not even be from this event.
No, I mean, they do pick up a little bit of championship points for making it to that qualification match in the losers bracket, but really, I mean, you're looking at, you have to get surely top 5, top 6, otherwise, if they do indeed stick together for the April Cup, you're looking at a win or kind of bust, because of course a lot of these other teams, they've been building up their points, accruing those points over the course of the season, and that's what's ultimately going to get them into the regionals. Well, I am getting a call from our lovely director, Corey Bacon. Man, it means that our time is up, friends, at least for myself and Draku. We're going to take a sit back as Soph and Calosaurus take you through our first series. We're starting in the losers quarterfinals. It's Los Caducados versus BH3. Ladies, take it away, please.
Well, thank you so much, Relic and Kello. We have an interesting match here because BH3 has sort of consistently gotten into the top 8 while also falling short into advancing in this day. But Los Caducados, a little fresh here.
Yeah, a little fresh. I believe they have actually made top 8 in one of those months as well. So, I mean, the fact that they have already made it into the losers quarters. But, I mean, BH3, we're a little bit more familiar with them. I know in terms of their players, Volto, Japer, Fizzy, Greg, and Mephil, definitely names that we have come to learn. I mean, last month in the final stretch play... Wait, that was actually not last month. My mistake. At the beginning of the month. The fact that we have 2 tournaments this month, just my brain is a scramble.
ACL.
But and well, I mean, you know, for us and ACL, it's just been jam-packed. I feel like all of our brains are really fried. But they came 4th in the final stretch play-in, so that's a pretty sizable achievement, wouldn't you say?
Oh, absolutely, especially because the competition is really high. But as we have been mentioning, Kamayi wasn't playing in the final stretch play-in, so definitely take that into consideration into how far BH3 advanced. And in this case in particular, for the lower bracket quarters, BH3 are not going to meet Kamayi as they are the second match in the quarterfinals. But getting into this one, BH3 will take the purple side with the first pick, and Los Caducados will be on the orange.
Look, what can we say? The action just doesn't stop here over on the Pokemon Unite channel, just going from ACL and straight into EU. I'm hoping you're all remembering to blink, not like Obion, folks. Remember to blink.
The guy really is the GOAT. Oh, Insomnia. That was such a performance on ACL. Now, right, going into EU. On the side of BH3, they go for a Snorlax and the Leafeon. We had a bit of a Pokemon to watch to talk about before the broadcast started, but Leafeon was there, right, Keller?
Yes, Leafeon was there. It's that one speedster that just tends to continuously get buffed. No idea why. I mean, it was already strong there. But you know what? It makes sense. And, well, the newest Pokemon to hit the fray, it is out of moratorium this month. Suicune is available to pick up, but I guess not for this match, considering Los Caducados have banned that one out.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to approach. Absolutely, those legendary Pokemon, they always make us feel a little bit frightened, so I totally understand that. But we are still in a meta, Keller, where we know that the speedsters are so powerful. You mentioned the Leafeon. On the side of Los Caducados, they prioritize having that Talonflame plus the Hooper, which is also super reasonable. For BH3, the most reliable of defenders is always going to be Umbreon, and Psyduck with that backline damage of an Inteleon works out really well.
But I've got to say, this combination, we saw it a few times. It ended up getting banned as well. Hooper and Talonflame. You have the Trick and the Phantom Force on Hooper. As soon as Talonflame either dives in with a Brave Bird or a Fly, they can end up utilizing that to get themselves out of danger, which is just so useful. But, one thing I am absolutely love seeing this weekend at ACL has been this Metagross. Definitely rising in terms of the ranks in the all-rounder picks.
It really is, and to be honest, we once upon a time were thinking that it was mostly because it was enabled by Helping Hand on the Blissey or even the Trick Hooper, but it has been, as you said, just very reliable even without these supporter options. And in this case, BH3 finishes the squad with the two all-rounders. Now Los Caducados with that Metagross you mentioned, and a Sylveon pick. Now looking to get that build sorted so we can have an idea if we're going to have that Mystical Fire or the Hyper Voice. I think is looking like Mystical Fire.
I feel like in terms of the evolutions, Sylveon has definitely dropped down there being one of the least picked. I mean, we've seen Leafeon, we see Umbreon a ton, from time to time Glaceon, but Sylveon there, I think. Looking at this build, I'm guessing it is going to be that Mystical Fire route, considering they have the Focus Band and the Muscle Band as well, just to provide a little bit more sustain with those Draining Kisses. And I think this might be there to try and combat this Inteleon. It does end up reducing, I believe, the special attack. So this could actually be a really good pick, especially considering Mystical Fire has that chase down, but also the dodge, the leap with that Mystical Fire too.
Yeah, but it's something very tricky to also accomplish as well for Los Caducados with that Sylveon, considering that the double all-rounder composition that BH3 has will stand the healthy front line for the purple team as we're getting into Thea Sky Ruin. So excited to bring to you all the first match of the March Cup Europe after we had that little bit of a travel to Japan, back to Europe, and into the game we go.
Yes, and as Spraggles would say, we have BH3 over on the purple side, Los Caducados on the orange side. I gotta say, I don't say it as well as him, do I?
No, you do. You do. It's just a different flavor, but it's just as good.
A little bit of flavor there. I mean, but you know what? As we pivot down into that bottom path, it's something that you normally see Inteleon or Sobble at the time being, and the Eevee on the Umbreon, trying to put pressure on this Blissey and Fletchling. They did manage to actually out-secure them of that Buttlebee, but we have a little bit of action up in the top path, considering it's already a 3v1 as Gibble ends up getting taken down.
Yeah, it was really good. We know how the Mystical Fire can enable that on the top side. But, though, it was still the 2v2, and they managed to take it down. So it's going to be a 7-point score here by Jose, as they can keep on pushing for Los Caducados. We're still waiting for that 850, and the action is not stopped.
No, non-stop, especially considering we do have this Beldum that is running attack weight stacks. I guess the thing with Beldum, it doesn't have great early game presence, so it wants to try get those stacks and get online ASAP, because that is where it truly becomes that tanky all-rounder with the high defenses and special defenses to go and counter the likes of Inteleon.
Wow, the power that was Blissey already on level 4 and on level 6 here, trying to get as much XP as possible to turn into Talonflame. Bot side for Los Caducados is doing incredibly well. Now on 3v3 on the top side, Gabriel taking a lot of damage. DJ Shifu has to use the eject button away, but now trying to maybe reach with that Gibble into the berry. He managed to escape. Greg popping out the XP as well. And the berry will return to safety. But Los Caducados just performing so well on the aggressive front.
Look, double speed is better than one speed there, alright? You've just got to get yourself out of danger. However, Volturu has been kept at bay. They haven't even reached that Gibble phase yet, still being level 4. Despite that, they are actually going on in, able to secure that wild Pokemon Evolve, but they do end up getting punished in the meantime.
Yeah, it's a difficult choice, as you say, trying to prioritize the EXP in exchange for being KO'd yourself, or just leaving the XP away. In that case, they choose the first. Bot side still with the Brave Bud here as the choice for Talonflame, pushing out really strong, as Barry's also there with the Sylveon to guarantee that they are scoring quite a bit. They have the safeguard on the Blissey, so they get out of danger with a 4-person rotation as well to the bot side, leaving Leo alone, trying to face here with a Surf. Goes on to Alvoto, trying to do damage with the EX speed, will take Leo away and into safety.
Yeah, I guess the downside is we do have that Trick Hooper, so no Hyperspace Hole available for that Metang. However, they do need to try keep those other two at bay, but we can even see on the minimap that other two members are heading up top, and they're leaving Fizzy on the Umbreon to try and out-secure Los Caducados here.
4v1, Fizzy, this is not the best place for them to be. It's an Umbreon. Oh, and it's not going to steal. When you have a Talonflame, you definitely have a good secure. Now chasing away with the eject button to try and escape. That's still going to be a secure for Los Caducados, including that tier 1 zone. But it is going to be a trade of objectives on the top side. BH3, secure the Regieleki, also take out the tier 1, and it's going into tier 2.
Yeah, I think BH3 recognizing that they weren't going to be able to win that team fight down bottom, making sure to prioritize at least one of those objectives. It is going to keep some of those members from Los Caducados preoccupied while they just go and farm up more experience over on their side.
Ooh, Fizzy getting caught between a rock and a hard place, but still feeling very courageous about that push. It could be chased down by the Mystical Fire, though the Flame Sweep will get them into the central area as they're still trying to push here with the Livid Outrage going into the backline of Los Caducados. There's going to be a lot of destruction potential, but into the Blissful Assistance to save them out, and Los Caducados are so healthy. Now continuing to push forward onto Greg, and that's Leo with another KO and a mighty push for Los Caducados. Fizzy will be a 3 KO streak for the Blissey.
A Blissey for the win there, providing the eggs, providing the shields, along with the KOs as well. But we already have 2 level 10s on either side. Look, BH3, they're not too far behind, but they definitely want to try and let that Umbreon and Psyduck catch up. And as I say that, they both ticked over to level 8, and they have their Unite moves available now.
25 seconds for bottom Reggie to spawn here, and Fizzy just trying to at least secure some of the experience. The Psychic to pull in Bayo into their own squad, but they don't really have the damage, so they're going to counter it back here on the side of Los Caducados with the Mystical Fire, pushing them in and out of this bottom path, so they have all of this pressure. Oh, they're gonna take damage, but that's not gonna be a snipe shot that connects, and they have to run. That next one will, though, So it's going to be dangerous to try and position when your speedster is on the other side. Oh, confirmed it is at the end, and Mythil really just nailing those hits.
Nailing the hit, Sylveon ends up getting taken down, and even though Talon was below half HP, they did make an attempt at dunking T2, but that does mean they end up giving the objective over to BH3 as they weren't there to go and out-secure, but a Livid Outrage does end up being popped out by the Garchomp, and a great Phantom Force to go and dodge that last hit from that Hooper.
Oh, and Leo at the end guarantees at least that they were going to take the Garchomp alongside as they were also taken down. But it's interesting, as you said, because bot side BH3 got the Reggie and it's still open for them to rotate to the top side. Los Caducados are still trying to reposition themselves, but again, it's always Fizzy to be the front line and just to gather information in the front lines.
Yeah, 100%. That is the job of the defender and the supporter. Make sure that you have eyes on all of the opponents. That way you can make the decisions whether you want to contest for these objectives or go and make a back cap. But we have all members up in this top half here, so...
Oh, Hooper Unbound and the Mystical Fire goes in as well. Into the Coliseum, but they are so low health that the Metagross has to try and escape. The Livid Outrage actually doesn't get popped as Garchomp is taken down themselves with the Urshifu going in. The Wicked Blow gets cancelled by the Phantom Force, but again, Mythil is hitting those shots from far away, and it leaves Los Caducados in a very difficult position to try to contest. Overall, a couple went down on both sides, and they have to reset.
Yeah, a trade for either side. We actually have BH3 catching up in levels. Urshifu has reached that level 13, so has both of those plus movements. And now Garchomp and Inteleon have also ticked over, where Los Caducados, they only have the level 13 Talonflame so far. We do have Blissey coming and stopping that goal from Fizzy. So that does mean BH3 is still behind at 105 to 161 in Los Caducados' favor.
10 seconds for bottom Reggie, and a lot of EXP getting gathered here by the side of Los Caducados, but that must mean that on the bot side, BS3 has the numbers advantage. They're going to try to keep on pushing forward. Brave Bird is also going to be a little too exposed when Mythil is still hitting those snapshots pretty well, getting ripped here. The Reggie Rock, Voto in such a good position to do so themselves. The Blade Rip comes in, but it's not going to be enough. It's again BS3 who confirmed the objective for themselves. But Los Caducados are looking very fierce in that push. They have the Blissful Assistance to back them up as well. The Flame Sweep into the wall and forcing out the eject button from the Urshifu. Now still pushing forward with the Metagross, but they are going to reach closer to the Garchomp, but maybe a little too close for comfort for Volto, as they're gonna get taken down themselves. 2 KO streak as they have to retreat.
You want to come towards me, Volto's like, I'll assist you there with that Dragon Rush to go and win that fight on pad. Otherwise, Sylveon ends up getting a fistful from that Urshifu, and 2 members of Los Caducados are down. This is BH3's time to actually make a comeback and shred this Rayquaza.
Hooper Unbound, 30% here on Rayquaza. Voto still in a good position to do so themselves. Metagross goes into the pit, now trying to get into, and it's the Wicked Blow who gets it. They're going to continue to push here as BS3 takes the Rayquaza, and they have the outer zone on the bot side to still score. So many Hundo burgers to be eaten at this early in the morning. BH3 with a huge advantage.
I don't know if that is the smartest choice in terms of breakfast burgers for breakfast. Hey, you know what? Whatever floats your boat here. I mean, last time we had donuts, this time we have burgers. And, well, you know what? 529 to 161. A minute left on the clock. We still have Sylveon currently down. Los Caducados, they need to try and make a comeback. But look at these snipe shots that are coming from Mythil here to go and wipe that Talonflame out for a good old 20 seconds.
It's crazy how the accuracy has been doing wonders for Mythil. And, of course, with that front line of Voto always feeling so good on the Garchomp, the focus band is going to get activated there. They just remain healthy for a little bit longer. And that is Leo as the Metagross trying to fight against 3 people, standing their ground for a little bit. But unfortunately, with 30 seconds to go, there is no comeback for Los Caducados. They're just trying to maybe stop some of those extra points because they definitely have some pride on the line, as this is still just the first game of the best of 3. You gotta remain strong as you're going into your game 2.
Oh, 100%. And we've got to remind folks, this is the lower losers quarters. So there is no safety net between either of these teams. So Los Caducados, they've just got to wind it back, rethink, well, what can they do to try and bring this to a round 3? But otherwise, definitely got to say, we've had a lot of action on the Pokemon Unite channel. But you know what? A great way to start off March for the EU region.
I would say so, because for the majority of this game, Keller, Los Caducados had a very good presence themselves. I really liked what I saw from Bertilo in the Sylveon. Jose as well has some good calls with the Talonflame, but unfortunately, the way that BS3 was playing, keeping Voto in the front line and Miffil hitting that 90,000 on snipe shots was just a little too much to handle.
I'm actually surprised that Inteleon managed to make it through this match. I know that they're normally known for their Darkrai. They have played it previously, which is why I think Los Caducados have gone for that ban instead. But I'm just wondering whether they're actually going to have to try and target Mephil on the Inteleon here.
It's very possible. To be honest, I would do that myself. It was really scary. Although the majority of the squad here on BH3 played very cohesively, it was because Mephil was hitting the majority of those knife shots that Los Caducados were really falling short in the fights. Because when they were trying to gap the distance to stop making them just be so far away, they couldn't reach it, because when they reached it, it was so low in HP on their side of the fence that it was too difficult to continue.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I know we're going to end up having some highlights come up here, but where did things go wrong for Los Caducados? We saw that they had the lead for the majority of that match. I mean, mind you, it was still quite small. I know they ended up losing that basement objective, but I'm just wondering, did they overextend during that 10 seconds before the final stretch? Jose on the Talonflame, yes, they ended up diving in, and then 2 members ended up getting wiped out by Volto. Should they, instead of playing so aggressively, maybe backed up and taken position in the Rayquaza pit, knowing that it was just so close to that time?
I think that is exactly it, Keller, because what I saw from Los Caducados, unfortunately, on top of having good team fighting, they didn't really have the best preemptive positioning for objectives. Most of the times we saw BH3 being at the bot or top side much quicker. Fizzy was always there to get the vision and information. And even when you have a Talonflame to try and go in and dive to secure an objective, they had the Urshifu with the Wicked Blow, right? They had Miffil with the Inteleon and Snapshot. So it was just really hard.
Can I just say, I am absolutely loving this mega wide angle view that we're seeing of Thea Sky Ruins. We can see all of the action from up here. This is insane. There we go. The 2 KOs, Metagross and Blissey getting taken down there.
And Keller, I think this is like Deep Snacks. We are the eyes on the Sky Runes. The eyes in the sky, because I really like this as well. And although it was a little close for Los Caducados in that Rayquaza fight, as you mentioned, there was still maybe a chance that they could flip it. But we all know that Rayquaza reigns supreme, and whoever gets it is definitely going to be on the lead.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to make a comeback, especially when you have multiple members down, unable to actually break those shields. Or make that comeback, and it's the scoring speed, you know, and even then the defense and the attack buffs that you end up getting with it. So BH3, they had that moment and they took it. They ran with it, and obviously it ended up paying off for this first round. So, I mean, question is, you know, Los Caducados, they still have a chance here to bring it to round 3. I don't necessarily think that their draft was bad. I actually like their draft, what they were working with. I think the Hooper and the Talonflame worked well in terms of their combinations. I think having the Blissey there as well to go and provide the safeguard shields. That way you do have the double shields on that Talonflame when it does go in for that dive. It works out well. The Leo on the Metagross also actually got online fairly early during that match too.
Yeah, I think the problem here is you had a Metagross that was ahead. But the fact of the matter is when you're fighting against the Inteleon, you really need some sort of more range. And although you had the Mystical Fire that was doing wonders for those early rotations, it didn't feel like it was rivaling that well the distance that the Inteleon created for BH3. So, I don't know. The Metagross Leo himself was playing really well, that Pokemon, in the game. But it didn't feel like it was the best to counter against BH3 that time.
Well, you know what? I mentioned it, and it has been banned. Inteleon is off the tables, considering we have Los Caducados over in the first pick position, BH3 in the second pick position this time round. But not only is it one target ban on Mephil and the Inteleon, J-Pars Urshifu also ended up receiving a ban. And, well, I guess considering BH3 are in that second pick position, they have to ban away Suicune. I don't think we're going to end up seeing it today, and Snorlax once again.
Yeah, for BH3, that's pretty normal, and Los Caducados, as you said, I think it's... You gotta respect the points that are strong about your enemy, and that's what they did. As we mentioned, Talonflame here was a good choice, and I feel like Jose played that really well. In the side of BH3, they are still going again with the Umbreon, but this time around pairing it with not the Psyduck, but going for a Mewtwo Y, which could mean a Blissey angle here. But Los Caducados is going to respond that with maybe double support. We'll see if that's going to be the case. The Hoopa, definitely a good choice. The Psyduck together, I don't know if necessary.
Yeah, I think having Talonflame being picked up first, you definitely want to pick this Hooper over to your side. But yeah, picking up a Psyduck instead of, say, that Blissey, I guess it's more just for that disruption tool that Blissey doesn't really provide. It's more that safer option. So wanting to be a little bit more of a nuisance this time round towards BH3.
Oh, interesting. Voto stepping away from the Garchomp and going into the Metagross themselves this time around. And because we know that there's no Inteleon, both teams are kind of feeling like the fight is more medium to close range, and I respect that. And the choice here for supporter is actually going to be the Eldegoss instead, so not focusing that much on the very high speed of auto attacks that could supplement the Mewtwo Y. Los Caducados looking at a Buzzwole for this composition, which I think is interesting. I think it would pair out well, but I still think that some of them need range. That's the Amarouge. That's going to be your range.
Yeah, whether we are going to see the range build or whether we'll end up seeing the Flame Charge Fire Spin build from here, I think this might actually be a good counter, say, into that Metagross, try and contend that, especially with its passive to reduce... it reduces special attack-based damage, not attack-based damage, but oh my gosh, okay, Mephil, I think they've just become my favorite. Azumarill is a Pokemon that I always love to see on broadcast because we never see it. It's one of my favorite Pokemon, so I'm a little bit scrambled here, so...
Yeah, I know, me too, to be fair. I'm just like you. I like them round, I like them squishy, I like them squishmallows, I like Azumarill. That's just how it goes, you know? Oh, that's so interesting. So we got the double all-rounder composition again for BH3, but rather unorthodox, and the double support, a double speedster for Los Caducados, which means, look, Los Caducados really want to go for something very early game in controlling out the objectives. The Absol is really going to help that Fletchling get into Talonflame as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess in terms of that early game, Azumarill definitely has that early game presence once it has that level 4. The downside with Azumarill, though, is it tends to fall down late game. Its Unite move isn't as impactful as it could be. It is a lot weaker in terms of the all-rounders in comparison. It does have good sustain, though. I'd say if they end up going that Aqua Tail build or that Whirlpool, I guess Azumarill definitely shines in more those 1v1s. So this is where Los Caducados, they need to be fighting together to try and combat this.
Yeah, because if you're isolated, those critical hits coming from the Azumarill are going to be so devastating. Los Caducados on your purple side, BH3 on the orange for a potential match point into getting BH3 into the lower semi-finals. We'll see how things are going to go. A Absol plus Hooper composition in the central area for Los Caducados, really showing that they want to be quick about their clears.
Yeah, you definitely gotta have your macro down pat. You want to make sure to get all of that experience over on your side. We do have Japer on the Azumarill, or Marill currently, who is stacking, but after gathering all that experience, they have already reached that level 4. So able to go and apply that pressure, which we just saw them chunk so much damage away from Ayami there on the Hooper.
Yeah, and the Chakadet was really trying to get the XP there, but denied by BH3. Well done there on the top side, but 3v2 with the Absol coming in. We'll see if Batilo is going to be able to finish this one. The Barry is going to be there, and they escape, but not just that. Oh, it's going to be BH3 trying to defend the goal zone, just down to 51 already.
Look at Jose's HP right now. They are really low. They need to go into that tall grass, grab some berries, but that does mean they end up giving away all of those Swablues and Altari that have just spawned.
Ooh, and the fire spin that you mentioned is going to be the choice there for Armor Rouge, pushing out here on a 3v3 for the bot side, and Chris is not feeling good, but it's going to be traded back 1-for-1 as they are now swapped in sides in the bot lane, and BH3, Los Caducados both trading out points on each zone.
Yeah, a little bit of a gentleman's handshake. I know you need stacks, I need stacks too. What about we just call it for a day and stack here, call it a truce? But you know what? Truce is over, folks, as we have that Metang and Umbreon being taken down to a 2 KO streak to Leo on that Armor Rouge. Oh, but right back at him.
Right back at him, Kello. That's just when you overstay your welcome. And the 2 KO streak might have taken a bit too long. Central area started by Los Caducados as they are able to take down the Swablu Altaria. Now Greg was trying to deny it, going out to the top side. Ooh, but this is a very strong Talonflame level 7 already for Jose.
Level 7, they've managed to get multiple dunks in, multiple KOs, as we're just talking about. 2 KO streak, some more dunks just to go and pack up that attack weight stack. And look at this perfect math, leaving that top pad on 1 point. All 3 KOs!
Hello, Matang, where are you? You just completely exploded. Jose is feeling so strong, and that tier 1's on top side is open as there is 10 seconds for both Regis to spawn, and making a very good presence for Los Caducados here in the enemy central area to just scare them away. They are going to decide to go for Reggie and Lecky themselves and shove this here, and because of that, it's personally the best choice. Tier 1 is already gone.
Yeah, tier 1's already gone. This is going to pressure that tier 2 pad, which Metagross is going to have to deal with as the rest of the members end up pivoting down bottom. It ends up being Azumarill that secures that for BH3. Flame Sweep ends up coming out, but Azumarill ends up surviving that. The Belly Bash is going to come on out, taking down their fellow crit Pokemon, the Absol.
And Aqua Tail also confirmed here for Japer and this Azumarill, so we know how much damage that can do in healing back, as we have mentioned previously. Amy, nice Phantom Force away. It's not going to be tagged down, and they are able to escape. But to be fair, I thought the Los Caducados maybe could have stolen it. They were there pretty fast. Going here into the central area, Keller. Los Caducados is not in the best position. They got the XP, but they were sent to the Pokemon Center.
Got the XP, got some 2 KOs for that Azumarill as well, and it looks like BH3 are bunching together, looking to pressure this top pad that is left on 50 points. Ayami is here on their own. They are only level 8, so they don't have their Unite move, but Absol ends up popping their Unite move. They're really low. Thankfully, there is a berry there as we have the Sai coming on out.
Oh, but the Midnight Slash that you mentioned there wasn't just really good. They were very low on health, and they had to try and escape themselves because BH3 is strong in this push. Now Japer comes on as well with the Aqua Tail, doing so much damage as they can continue to push on forward, just trying to get that players to score. Managed to take a bit of an overdunk, but not that much. Still considerable there as a win for BH3.
Yeah, they now have that point lead. It's 128 to 176 in favor of BH3. There is a lot of comeback experience for Los Caducados, considering both of their tier 1 pads have been depleted. However, looking at these timers here, Soph, I mean, they're really close in terms of spawning. Where is each team gonna go?
Yeah, it's looking like the bot side is a little more interesting for both sides, as they are here already on a 4v2 even formation in favor of Los Caducados, as on the top side is just a Hooper, but we know how Hooper works. They can reposition. Going back here with the bot side, BH3 is contesting this Red Giants, but outnumbered. Now Leo, ooh, look at that damage with the Psycho Boom as well, but the Infinite Sideburn would lock them in place as they still continue to push, and BH3 will be the ones to take this fight around, although Los Caducados with the Armor Rouge were the ones to secure the objective.
I think that was a basic attack from the Armor Rouge to just well time that and take the steal. We do have Ayami who is on the run from this Azumarill. Otherwise, the action isn't stopping down here in that bottom path as we have both the Talonflame and the Absol being wiped on out. And this is BH3's time to secure this Regieleki.
And to be fair, BH3, the way they won that fight, they should have been the ones to take the objective. But as you said, one auto attack sometimes is enough to steal it back. Now traded with Los Caducados securing the Regi Ice. BH3, the Regieleki, will make sure that Los Caducados is going to have their attention on the top side to start that push. Now going here into the central area, the Brave Bird goes in. Fizzy takes a lot of that HP away, but they're still very much healthy and safe, although Bertilo is interested in going on forward as well, and absolutely obliterated near 2Y.
That's what happened when you come into two speedsters that have that defense penetration, and they just explode. Otherwise, we have Greg on the Elderos also getting taken down. Psyduck ended up dunking 8 points, so it's only a 7-point overdunk, but it still takes them in the lead, and it's going to create a lot of space come this final stretch.
And speaking of points, it's kind of close. The lead is just less than 20 points between teams. And these fights have been going on forever and ever. We already have 20 seconds for the next objectives to spawn on the bot side. And we know that this map on BH3s is just looking empty of wild Pokemon. Los Caducados, though, have a lot of good EXP to take for themselves, but they need to be comfortable about doing that when there's 5 seconds for the bottom Regi to spawn.
Yeah, that's the thing. Do you try and secure all this wild Pokemon that's available, or do you prioritize trying to contest a basement Regi? But because they went and prioritized the Reg Ice, it does give opportunity for Eldegoss and the Azumarill to go and dunk in some points. So BH3 have now just resecured their lead.
And in a good position because they were already on the top side to maybe, no, never mind. It's 12 seconds for the Rayquaza to spawn, so just a little too late. Fizzy is going to be very low, pushed in with a Brave Bud and the zoomed out camera to guarantee that we see every little bit of the action. Voto trying to get into the front line here with Greg as a defense tool, but this is insane, the amount that you can do with the Talonflame goes in. The Coliseum is up, but Los Caducados is outnumbering BH3, and this Metagross is alone. Voto is getting taken down. There's only Fizzy that can come back to the fight, and it's a 1v4. They managed to do it, BH3. They are going to steal it with the Umbreon. They're already ahead, Yellow. Go, Fizzy, go!
The Moonlight Prance and Dance coming out from the Umbreon to steal that away from Los Caducados. That was their chance to make a comeback, bring it to a round 3, but BH3 stealing that away is massive for them. I mean, there's still over a minute left on the clock, 193 to 324. Los Caducados, they need to try and come together. They have no Unite moves on hand and full pockets, so this is definitely going to be a risky maneuver for them.
And I'm looking at Jose going to the back line, but they go back and they are not going to fully commit. The belly bash just locked them down into place, but they are still going to do damage. Los Caducados, they're pushing in. They have 50 points. They have 40 points. Oh, so close, but they get denied by Fizzy once again. The absolute hero of BH3 in this match. Now Jose might get taken down to Flame Sweep just to get them away from AoE. 50. Oh, so close. The Metagross is still going to be there to defend it. 324 to 193.
Oh my gosh. Ayami, you were so close to dunking, and I can definitely see where Bertolo was line of thinking, go dunk in tier 2 down in that bottom pad, hoping that they were distracted, but Fizzy was on point, on the ball once again to go and retreat and go and defend that pad. So the awareness coming out from BH3 just to go and secure them a spot in the losers semi-final.
Oh, BH3, you advance chance to play against Kamayi Esport on the losers series. What a comeback. Los Caducados were doing so well on that final fight, but Fizzy, 1 man versus 4 versus 5 even, make it with a defender. What a play.
Yes, definitely MVP for me during that match. Just that steal was incredible. But we can say, oh, well, you know what? They may have not received MVP in-game. It ended up being the Azumarill. But hello, 100% win rate for Azumarill on broadcast. Let's go!
We hope it stays that way as much as we want to see Azumarill again. But maybe it's going to be BS3 who gives it to us, Keller. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, this
Take
this
it and
game
run.
is crazy.
Don't play it again.
Yeah, don't ruin the win rate. Oh, it's funny as well, Keller, because if we look at the numbers here, it's not super explosive. We're looking at around 70 to 80,000 on both sides. Fights were kind of quick, especially if you're talking about Los Caducados. The engages from Jose and Bertilo, they were so good.
I guess that's where the defense penetration comes on in. The sustain is just not there. They just get obliterated, as you mentioned. But, I mean, look, definitely got to give it to Los Caducados. They put up a good fight during that second round. You can see it was just backwards and forth in terms of the lead between these two teams. We also have objectives being spread out across both of them as well.
Yeah, that was usually what happened. Although a couple of times we felt like they were fighting for an objective, it was usually when the other team was outnumbered. Majority of the times, as you said, it was a trade of objectives on top and bottom. And wow, it was close. We saw the numbers up until then. It was around like 20 points, 40 points. There was that moment in particular where Los Caducados, that we're going to see in the replay soon, where Los Caducados decided to go for the bot side as a red ice priority, but that focus was traded back by BH3 doing 70, if I'm not uncertain there, on the top side, which gave them such a big advantage in numbers.
Yes, definitely. I mean, there were definitely great fights all around. Smart pushes coming out from both of these teams, especially BH3 going and eliminating both of those tier ones fairly earlier on. I mean, there before the 5-minute mark, we just saw that being broken. But you know what? That's the thing. As I said, Los Caducados, they still managed to keep up in pace in terms of those levels, but it just came down to this massive team fight here. Jose going in with the engage, but the stun. I think it ended up being the mixture of the belly bash plus the side. I'm actually not sure what. Yeah, wait, no, because they ended up losing that team fight. And then the steal. Oh my gosh, it was just my brain.
It was crazy because, as you said, it felt like BH3 had the fight under control because of the Pokemon they had in the composition. But on the side of disruption caused by the Psyduck and having that Phantom Force as well from the Hoopa, allow them to just keep people in place for the two speedsters to go in and just finish the job. But that Midnight Prance, hello Fizzy, hello.
Yeah, just when you thought things were looking very dire for BH3, Fizzy just came in and saved the day for sure. Not once, but even then twice to go and stop that dunk from that Absol in that bottom path. So, hey, I mean, sometimes, when there's a ray, there's a way. And taking the win, congratulations to them. But you know what? They, as you mentioned, they are going to be going up against Kamayi Esports. So I'm actually really excited to see that match, especially considering we didn't get to see them last month due to, things. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
To see them come back, I'm excited to see how BH3 end up faring up against them.
Because we know that these two teams that we're going to see next in the loser semis, Kamayi and BH3, they have been constantly on the top 8, getting close as top 4s, top 5s, sometimes top 3s. So it's going to be an incredible match. But the only problem here is loser sides. One team will definitely be out of the competition.
But, I mean, one thing that we've seen time and time again in terms of our bracket, Nouns and Gen 5, they're going up against each other once again in the winners final. So only one of those teams is going to lock in a spot in the grand final. So we'll end up having that match a little bit later on in the day. So, I mean, there's just non-stop action here on the Pokemon Unite channel.
Yeah, it's non-stop from Japan to Europe to all of the other continents sooner in the day. We have a break coming in just for a couple of minutes while we get things ready for our next match. So stay tuned for more Pokemon Unite action.
Hey, so I think you
Alrighty.
may have blinked. Because, well, you know what? We thought we were going to watch Kamayi BH3. But, well, we blinked and, well, never mind. We're actually going to go watch Nouns Gen 5 this time round.
We also blinked and Fizzy got that Rayquaza and 1BH320. So don't blink.
Don't blink.
It's important. As you say, Kello, Nouns and... Not Nouns. Well, oh, yeah. It's Nouns and Gen 5. I'm still stuck on BH3 Kamayi. That's my bad. Nouns and Gen 5. A adversary match just as old as time for 2025 in particular. But it's good. It's really good. It's usually the first place and the second place facing each other, and we know that they are incredibly strong. But as we have been talking about with the double elim, on losers, you're out. On winners, you still have a safety net.
It might be a tale as old as time, but the thing is, Gen 5 are coming in with a little bit of a new look this time round. I know they have had roster swaps throughout the season, but once again, we have another one coming on in. So, Kranix, who actually played with them last month, who was their defender, they have left, and they have since picked up Snow, considering the Lelovers have disbanded. So, they are now actually their central player, and we have Utao, who's now going to be playing as their defender from what I've picked up, but we know the versatility that Gen 5 bring to the table.
It's one of those cases that I wouldn't be surprised if one of these players picks a defender and then they pick another class, and that's fine. Because as you say, they're just that good in trying to adapt to the moments, and adapting to roster mania is difficult, but it's something that we know Unite players have to be accustomed to. And that is exactly the case here. One thing that we had of a slight scare earlier this year was now saying, we're out, we're not, we disbanded, we're back, it's okay. And they are okay. So it's still the same squad. So going over the rosters, we have Toon Slim, Inda, that has been announced for a couple of events already, Adesu, Brav, Gadlu, and Blaine. 07s for Blaine for all of the events they played on 2025 already. But unfortunately, they are going to be a substitute.
Look, I'm sure Blaine will be there from the so-called dumpster cheering them on for sure. But you know what? These are names that we have just seen time and time again throughout the season. I feel like, you know, they have versed each other so much. They've landed themselves in this spot, the winners final, trying to get into that grand final first. Whether there's anything new that Nouns, I mean, from the grapevine, from what I've heard, they decided to take it a little bit more relaxed, more casual, actually heading into the March Cup finals. I guess feeling a little bit comfy considering their recent wins and everything. So whether we're actually going to see any switch ups or whether it's just going to be that same old, same old.
Well, for a same old, we have the repeat here for Benz of the Inteleon for Nouns, because we know Lunda is very expert on that Pokemon, and the Suicune that remains on the bench for all of the games that we have seen so far, with the addition of the Blissey and the Talonflamer. Zero Aura has been a specialty of ACL today, which we're going to see on the side of Gen 5 alongside the Snorlax.
I have got to see if Snow can pull off, I mean, if we end up seeing a Volt Switch discharge, because seeing that during ACL was absolutely insane. So, Snow, we have our eyes set on you. Can you do it as well?
I want to see it, because ACL made it feel like it was so easy. Now,
it's not easy, by the way, folks. It's hard.
It's not easy. It's not easy. We don't have as proficient hands as these players, but we sure can talk about this game because we love it very much. Now, Nouns is gonna go for double, potentially triple evolution on their side. We know that Adesu enjoys playing the Espeon, and that wouldn't be a surprise. That is indeed the case. So Umbreon, Leafeon, and Espeon, plus a Metagross, and now Gen 5 that had that Mewtwo Y already locked in with a Hoopa. Looking at a Garchomp, but we saw an Azumarill going there. I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Ooh, we get to see a Gyarados pick this time round. Now, I don't know, we didn't end up getting to talk much about our picks coming into this month's Cup at the beginning of the pre-show, but Gyarados was one of the ones that I was actually going to talk about. It did end up receiving a buff in the latest patch, so Bounce has bigger shields, but also just the chase down potential has increased for that Unite move. So I'm really excited to see how Megu is going to end up rocking this Gyarados, especially considering we saw it a lot during ACL. It looks like they're going for more of a traditional build, so no Rocky helmets and no potions here, but we do have that Razor Claw focus band and attack weight paired up with a trusty eject button just for either an additional chase or as an escape route as well.
Yeah, we know the eject button is definitely that standard option of this is safe, you know it's always going to work. Now, on the side of that Leafeon, that was also one of the Pokemon that we were thinking about and that we were going to talk about, but due to time we didn't get to. In the Pokemon to watch section, we have that full heal, which you mentioned has been happening quite a bit, although on ACL we actually saw Leafeons with X attacks. So this is going to be a little bit different. Now Esports Gen 5, the matchup that we know and love. We'll see who's going to be the first team to lock themselves into grand finals. Nouns on your purple side, Gen 5 on your orange as we get into Their Sky Ruins.
And, well, you know what? I was talking about switch-ups and everything. We did see this last month as well. So, originally, at the beginning of the season, we had Toon who was running that central area. But instead, we actually have Gatlu going into that central area. And Toon, who is currently on that Beldum, take to the top path.
And it's something that you can do, like, pretty okay because you have a Leafeon that can be very proactive as soon as they get their level 4. But we know as well that it's alright when you're facing against a Magikarp, and the side deck is going to be okay doing that by themselves.
Yeah, I guess you've just got to get that Beldum online ASAP. Leafeon only needs to take those double buffs, and they're already at level 4, ready to go and apply some pressure. Coming in from behind, taking out that Mewtwo, potentially Utah on the Snorlax, but thankfully they do have some trusty berries there to go and replenish their HP to full, considering their passive.
And it heals quite a bit. Those numbers are very satisfactory. But as we mentioned, the Leafeon can have that first little bit of push and aggression on the 850 mark. They do it here on the bot side for the side of Nouns. Gen 5 also had a Zeraora, as we're seeing here. Matang is already here on level 5. But although we had the 3 members from Gen 5, they're not going to overcommit after taking down the Altaria.
No, don't want to overcommit just yet. There is still only a Magikarp on the board. It is at level 5. It is so close to ticking on over, considering it needs to fill up that effort gauge either by hitting wild Pokemon or hitting your opponents. And Gyarados is ready to go and soar in Their Sky Ruins now.
And we know that that makes a huge difference. Now Nouns Esports have to go for a more active approach on the top side and to try and deny the Caducados from getting even more of EXP. And as we are saying that Inda has them just locked between a rock and a hard place. Now Sazuro is going to be alone to try and defend this one, allowing Nouns to score some points. But the 30 that Toon has are just a little bit too much to try and commit now.
Yeah, too much to commit, especially considering Sazuro is there just going and denying him. But 5 isn't no issue for Indy there. But as we do pivot around the map, it looks like we're going to have a 3v2 currently up in the top path. But Gen 5 are quick to dissipate there.
And now to also have that Leafeon close by. Is Gen 5 going to be able to do it and make it so? They are. Inda also falls, so 2 down on the side of Nouns as Gen 5 can continue pushing forward. Godlu will be able to take 1 down with the Emerald 2-step, trying to make it, maybe make it more, but it's just going to be that 1-for-1 there for Nouns. And Gen 5 will guarantee quite a bit out of that push. 2 seconds for objectives as well.
Yeah, I think that was a really smart call there from Megu. Even though they picked up 5 Aeos energy, they decided not to clean break that tier 1 pad, making sure to capitalize on all of those wild Pokemon that have spawned. But down here in the bottom path, it's going to be a 4v3. We do have the Plasma Gale coming on out, and Brub gets wiped out.
Oh, and it was close to taking down the Snorlax as well, but Utah's still standing, goes back for the berry, eats up, and they are healthy. Now going back for Registeel before it resets, but although they are there, it will still be the case. Nouns is now out of position while Gen 5 is just melting that Registeel, and they are in a potential good position to re-rotate for the top side as Matang is still trying to get those points in. The 30 will be there to be scored, but maybe the Caducados is... Oh, I was going to say they're in danger, but they have to use that Dragon Current to get away.
I guess that's the benefit of the Dragon Current. You become untargetable when you go underwater there. So a good escape tool, even if they didn't use it aggressively. Otherwise, Regieleki is quite low here. We do have the Compute and Crush setting up the stadium. Gyarados was the one to secure it for Gen 5. So 2 objectives over on their side.
It was really close, to be fair. Both teams rotated quite effectively in trying to get to that Regieleki, but now really good for Gen 5 as... Well, where is the Regieleki? Oh, did it just collapse to the Tier 1? Well, I guess it wasn't that successful.
Yeah, well, because it was left on the 5 points, and they didn't actually end up getting to break it. So it's only going to be a 15-point overdunk there. It is going to provide some comeback experience for Nouns, but it's a lot of space up in that top path for Gen 5 that they want to clear. But I'm having a look at the levels right now. We already have Megu on the Gyarados, who's level 11, highest level so far on the board.
I was gonna say, it's when you have a Gyarados, it's important to get those levels up. And that escape they had with the Dragon Courage really enabled that from just completely tipping sideways on the scale. 25 seconds for bottom Regi to spawn here once again. And Gen 5, ooh, just trying to catch somebody out of position. Now Inda tries to push them away. Very nicely done there with the side kick and disrupting with the stuff as well. Now going for the heavy slam onto Brav, trying to get control over the sped here because Gen 5 has the numbers. 5 seconds for this bottom Reggie as they're still chasing out another Dragon Current. Maybe aggressive? No. Going for a defensive route, which has been the case for Gen 5 all along.
Yeah, that's 2 defensive Unite moves coming out from the Gyarados, so not much capitalization from that. Otherwise, Leafeon is able to make an escape along with the bounce, saving Megu there. But, I mean, Metagross shields plus the Gyarados shields, I mean, neither of them are able to successfully take each other down.
Ooh, somebody in danger on the bot side while Gablu is scoring here. 1v1. Gonna try to get it done, but the infinite sideline is not going to land. With the Hope around bound, you could re-rotate here for the bot side, and that's where Lunda is right now on the numbers advantage for the side of Gen 5, feeling comfortable with Grubb taking the front line to try to zone them out. Maybe it could be a 1-for-1, but that's gonna be the power nap that gets them completely zoned out and guarantees that Gen 5 takes the objective, going for a very aggressive push as well here, as you have the full power Sai just to try to disrupt them away from scoring. And there it is! Adesu with that Unite move, just completely denying, just for the moment at least, while Gen 5 is still really committing to this goal, 213 to 198.
Definitely gotta say it was a great Unite move coming out from Adesu. Unfortunately, they just didn't have a follow-up considering Leafeon and Metagross were elsewhere on the map. And I mean, a Psyduck and an Umbreon aren't really going to do a lot of damage, but it still just buys some time anyway for the other members to recalibrate. I mean, so far, 198 to 213, so it is a really close battle between these two teams.
It is, and we saw on the top side that the Metagross was able to score some points as well, although Gen 5 got that massive push on Tier 1. That was the same that happened to Nouns, as we have Grubb here also taking down the bot Tier 1. Now going to the central area with the bounce, just trying to get people away from Megu, as they're gonna be able to take down traded a 1-for-1, no, actually a 2-for-0 here for Gen 5, as they have full control of the central area.
Yeah, getting taken out there. It is going to reset those KO timers and they come back before the final stretch. But having a look, we do have Psyduck that is still missing their Unite move. Looking in terms of levels, does seem fairly... Oh, I wouldn't actually know. I take that back. It isn't fairly even across the board. Gen 5 definitely have the advantage going into this fight.
And it's something that they are definitely going to hold very firmly with both hands because they want to take the advantage on a 1-0 if they actually get to do it. Now Toon is just trying to poke out some damage on the side of Gen 5. Snow is going to go in with a Volt Switch, pulls them in, and they managed to do it with a discharge. It's crazy. Toon is locked in, but it's going to be massive chaos as Nouns is able to take 3 members of Gen 5 down. Still continuing this push as Gadlu has isolated Lunda from this fight. Megu is in a definite, very hard position as they go in for the bounce, but they manage to take this one down. At least another one for Gen 5. They're in the pit, and Metagross with a computing crash goes onto Mewtwo Y over the wall and into the beyond. And as now you have the resets coming through back for Gen 5, and Nouns wasn't able to take Rayquaza.
They weren't able to take Rayquaza, but the thing is, they're only 4 points behind, 209 to 213. There is the close battle, so Gen 5 are slowly rocking that Rayquaza as Gyarados is looking to try and pick a fight with Adesu. A great heavy slam to go and stun them, and Adesu is out of the mix for the time being.
Oh, and the Power Nap as well is going to knock them up into the air. Another pull in straight for the Metagross. And that is Snow performing incredibly well on the Zero Aura so far. Now Godlu comes into the fray as well. The MO2 step is not going to be able to finish off the Snorlax. And Gen 5 is standing up strong. Now another potential steal from an Umbreon in the day, bruv. They don't have the Midnight Bronze and they are not able to seal it. And they actually do. It's Inda, the supporter. What a comeback for Nouns Esports.
It is a comeback. They have the shields, 100 points on hand, but Gyarados and the Mewtwo are on the chase, trying to deny them, but we can see the Zero Aura trying to get the 100. Oh, the shields have been broken as the 100 goes in, and that means Gen 5 have the advantage and have taken the first match for the winners final.
1-0 up for Gen 5, and one of the most absolutely incredibly fast matches that we have ever casted. Oh my word! From a Nouns Esports win, Rayquaza fight, into Gen 5 resetting, coming back, and not confirming Rayquaza, but actually still winning? What?
That's one of those moments where you're not allowed to blink, Soph. That's why it went too quickly.
Nope. Like, we're going to see it on the replay. I'm kind of curious to see if any of the Nouns players had a small amount of points to score. Because maybe if they did, maybe they would come back. But as you said, with Inder alone, the 100 wasn't going to be enough anyway.
No, the 100 just wasn't enough, and they had no protection there either. And I guess that's the benefit with having that Gyarados. It just shreds on down with that Dragon Breath, the attack speed that you end up getting with it. And then you pair that up with the stun from Mewtwo as well. Definitely great defenses by Gen 5 and a great call by Snow to just go and take that opportunity to dunk in the 50 that they had.
And as we see here, Gen 5 had very good control in this game, but especially in the early game, how they were playing about was really nice, very preemptive in the rotations. And although Nouns were able to stop some of the pushes, Gen 5 was still unrelentless. And look at that. Nouns just takes three people down. Immediately, Mega is not even able to confirm a knock-up on the Dragon Current. And still, because it was still too much presence from Gen 5 to try and rip for Nouns, Gen 5 just reset and made it happen.
They really did. It's just that it's so difficult. Oh my gosh, the way you just see it. I guess for those folks that aren't familiar, I mean, even then, I've personally never been able to pull it off, no matter how hard I've tried. But the way that Zero Auras pull back with that, it's the opponent needs to be paralyzed by the boosted auto. So every third attack, you end up getting a boosted attack, which ends up paralyzing your opponent. And there's a slight moment with that discharge, that final tick, where you're you end up using your Volt Switch in combination with that discharge to then end up getting that pull. And honestly, like, to time it, I mean, I don't even know if I've explained it correctly because it still just racks my brain. But I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Like, it's just so difficult to actually pull off. And I mean, yeah, I'm actually just so impressed.
For sure. And as you say, as a new player for the side of Gen 5, Snow really performing out of their minds in this game 1 against Nouns, no less. So Nouns in this game in particular decide not to ban Zero Aura, but instead take it as their first pick. And to be honest, I really like that, but we'll see. We'll see if they're going to perform just as good as Snow.
Feel like this is the test of the March Cup is, can you play Zero Aura and can you do the pull tech? So whoever ends up actually playing it on Nouns here, whether it's going to be Toon, unsure of their build, considering, I mean, who even plays Score Shield these days? Or maybe we might end up having a little bit of a switchy round a little bit later on. He switched it. There we go.
No, it would never happen. I mean, we had this huge update, right, with speedsters. Maybe in the future there's going to be an update about shields. Who knows? It's all about Timmy and how they balance out this game. But I'm very happy with the state of the game right now. Nouns Esports, in addition to that Zero Aura, they have a Memo Swine, which we were also going to talk about on the pre-show, plus that Mewtwo Y. So they're straying away from those evolutions, as Gen 5 has confirmed an Umbreon themselves for the double defender alongside their Snorlax, plus a Meowscarada, which we also know has been incredibly powerful on ACL.
Yeah, it has been powerful, and Husky's favorite Pokemon to play as well. I've heard they're actually pretty good at playing that Meowscarada, so Snow, you're definitely going to have to try and press her this match. But otherwise, I think in terms of Nouns composition here, it plays really well into Gen 5. They are quite melee-based, and Ice Fang is such a good counter into that, and I think Lunda selecting this Glaceon to actually tie off Gen 5 for that range ties it off. So I mean, in terms of these drafts, they're actually both looking really good.
I agree, and in respective to the range which you were mentioning, Kello, the fact that you have a Glaceon as your choice of attacker makes a lot of sense to me, because if you go with that Ice Shard, you know it's a sure hit and it's always going to be doing damage to the enemy, which is a very good choice. You also have some slow that could come through as well with the abilities, and the fact that you have Snow on the Meowscarada this time around, I think it's going to be very nice of an early game. Not an early game, because you still need to go through all of the 3 stages, but still, in regards to engageability, it's such a good speedster.
And I feel like, especially in this current meta, if you don't have a speedster or 2 over on your team, I mean, it's a bit of a far-fetched statement, but I feel like you're going to be throwing, because it's just the defense penetration that these speedsters have brought into the meta now. So you definitely want to try and match a speedster for a speedster. And I mean, there was only the one speedster being banned that time round, being that of the Talonflame.
Yeah, we've seen the Suicune as well as the option to be banned a majority of the times, and Psyduck this time around as well. Now getting into the game 2 for Nouns Esports, again on your purple side versus Gen 5 on the orange. We'll see if Gen 5 can wrap it up in this match point, or if we're going into a game 3.
Look at Indy on the little Chansey being so brave. I mean, we've seen them invade time and time again, but you always gotta love to seeing an egg invading a chicken.
That is very funny. Maybe that does answer the ancient question. Who comes first, the egg or the kitchen?
No, the chicken. Well, so far the chicken, I guess, because they have the blue buff.
I guess so, but you have support coming through as well, because Nouns has that Absol going into the central area, while here on the bot side, Utah was very eager to take down a Desu, but getting stunned by Bruv will guarantee 1 takedown for the side of Nouns, while on the side of top lane, we also have Nouns coming out on top, as they cannot overextend though, because it's important to guarantee EXP and not throw in the meantime. Oh! Megu? Hello? No.
Oh, no. Megu got sent back to the Pokemon Center earlier than taken down. That means they can go back and do their buffs. However, we can see on the minimap that we have the Florigado actually going and covering that base, making sure that none of Nouns go and invade. But, I mean, so far, 0-0, no little dunks have come in from either of these sides, but even then, it's only Gatlu and Snow, and Megu who are running the stacking items.
But the numbers are a little bit discrepant here for the side of Gen 5, as they have now just reached level 5 there on the defender, so Zero themselves as on the screen, while on the side of Nouns, they are kind of ahead, especially with their level 7 on the Absol. We'll see if they're going to be able to exert the pressure they need with the Speedster early on. They are rotating to the bot side, as we still have some time for the first set of objectives to spawn, but the wild Pokemon is still going to take some time to reset as well.
Time to reset, but there is a lot of Aeos energy for Inda to go and pick up there, up in that top half. It's a 1v3 up against Toon, who ends up getting mean looked and taken on out. And this is going to provide Gen 5 the opportunity to go and get the first dunks for the match.
Ooh, and 4 points left on that goal. Would be very nice if Gen 5 could take it down before taking the Regieleki. Now, Nouns Esports know they have to prioritize bot side instead, and maybe just straight objectives, as we have been seeing all throughout the day so far, with 9 seconds for both Regis to spawn, as this goal and the top one have been taken down. We have very similar in points, with 100 for Nouns and 95 for Gen 5, as this is going to be, as we envisioned, Nouns Registeel and Gen 5 Regieleki.
I guess it's a trade of objectives for either side, but the thing is, which one is most of value? A Registeel buff or a Regieleki? Obviously, that Registeel buff giving a boosted attack and special attack over to the team if Nouns decide to go in for an engage, but I like what Gen 5 did here. Knowing that they had that, they decided to actually back up and not pressure that Regieleki.
Oh, but Sazuro gets taken down on the meantime, Keller, and it looks a little bit dangerous. The Plasma Gale goes on to Megu, but you have Yutao forced to use the eject button to get away, while Gen 5 is trying to reposition and defend this outer zone. The Ice Spear is coming through as well from Lunda. It's going to shred them down, but just not enough to finish the job. Now the attacker is gone. It's just up for Yutao, and they decide to retreat because Nouns definitely have the upper hand, now guaranteeing as many points as possible.
Yeah, but they didn't actually have enough Aeos energy to go and break that goal. Nouns do have the advantage, 163. And oh my gosh, the infinite Cyburn to go and stop that dunk from Snow, but they still had enough time to pull it off, as Toon was just a little bit too late. But they still end up getting punished. They're not able to escape there.
A little interesting. I don't know how I feel about using the infinite side button just to do that in particular. It wasn't going to be like so impactful because the tier 1 wasn't going to get taken down, and even if it was, you still have enough time to get there by yourself and reposition for the next Reggie. I don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, it is a resource wasted there that they're not going to have come this next fight, especially when Gen 5 are all bunched together. But 8 seconds left to go until the second basement Reggie does spawn. Each of these teams are just poking and prodding at each other. A mean look along with the flower trick, which has angered Bruv, who's gone in for their mammoth mash.
Yeah, and that mashing away already taking Sazuro down. Now Utah almost getting taken down themselves with a 2 KO streak that gets confirmed by Lunda. It's Nouns Esports with an upper hand. We mentioned that maybe it was going to be a deficit here. No, not for Lunda, excuse me. For Adesu on the Mewtwo Y. But still, they managed to take it down alongside the objective. Very close. Oh, the flower trick is there to finish the job. A 2 KO streak for maybe overextending. And Gen 5 will at least take the fight for just a moment. As now the 2 KO streak goes back to the side of Nouns. And it's Toon who guarantee themselves on the Zero Aura. And Mean looked to stay in place and not continue any further. But Nouns definitely the ones who came out on top.
Toon, you must stay at bay. No penta-KOs for you here today. Well, at least just for that time being. But Regieleki is still untouched there. Once again, it's just such a close match between these two teams who have battled it out time and time again this season. But, I mean, we're looking at the levels. Nouns definitely have that advantage as we still have 2 level 9s on the side of Gen 5 here.
Yeah, that is definitely a little low. Ooh, getting caught out of position here, Gen 5, as once again, the Umbreon is not able to survive, although they are a defender. Going yet again with a discharge in, but Bravo is taking out damage themselves. The safeguard will heal them, will shield them, excuse me, for just a little bit more protection. But on the side of Gen 5, Toon has to reset as Meowscarada is supposed to have a high HP going into battle, or else you could get exploded yourself. Gen 5, though, still with control over Regieleki, will take them themselves.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting call there by Nouns. Despite them having the level advantage against Gen 5, they decided not to try and contest that Regieleki. We did see the Absol go into the enemy central area, seeing if there were any buffs, but there was nothing there to take. But I guess considering that Regieleki was taken, it is going to provide Gen 5 an opportunity to try and push into this bottom tier 2 pad. But Nouns have just got these bases covered. They're reading Gen 5 like a book right now.
Oh, and they're going very deep into the backline. Pulls in with the discharge, but Megu is still going to be left standing. What a nice power nap used there by Yutao, using the Heavy Slam to get away, but they're still going to get chased down by Toon. Now into the mean look, could potentially get something with the overheat, but that Blaziken is just too low on health. Lunda is just trying to get some damage in with the Ice School Spears, but they are not able to do so, and Nouns just completely isolates Gen 5 out of the fight and takes down the objective just in time for Rayquaza to spawn.
Yeah, one objective after the other as Nouns have gone in for the shred. We do have Lunda using their icicle spears, but unfortunately it's not enough. Nouns just secured that Rayquaza with ease, and now these 100 points are going into the goals.
That is crazy. Again, do not blink, everyone, because that Rayquaza absolutely melted. It vanished, disappeared before our eyes, and now Esports taking back the reins into this match. 629 versus 173 for Gen 5, and Megu is also gonna get taken down here on the top side as Godlu is just shredding through the enemies. I think this is looking pretty cemented so far.
Oh, well, I believe some of these members still have shields on hand. You can see Toon coming into the camera vision still has their shield, so that boosted attack and defenses. Gen 5 have decided to go a different road here into that bottom path, knowing that Nouns won't be able to utilize those jump pads.
Oh, but interesting rotation, especially using the infinite side button to stop people on their tracks for just a split second, while Absol and Mewtwo score in the central zone. 785. He wouldn't even have enough, even if he wanted to, with 50 for each person. It still wouldn't be enough with 30 points that it would be off. Now going for the Midnight Slash here, dodging the damage on the overheat. That is just not a good Blaziken match today, as they're still trying to get something done here, Gen 5, and not giving up, but it's only Yutao who remains, as they're still... very nice long range eject button over the wall, but Yutao, it's gone for the moment. Nouns Esports take us into a 1-1, bring into a game 3 on this lower semifinals. Oh, upper. Oops.
Yutao not wanting to give them the satisfaction of having a team-wide elimination there. Just living on 1 HP towards the end. But yeah, I mean, these teams, they have versed each other time and time again. So, I mean, they might read each other one way. And Nouns also ended up reading Gen 5's calls there really, really well. Winning that fight at that bottom objective was huge coming into the final stretch.
I gotta say, my brain is just so completely stuck on that Kamayi BS3 match that whenever Relic and Draku come in to cast that one, again, we are not going to blink. But no, it's game 3 confirmed for winners finals, with this absolute banker of a performance from Nouns Esports to bring the game back. 91,000, 81 and 71,000 respectively for Toon, Gadlu, and Adesu.
Yeah, that is huge numbers for them, especially in comparison to the last match that we ended up seeing. So a lot more fighting and ferociousness coming out from Nouns this time round, wanting to land them spots in the grand finals. I guess they're thrown for the time being that they've had time and time again throughout the season. They don't want to give it up that easily, so
No, definitely not. And we know as well that when you see Nouns taking a beating for a moment, they come back stronger. And this was definitely one of those cases because it was so close. If you weren't here for game 1 of this series, everybody, it was close. Nouns Esports take the Rayquaza but do not win the game because of a back cap. I repeat, a back cap from the side of Gen 5. Ooh. Interesting.
normally would be against back caps here, but I mean, sometimes those back caps are the ones that end up winning your games. So you can't be angry at all those back cappers all the time. You just never know.
You never know. You never know. But to be fair, usually when it is a speedster, right? It's a Talonflame. It's a Zeraora.
My gosh, it's Zeraora.
Yeah. But this time we praise it because it was a good play from Snow on Gen 5. And that's why we are now on a game 3 because Nouns Esports brought it back from their first defeat and made sure that their last team fight was definitely going to be the last because they ripped through their Rayquaza in record time. And with these replays that we have here, we see once again, look at that. It took, what, 2 seconds? It was so fast to make sure that that was going to be the case. And unfortunately there for Gen 5, we just saw a game basically won and finished in 1 minute on that final stretch. Right, while we get everything ready for our next game, we're going to go into a quick break, so stay tuned for more Pokemon Unite action. Oh well, Kello, you're looking a little different.
How's it going, Soph? Yes, I think Kello's having a little bit of technical issues, so I'll be closing out the winners final set with you, Soph. It's looking to be a fantastic game, going to a game 3, and it looks like whoever gets Zeraora might be winning this game, because Zeraora has been looking incredible, not only in the EU Cup, but we also saw a lot in ACL.
Oh yeah, and we were thinking, is ACL, the cherry on top, and do they know how to pull out the discharge pull-in? No. EU does it as well. And we saw that happen from both Gen 5 and Nouns, as you said, so maybe that is a win condition. We'll see if it's going to be a ban condition going into this Game 3, because they were very close games, but we saw Nouns just pulling the trigger at the end and say, like, no, Rayquaza is done. We are going to finish this game absolutely quickly, and that's what they did.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times in ACL. Of course, we saw it in that last game as well. But sometimes these final stretch fights start around the 2:15 mark, maybe closer to the final stretch, and one team just investing a lot of their resources to take the fight early, take a few members off the battlefield, leaving only things like the Glaceon to maybe contest the Rayquaza. Obviously not the best Pokemon on the field to do so, but whenever one team invests in the final stretch fight first, pulling that trigger first sometimes is your way to win the game.
It is, and to be fair, it's not always that we see teams going for the straight rip, because sometimes they don't have the capabilities of just taking down Rayquaza as fast as Nouns did, but they surely had that capability. So maybe we'll see, as you said, the Zeraora getting banned. Maybe we'll see something different, because we've seen constantly Inteleon, Suicune, maybe sometimes Psyduck are also out. Do you have anything in particular, aside from the Zeraora, that you yourself would consider a ban threat?
I would say, you know, all the speedsters are pretty worthy of that ban slot. It just really depends on who the speedster carry is on the other side of the other side of the teams there. Talonflame, just a really strong speedster currently in the metagame right now. It pairs really well with Hoopa. That's another Pokemon that has really shined in not only the Asia Champions League, but it also received a ban in that last game. I feel like a lot of the speedsters are really loving that trick and interaction with a speedster. Brave Bird, Talonflame for one of them. Even Zeraora can really like that burst in healing, but also just that ability to pull them back away from danger. Leafeon is another one of those speedsters that was one of our Pokemon to watch. We haven't seen it represented a whole lot because Zeraora, Talonflame, in my opinion, have been taking the spotlight in that category.
It's true, and it's high contention as well, as you say. Sometimes it's just because one of them got banned that we actually see the other one. But we've had at least one game of Meowscarada, at least 1 or 2 games of Leafeon, so we're not that far behind. But speaking of your dream duo, the Talonflame and the Hoopa are already out of the competition, and a potential Absol as well that was played by Godlu.
Mm-hmm. Gen 5 this time on our purple side team, Nouns on our orange side team. I feel like that first pick side is so strong, especially when Zeraora is your prime target. We'll see what Utah decides to go with here, unless they decide to switch. Snow, though, the newest pickup for Gen 5 has been looking phenomenal. Of course, Kranix was their recent central area carry. I think Snow might be an even better player to, propel them forward in this tournament. They are going to be locking in Zeraora as that first pick option. We haven't seen speedsters really being first pick very often. We saw a lot with Leafeon before. Zeraora, I think, is going to be that next contender. But hey, take a look at this. Suicune coming out to play, first time so.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited. It has been on the bench so far, and it's not going to be the case this time around. We know the amount of hindrance that this Pokemon can apply, and that is going to be so nice to set up for the speedsters, whoever Nouns choose to go for. Gen 5 now alongside a Zeraora go for the Mewtwo Y plus the Psyduck, while Nouns Esports lock in the Mamoswine for even more ice lockdown.
Yeah, Mewtwo Y has been getting a lot of playability from teams in Asia, but also here in the western regions as well. That Psystrike ability can lock in on those highly mobile speedsters, get that little bit of knockup, but also that Unite move, the Infinite Cyber, bringing the airstrike on the battlefield can sometimes be the difference maker to win you these endgame team fights.
Oh, it really is. We know how a good Unite move being well utilized can really change the pace. You're totally right, Draco. And now finishing off, we have double speedster for Gen 5 with a Leafeon confirmed and a Gyarados as well there for Megu. Now Nouns Esports is going to confirm the second all-rounder for themselves with the Blaziken and that Inteleon. Okay, I think when you have that much stun, those snipe shots are just going to be doing God's work.
Absolutely. As we get to the final seconds of our preparation here, front to back, Nouns' esports lineup looks really strong. They have range, they have really good brawl from the front line between the Blaziken and the Mamoswine. That Mamoswine, if they are able to land an Ice Fang on either of those two speedsters, it can mean disaster for Gen 5. But Gen 5's lineup, again, they're trying to be explosive on the battlefield using those Unite moves from the speedsters, again, that Unite move from the Mewtwo Y, and even the Unite move from the Gyarados as well. All of those Unite moves do really well in these shorter engagements if Nouns Esports can at least weather the storm once they get to those endgame team fights. That's how they win these team fights for Nouns Esports. They gotta weather the storm of those Unite moves, or they will go down.
And I think that is one characteristic that you can tell just from the get-go, because Gen 5 has double speedsters, Nouns has double all-rounders, and that's kind of the nature of these two styles as you just described, Draker. So I totally agree, and it kind of favors late game here for Nouns Esports. I want to see how they pair up that Inteleon with the Endless Ice Spikes from Suicune. But getting into our final game of this best of 3 of winner finals, Gen 5 versus Nouns Esports on the orange team, as this is going to be as close as it can be.
Yeah, again, this is going to be a run back of, you know, almost every event of the cups here in the EU region. Gen 5 Nouns Esports meeting here for the final stretch planes. Same thing for the grand finals of that event as well. But a couple of different lineups from some new Pokemon. Finally seeing some Gyarados playing once again. A Desu forced back over to the right side of the field. You don't want to give any sort of effort for this Magic card, because if they get online early, it'd be very, very scary.
I mean, it's already really scary because it forced down a Desu to use that EJ button away, and they managed to get a couple of scores in as well, but took down the Psyduck also in exchange, so at least Nouns manages to keep that defense going.
In the bottom path, I think that was an EXP share Mewtwo Y. We're going to pivot back up to the top path to take a look once again at this Magikarp. Again, if you haven't played a whole lot of Magikarp, underneath the Magikarp's health bar, that is that effort gauge. When it goes to full, you will get that evolution, not by level, but by effort to become a Gyarados. 3-player swing in the top. Really nice full gear by Gatlu on the combustion.
Yeah, and they're looking really good at that, especially with 21 points there for Godlu, if they want to commit to this push. Now, bot side, they're looking very similar for Gen 5 in exchange, so they managed to at least push Nouns away from their zone, and are going to guarantee the points for themselves. EXP is so necessary, and looks like Nouns is ahead.
Yeah, no KOs on either side. Gatlu 1 level away to become level 7, but at least for Blaziken, they want to get to level 7, but level 8 is when they get that stance change, quote-unquote, Unite move to go from the kick to the punch form to get all of those abilities that you know Blaziken is known for. As we head into the central area, we do have Toon online at level 7. They will have Snipe Shot for this next team fight.
Ooh, and they managed to at least take one of the Swablues, but as you say, having that extra range is so important going into these team fights, but they're not going to commit to something in the central area, rather going to the top side, forcing out a Desu to go very much on the retreat, as they're still trying to gather as much EXP as possible, but a nice, oppressive push from Gen 5.
And one of the things about Suicune is it has so much spatial control on the map. It can leave that Whirlpool up, maybe even reposition it, and once they do get Ice Beam online, or they can use Avalanche as well, they can freeze that flooded zone is the terminology they use for this Pokemon. And anything there, they will be slow. They will also get a little bit of a freeze as well at the end of that, as you can see there when that ability expires.
Oh yeah, it's just really good to control the ground, laying out the overheats to just get people away from the pad, but they're still not able to score here now. Esports, as Lunda is doing really well defending this bot tier 1 that hasn't been scored at all. But we have objectives on the board with Nouns Esports prioritizing Reggie Steele, and Gen 5 doing the same on Reggie Alecki, but maybe it's going to be contended there, as we are going to pivot to the top side now, going in the Emerald 2-step to finish off the job, and now Utal is going to take down not just the Suicune but also the Reggie Alecki.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and trade objectives here. Reggie Alecki bouncing to the tier 1 goal zone. So we head into the central area. Toon online with that Unite move. Here comes Utah with the engagement once again. A very fast burst of damage from this Leafeon. Again, these smaller engagements are definitely going to be in favor of Gen 5 whenever they're going on 1-on-1 or 2-on-2. When they are playing as a team, though, Nouns Esports should have the advantage.
Yeah, and although that's the case, we have seen this double speedster competition for Gen 5 just really melting people down super quickly. Snow's coming in, as we mentioned it. Blissful assistance to help out Gadlu, that's still standing. A safeguard to manage to complete that overheat, and it gets Nouns Esports in a good position, but there comes Utal, that Leafeon we mentioned, Draker. They're gonna have to escape now, but they already have that 2 KO streak for themselves, as Megu is gonna chase down on the wrong side of the field, but they go really, really fast, and Megu is not gonna be able to catch up.
That is the reason why the Speedsters are ruling Thea Sky Ruins right now. Sometimes you gotta watch out for enemies in the tall grass, especially if you're an Inteleon in the back line. And Emerald two-step can very quickly send you to the dance class. As we head to the halfway point of the game, let's take a look at our field state. 100-27, a smaller lead by Gen 5. Halfway through the game, let's take a look at our levels really quickly as well. Just about even 2 level 11s on the field with Inteleon for Nouns Esports and 11 for Yutao on the Leafeon.
And that would say that personally, I would say is the benefit and credit to Gen 5 because Nouns Esports were ahead in EXP so far, and Gen 5 just by these team fights alone with the double speeds have really been bridging the gap. 5 seconds for Reggie here to spawn on the bot side as you go in with the whirlpool. Oh, and you landed again, as we have been mentioning the lineup with the snipe shot, but it's not going to be enough damage, at least on this point, as they're still going to try to zone people out of this objective. Draku Lunda is going to take the front line. Mega is also close by to go in with the bounce, and they are going to charge it onto a Desu, and they're going to get pulled in as well with a Psychic. What a lockdown from Gen 5. The Mammoth Mash is going to come in as well to get people away with the eject button to get them absolutely zoned out of this objective. Megu is still hitting on Reggie Steel, and Gen 5 is going to try to obliterate this one, and they manage to take the objective themselves. They're going to go straight for the Blissey alongside that Inteleon, but they're going to be falling at the seams. Nice dodge, but not on the Psychic, and they are going to survive, but Gen 5 with a huge battle win.
Yeah, incredible patience by Gen 5, using their crowd controlling abilities to pull members like that Suicune back over to the left side to get that confirmation on the KO. They know exactly that they cannot take a longer team fight engagement, so what they do is they start to pick apart Nouns Esports strategically, and once they take members down like the Blaziken, or at least push them away from that objective, they can then make a push onto the objective, taking that Registeel off the field.
Top side, we see that Leafeon again doing the precise job of taking people back on a ride to the Pokemon Center, and that was the case for Blissey. But with this rotation here from Gen 5 going into the bot, as the zone is still on 80 out of 80, Nouns take the opportunity to score on the top side, making it almost even on 110 to 100.
An incredibly close game. Quite literally in Unite Tunes, you get that close battle notification when teams are within 20 points of each other. 1 minute before the rendezvous at 2, also known as the final stretch. This bottom lane has been a battleground for both of these two teams, not giving up an inch. Still 80 points on the goal zone for Nouns Esports. Can't see how many points are on that bottom side as well, but you should expect about that much energy to break that goal zone as well. That bottom path has been very important to get those Southern Reggies. Again, those battles have been going on for quite some time. It's not the easiest to get that Southern Reggie, but it looks like Gen 5 is pivoting up to the top path to maybe apply some pressure with that Regieleki to the tier 2.
Interesting rotation, as you point out, Drake, because I think Nouns noticed that Gen 5 is going to the top side as the objectives are going to be traded. The special defense and defense buff here from the Regirock goes to Nouns Esports for this next final stretch battle, as that Regieleki is pushing with the 50 that is scored, turn it into 100 on the top side. Now they are on a big lead, 50% on this Rayquaza as they're still trying to keep on pushing, but we don't know who scored it. It's going to be a Blissey who takes down the Rayquaza. Nouns Esports with a clutch steal as they're gonna keep on moving forward, and Toon can really just do the cleanup as they have all the points to score.
We need to check the blood pressure on Indy as they're able to get another steal with a different supporter this time. They got it with the Psyduck in game number 1, and now they're getting it with the Blissey in game number 3. And with that steal on the Rayquaza, or at least that confirm on the Rayquaza, this might be our first team to the Grand Finals of the March Cup.
The grand finals look so incredibly close to Nouns Esports, and as you said, the nerves of Steel to steal the buff is just crazy. They got a Regirock, but it does feel like they had it in the hand with the Registeel just beside them in the chair at home. Now this is looking so close because Gen 5, they maybe could turn this around. We know they are very determined. They have 3 players going out to the bot side, but the defense is there for Nouns. With 300 more points in advantage, I don't think Gen 5 could make it.
Yeah, Blissy's gonna go for one more score there. Oh man, a shot from the Gala region. It might be the thing that puts them to sleep here in game number 3. 2 members down, still pushing on the tier 3 goal zone. And I think it's pretty good to say here, Nouns Esports will be our first team to the grand finals.
The grand finalists of Nouns Esports, the place where they definitely call home, is the result of this game 3. And Gen 5, it was close, but Nouns Esports, with how they managed to play those team fights, are gonna be your first grand finalists of March Cup.
As we get to the replays here, let's talk about a couple of things that happened towards the end game. I think for both game 2 and game 3, again, Gen 5 pivoted up towards the top path to get that Regieleki. They did get the score on the tier 2 goal zone that did give them the lead, but unfortunately, they just could not take a team fight with Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports recognized Leafeon nowhere to be found because they were scoring on the tier 2. By percentages, again, it was a 5-4, and they have pretty decent secure on their side of the field. They had blissful assistance, they have overheat from the Blaziken, they have the snipe shot, even the auto attacks from the Inteleon as well. They have so many different tools to secure the Rayquaza, and who would have thought Indy once again, nerves of steel, like you said, so getting that Rayquaza and capturing their grand finals appearance.
Never underestimate your supporter. Absolutely never. They're on the field, they are just lifting up your game for sure. But when they are in they are stealing the Rayquaza twice in the same series. That is absolutely nuts. To Psyduck, from Psyduck to Blissey, it doesn't even matter. Nouns Esports really feeling absolutely comfortable and confident about having Inder in their squad.
It was also a huge gamble for Gen 5 as well. They pivoted up towards the Regieleki with a Southern Reggie in the bottom path. That could have very easily been a Reggie steal. Of course, it was a Regirock at the end there, but it was even more risky because of the team composition that Nouns Esports had. They had so many tools to secure, so many tools to also rip the Rayquaza as well. They can go into the Unite move from the Inteleon, take it off the field very quickly, and secure it, and then score. I don't know, Gen 5 maybe spent too much time in the game corner because that was definitely a gamble not to lose there.
Yeah, it was close. It was so necessary to make sure that they had that Rayquaza because it was so clumped up in that Rayquaza pit. Let's have a look at that again. It started with Nouns Esports doing the buff itself, going over the pit with the Dragon Current, but so from Dragon Current to Emerald 2-step, none of them actually hit the objective on the right moment, which is crazy to think about.
As soon as Indy got the secure on the Rayquaza there, he said, I'm out of here. I'm going to go score. I earned that 100-point burger on the tier 2 goals. You love to see it. Blissey secure with everything on the battlefield. It's the best thing to see.
Oh, that was just delightful. Feels good for Nouns being back at where they call home, the grand finals. And Gen 5 is going to go to the losers semis finals. I am so lost in this bracket today. Hold on. They're going to the losers finals. There we go. As we're going to be watching next, the Kamayi Esports versus BH3 match. So before we throw into a break, Drake, do you have any final considerations?
Well, Relic, we're going to be pulling out, we're going to be going to your face once again as him and I will be leading the charge of the losers semifinal. I apologize. So
I'm telling you, there's just something about the fact that we had to move the bracket around and how we were going to broadcast it because of ACL that has just our brains all over the place. But it happens. So keep in touch with us because we are going to be right back after a short break, bringing you our losers semifinals. All right, everybody, welcome back and welcome in, Gadlu. Congratulations for locking in your place in the grand finals.
Thank you. It was a good match. It was pretty intense, and after watching the Asia Champions League, you just want to play Pokemon UNITE. So it was pretty fun, actually.
Absolutely. The amount of Zero Auras that we watched on ACL just really makes you want to pile onto those speedsters. But straight away from speedsters, this final game, tell me how the communication was with the fact that they had a Leafeon and a Gyarados, and it was the Blissey of you guys who got the real objective.
Well, because we let the Suicune open, we kind of took a gamble with the Suicune and the Zeraora. Because either they prioritize Zeraora or Suicune, and Suicune has such a good crowd control during the wave pit, and the CC is just very insane during the wave flip. So our wards were just insanely huge, and even if the Gyarados uses ultimate and tries to get it, we have like a lot of secure tools. We have the Blazy can overheat, the Intelligent Snipe Shot, and the Blizzy secure. So the moment someone backcaps and there's like not a Hooper that brings him in the middle of the map, then you can just go for it. You saw it also in the Asia Champions League quite a ton.
Oh, 100%. That was actually going to be my next question. I did see you in chat. During the ACL, is there any inspiration that you have actually taken from watching all of the matches this weekend that you feel like you've used, so far in the competition?
We have our own strategies. We are trying to adapt some here and there. There was like a Leafeon strategy for the early ganks, which was pretty exciting because I tried it in scrims and I thought it works, and seeing it work in competitive is pretty funny, so it's pretty cool. But you can see from Gen 5 that they are actually trying to implement some of the Asia Champions League strategies to their gameplay, having no defender whatsoever.
Yeah, and speaking of meta in general, as you mentioned defenders, we have been talking about speedsters. How have you guys been navigating it? How comfortable have you guys been with the sometimes double speedsters meta, or just going so aggressive with the defensive penetration?
It's going actually pretty well because our strengths are the characters that are getting buffed, so the older recent patch notes are just really in our favor.
Well, one final question, Gatler. Obviously, you've landed your spot in the grand final once again. You've been here before. Now we have 3 other teams left. Now, Gen 5 is usually a team that you end up facing off. Are you wanting or expecting either Kamayi Esports or BH3 to take that final spot later on?
It's a little bit strange because I feel like when you're in the loser bracket and you're doing a loser bracket one, you're getting like a lot of energy to play it. Now that Gen 5 can prepare for the winner of the next match, they can have some strategy about that. But are they gonna be warmed up, or because this is like always my question, like, is the loser bracket like buff a thing or not? So I'm kind of excited to just see who is going to win. Personally, I want to see actually BH3 versus Gen 5, because I think BH3 is a top 4 contender all the time, and they never really been like in the grand finals. So playing against them would be pretty funny, and I like Volto. I think he's a great player.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you so much, Gadlu. Congratulations for getting a spot already for the grand finals, and we'll see you later when we get to that grand finals ourselves.
See you.
Right. We're gonna head to Relic and Draco for our next match, so saying goodbye to ourselves and Keller as well. So we'll see you on the other side.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kello. Thank you, Soph. Gatlu, I completely agree with you, by the way. Volto, a mad lad on those all-rounders, but the question is, does he and this team have what it takes to make it all the way to the grand final? They've got to get through Kamayi Esport first and foremost, Draco, and as much as that Gen 5 loss will look bad on their resume, to bounce back in a 2-0 fashion means that they got plenty more wins in them yet.
Well, one thing that BH3 has, at least over Kamayi Esports and Gen 5, is that they've stayed relatively consistent through their roster. Now, Kamayi picking up 2 members of Lelovers that has since disbanded, Toast Potato coming on over to Kamayi Esports, and then Snow over to Gen 5. So, at least for consistency's sake, not only have they been consistent with making their top 8 appearances, they've at least maintained their roster of 5 for the most part.
Well, Snorlax, Umbreon, Suicune, and Talonflame are banned away. I wasn't that taken by Adesu's Suicune. I think a bit of stat padding there at the end, thanks in large part to the Ray shielding. And nevertheless, we won't see it. So, besides the point, Fizzy, well, lining up the Charizard, I think we could all tell that was not going to last long. Instead, locking in the Hooper first and foremost.
Yeah, Suicune is a really interesting Pokemon. It's an all-rounder by category, but it has a lot of attacker-like qualities. All of its abilities are ranged. It's also a special attack all-rounder, which we don't see all too often. I think it's one of the only Pokemon that do that. It can also kind of flex into a more supportive role. We've seen things like EXP Share Alola Ninetales kind of fills that similar role, but we've been seeing this time and time again. Relic, the Zeraora first pick in Psyduck. It's a Pokemon that's been getting a lot of representation in the ban slot, but when it is let through, these two Pokemon have been being picked very early on in draft.
Yeah, Zeraora not exactly straight up insta-win, but it is looking as powerful as perhaps some were suspecting. Same goes for the Inteleon, and we know in Mifil's hands that is a deadly combination. We've got ourselves that Mewtwo Y and the Mamoswine joining the Kamayi roster. Zante and Gek. Of course, Zante would have liked to have had that Inteleon themselves, no doubt, but clearly prioritizing that Psyduck for Narami first and foremost. And here comes the all-rounder duo, Volta and Japer. We saw the Azumarill shenanigans earlier. Onto a much more respectable pick, I would say, of the Urshifu, with Volta locking in that Aegislash to complete the BH3 look.
Yeah, really bulky lineup for BH3. I'm taking a look specifically at Fizzy on this Trevenant. We saw Insomnia really pull this Pokemon out and really pull out all the stops of Trevenant, landing some of those Curse and Horn Leech combos. It was incredible to see. This is a different looking Trevenant, of course. It's not a more attack-oriented Trevenant. Of course, we'll see that at the end of the final preparations here, but it looks like a more traditional defender with that EXP share.
And Potato then completing the Kamayi roster with that Metagross, certainly looking to counter the threat that Volto and Japer, and indeed Fizzy, will bring to the party. Spin up the Gyro Ball and hope for the shields. Rainbow Comp, actually, for Kamayi Esports. So no look at the double speed still, looking for that continuous pressure through the Mewtwo Y. But Toast, another one of these new pickups, of course, Toast and Potato previously of Lel Overs, technically still around in the championship point standings for those who are interested. Unlikely that we will see Lelovers participate any further in this season, but Toast has been brought in, Draku, for that ADC threat. We know that Zante is fantastic on their attackers, most certainly, but Toast in that central area, free roaming, and especially on the Zeraora, has the ability to flip a game on his own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when we're looking at both of these teams, they are pretty late game scaling teams, right? Metagross needs level 7, or at least needs level 5 to get to Metang, and then to level 9 to grow a couple of more appendages to become a Metagross. That Urshifu's probably going to be going into that central area in terms of lane assignments. Most likely this Mewtwo Y heading to the bottom path and maybe seeing a Zeraora in the top path. We've been seeing a lot of Zeraoras being played in the top path. I wouldn't say Slash early in game is not the best secure, but when you're going up against something like a Honed,
I was ready to go, and we just didn't get that. So a bit of an anticlimax as we head on to Thea Sky Ruins for game number 1.
We're toast already.
We're already completely. We are burned. We are thrown away into the garbage can, but certainly not out just yet. BHE in the purple, Kamayi in the orange.
Look, we got a lot of games to practice that one, Relic. I know we play a lot of Pokemon Unite, so we got some time. We got some time. All right. We head to the bottom path. We do see that Mewtwo Y with the EXP share once again. That Side Strike, when they do get that at level 5, really good at locking down maybe a Speedster on the other team. Of course, there is no Speedster on the side of BH3 at this game, but still really good with that Unite move when they get it online at level 9 later on.
Yeah, Japer's going to rotate top path as Gek finally gets that score in with nobody minding the goal zone. Toast has rotated onto the top path as well. I'd rather the Urshifu over the Zeraora personally at this early stage as we await our first set of clouds.
855, 850 birds on the field, level 5 on our carry. Expect this to be extinguished very quickly, especially with that ability there. They do wait on the trigger just a little bit, giving the larger Altari, I believe, over to Kamayi Esports as the Beldam grows 2 arms.
Yeah, that Volt Switch picking up the K opener, 6 points to 0. Not many scores on the doors, but Kamayi Esport will take it. A punch away for Potato, and Narami doing a little poking and prodding round the flank, just providing a little extra vision as the level up in the Mega Evo for Zante. Sees them attempt to try and take down Meephil, but going invisible, that passive procking at the perfect time means that they can escape. Not so lucky here, Fizzy, eating a lot of damage, but that regen, that health, able to recover back in time.
Yeah, 1v1 in the top path. Super effective damage. Of course, Wicked Blow into a Psychic type Pokemon. Of course, typing advantages don't matter all too much in Pokemon Unite, but that ability always so super effective nonetheless at securing Wild Farm, Wild Pokemon, and objectives as well. Fight going on in the middle. Unfortunately, the metal is being melted by a duck as the Doublades head back to the Pokemon set.
Yeah, that stun from Greg is probably going to deny the inevitable. No, the trick goes up, and Zante choosing safety as the better part of Valor. They're going to rotate back as Kamayi Esports don't want to give over any early EXP to their opponents. Still looking for those Inteleon and Aegis/Evos.
Yeah, level 7 on the Piloswine, looking pretty good. Again, a switch up of the EXP shares, if you may, with the Defender having the carry in the bottom path, supported by that Mewtwo Y. KO going over to Zera Aura, Kamayi Esports. And they're going to take all of this wild Pokemon off of the battlefield. And level 9, you can see on the right side of the field, first Unite move online for Kamayi Esports.
Yeah, but joy for Kamayi on the bottom path is not reflected on top, where BH3 are 3v1 up against Narami, misses with the Wicked Blow. Now looking for the scores. Greg going to attempt to stop them. Meanwhile, Kamayi going after the Registeel. Watch out for Fizzy. They got the bonk with the Tree Hammer. If they want to make a last lunge, and they're not going to get it in time. The Volt Switch secures for Toast, but the Tree Hammer will enable Fizzy the breathing room to move back onto pad.
Maybe call it an electric slide for the Registeel, perhaps. Going to slide that buff on over to Kamayi Esports. It's going to be very handy once this fight starts to ensue in the top path, which it is. Aegis/, potentially going in once again. Got to be very careful. They are at 50% Relic, and the Regieleki is going to bounce back to where it spawned.
Health bar respawned, or recovered, I should say. A little crush there on the Hooper. 14 to 66. There's still no Metagross for the moment for Matang. Kamayi Esports poking and prodding. Gek backline. Going to go into the Mammoth Mash here to, again, try and knock up. Finds a KO actually onto Meephil. Here comes Japer, though, looking for the steal. And still they will not, because Narami, of all people, has taken the Regieleki for themselves. And the 2 KO streak now for Toast means that this Regieleki is walking in for free.
I mean, clearly some of the best secures on the battlefield with Urshifu. You also have Inteleon, Aegis/, but you never can forget about the supporters relic. Yeah. We got Psyduck stealing objectives, stealing Rayquazas. They have them stealing the Regielekis in the top path. They got a really nice overcap here. They're going to close this out with, I believe, a 22-point overcap. And Kamayi Esports starting to pull away here as we head to the halfway point of the game.
It's been a day for the healers, it's been a day for the menaces. And that smartly dressed duck is going surfing into the central area once again to provide vision for Kamayi, who have ballooned their lead. 14 to 168 as we hit halftime.
Yeah, Psyduck right now is going into a 2v1 against the Urshifu as they retreat back over to the Tier 1 goal zone. 168 to 14 once again. Kamayi Esports starting to pull away for this game. As we head into the end game, a couple of Pokemon to watch here, of course. This Metagross online now, all 4 appendages, and they also have that Unite move. One thing for BH3 though, they do have really good rip and secure with their team. And here we go, fight starting to break out here in the bottom path.
Plasma Gale not going to deny the Urshifu. I believe that was with the Wicked Blow to make the secure, but they have paid the price as Toast takes them down. Oh, that snipe shot got deadly close. But here goes Toast going to work, finds the Aegis/, Mammoth Mash going after the Hooper, who's just come out of their unbanned form. The tree is hacked down, and now they find isolated this little genie, this little magician no more. Here's a trick, disappear.
Disappear maybe in the little hats that Hoopa loves to wear. As the tree is felled, the magician is felled, but here is the sniper on the battlefield pushing back the enemy team. Here comes the Unite move. I think it was interrupted by, or the Metaverse tried to use their Unite move, but as they continue to push on forward, Kamayi Esports is falling by the wayside.
BH3 sending a Hail Mary and getting met with a stubborn defense. The reinforcements well timed for Kamayi Esports. Rather unfortunate timing there. That Mega Evo will be slightly wasted as they rotate central to pick up a little bit more EXP on their way to top path, where another Reggie Alecki awaits.
Very similar to their previous game, that bottom path is a battleground for two Titans. Not a single point scored in the last, I would say, 2 minutes or so. Another Regieleki on the battlefield. Should be plenty of time to take this off the field and also defend it as well. BH3 might go for a kind of a later engagement here as we get the Comedian Crush putting up the mausoleum. Are they able to put anyone in their coffin though? No, it is actually an ambulance for the Metagross and not for them.
Yeah, maybe not so much for the Metagross. They are sent back to the Pokemon Center, but they're set up at the Plasma Gale and stealing EXP for free. Do some maths. Oh, that's a solid 27 point over Duncan. Now 14 to 305 Draku. Not able to score anything on this bottom path, not yet anyway, but we are starting to get into this territory where Rayquaza might not be able to make up the difference with BH3.
It's getting to a very dangerous point for BH3. They're almost down by 300 or so points here. 30 seconds remaining. A Reggie Ice spawning or appearing in the bottom path. And once again, this bottom path might be the battleground to start this final stretch fight.
Positioning, posturing, waiting. Now Reg Ice has been pulled away and they'll return home. And they will be unclaimed going into Rayquaza.
Unclaimed, unconscious might be this Trevenant as it gets pulled by the Psychic, and that is a very pivotal piece for BH3 to lose at that point, Relic.
Absolutely. Heading into the final 2 minutes though, BH3, they've got enough time to work with. They're going to see that tree make its way back onto Thea Sky Ruins. Back cap for Japer. Check it top path. How much is he going to score, though? We know they don't have a full 50 in their pockets. Kamayi Esport, though, moving south. They understand that they've got an opportunity to make up the numbers. Toasted to the backline. Can't quite catch Greg like they would want. Psychic moving down. Surf with a relocate. Kamayi move back into the central area, knowing full well that they've got control points-wise.
Both teams really ignoring the big green dragon that has spawned in the center of Thea Sky Ruins. Once again, like we were saying before, for BH3, this is becoming a point of no return. They have 1 minute and a quarter left for them to get back into this game. That 70 point on 0-1 Goldem. It is not enough. A really nice Ice Fang finds its way onto the Inteleon, and that is the first off the battlefield.
The compute and crush, like a heat-seeking missile, exploded 1 and 2, quickly followed in quick succession. Potato now lost in the source. Japer with that true damage can find their way through the shielding, but 42 has been scored on that bottom path by the Mammothswine, extending the lead out. 50 seconds left, the coup de grace, and here comes the headache. Sigh, he says, and bye, they say to BH3. This game surely 40 seconds left. Kamayi looking comfortable.
Truly a headache moment there for BH3. Unfortunately, just not able to find any sort of angle into the central area. Again, they do have really good rip and really good secure. Here comes the Inteleon using that Azure Spy vision, but that vision might be lost here. Uh-oh, here comes the Plasma Gale trying to blow them away. And I think that is game number 1 for Kamayi Esports. Zero Aura once again putting on the clinic. Why, it might be the best speedster in the game. The discharge pull, a thing of wonder.
Post playing with his food. It's a messy kitchen out here, but Kamayi are cooking well and proper. 1-0 up in the series, Draku.
Like I said, seeing that discharge pull, even sometimes reactionary, it's a thing of beauty, quite literally. You know, one of the things about Zero Aura is that you don't even have to land the discharge pull. When you do, awesome, but it just does so much damage. We were watching that happen during the winners final set with Gen 5 and Nouns Esports. This Pokemon is definitely the Pokemon to watch of the event.
You know, I reckon it's only a matter of time before we start to see this Zero Aura getting banned. A 13 and 10. That's certainly show-stopping numbers. I'm more interested in the actual damage dealt, I would wager perhaps over 100k. Nice to see Kamayi working so synergistically, though. Synergistically, is that even a word? You know what I mean. They've got great synergy. It shows that even though this is basically the better part of one team and two from another team being mushed together with the hopes of making regionals and maybe a run for Worlds, Draku, it's working beautifully because the roles that each of these individuals play, they really suit each other. And there it is, not quite the 100k, but certainly 75, nothing to sniff at.
Yeah, I think the more important thing for Kamayi Esports is retaining that core, that defender supporter core of Gecko, Kami, and Narami on their team. I think right now, I think for most regions, defenders and supporters are a little rarer to come by, filling in those carry roles. Again, carry roles, as important as they are, probably a little more common than the other two. 74,000 damage is going to be your damage leader of the game. Not going to reach that 6-digit margin, but definitely outpacing almost all of BH3 on the other side of the field.
Definitely scary looks from me, Phil, throughout that game. I think a good shout out goes towards the likes of Gek and Potato and Narami, all three of which were protecting that Zero Aura beautifully from the worst of the damage. A couple of good looks here from BH3, for example, securing this Regice away, but there weren't too many of those Ws, and even with the ones that they were able to secure, Draku, it always came at a cost.
You know, I think going into these these fights around these objectives, I don't think they were using their specialties as well as they should have. Right? They have really good rip, they have really good secure. It's maybe not the best idea to go for objectives rips all the time, but they didn't really go for that at all during this game. I would like to see that from them maybe in this next game if they plan to run something like that.
Totally. So moving into game number 2. Kamayi Esports know that they can set up a very saucy date with Gen 5 should they get the job done, but we can't deny that BH3 is a very, very good roster still, Draku. Maybe not the best game from them, but I feel, again, going back to what Gatlu was saying, it feels like only a matter of time before we finally see that yes moment, that breakthrough moment. What do they need to do to achieve it, though?
They might need Zero Aura.
I mean, that's a good start.
It is a very good start. We can take a look at the bans here once again. It was Double Defender, Suicune, and Talonflame. I think one thing that was also a little interesting as well, the Double Defender pick, or Double Defender ban, and then going immediately into the Trevenant pick early on in your draft. I think Trevenant, again, really strong Pokemon. We saw it do really well in the Asia Champions League today in that carry position, but a Pokemon that you highlighted before the broadcast today, Mamoswine, doing really, really well. You want to talk a little bit about that one?
Well, certainly. I think that Ice Fang has gone up in massive stonks in the last, I want to say 3-4 months or so, and even more thanks to this new speedster meta that we find ourselves in. When you're trying to lock down that one individual, Ice Fang is fantastic. Counter dive, let's not forget as well. You are providing a counter measure, a deterrent to going too deep into the source. Its main issue, of course, is getting, first of all, that Piloswine online to gain access to Ice Fang, and then getting Mamoswine online, not just to access the Unite move, but to find that hyper scaling trend, which means that you're really beefy into the late game. Nevertheless, it still feels a very sensible pick, as there it is, at last. They've cottoned on Draku's Zero Aura first ban on the board.
Just to add on to your Mamoswine discussion as well, you know, Mamoswine doesn't have anything that really locks down something so easily like a slow beam, but if you're able to land that Ice Fang, they can change the outcome or the tides of matches very, very quickly. It locks them down for a good period of time. For example, if you're able to lock down a Zero Aura, they might not have enough time to retreat back through their Volt Switch. It's a really volatile ability, but when it lands, it can be so impactful.
Psyduck and Talonflame joining the bans, and that means that Snorlax is available, and Fizzy is going to jump on that opportunity. That block ability is monstrous. We saw that, of course, earlier today, but now Kamayi has got 5 spots to try and concoct something to counter it. They're going to start with the continuous damage of that Mewtwo Y. They're going to open up the rotational opportunities or synergize with Trick, thanks to Narami's Hooper.
Couple of speedsters still on the battlefield. We haven't seen a whole lot of Leafeon today, but you can see Mifil kind of hovering over that. There is still Absol, Meowscarada, for example. So still a lot of damage pen speedsters. Don't see a whole lot of Gengar nowadays. I think from the recent nerfs to some of the overall stats of these speedsters, definitely Gengar got hit the most. We're going to be rounding, or at least starting our offensive core with Inteleon, who in my opinion might be the best attacker in the game right now.
There were a couple of looks at that Phalanx. I don't think they'll be going Phalanx if Potato locks in this Metagross, though. That is asking for all sorts of trouble, and indeed they do.
We can't all be Obeon, but we would love to be. Yeah, I don't know. Probably not the best Pokemon to lock in here with the Metagross on the other side. Just the one thing about Phalanx, it really only thrives in that 10th position. And that's when you're on the second pick side. It allows no opportunity for the enemy team to counter against it. And well, Phalanx got a lot of counters. It's really fun to see on draft, but boy, does it have a lot of counters, Relic.
Insta Venusaur lock if they put in the Phalanx. It's actually going to be a Darkrai. I don't mind that look at all. I think that's really smart. Running with those special attack specs and the Slick Spoon means that they can basically... I mean, I would argue that, honestly, the worst Nightmare is one of the best Unite moves alongside the Slow Beam. Just completely removing an individual from the battlefield. Maybe it will be Toast, who's going to look to run riot on the Zoroark with the Zero Aura being taken away from him for this game.
Yeah, not... Zoroark as a final pick option here. I think in the right hands it can do really well. I mean, if it's Overlord, you know, probably never question it. But when you look at the other team, there's a lot of crowd control in the other team, right? You have block, you got to avoid all of that huge shield to maybe interrupt some of your combos. It also has heavy slam. There's a Unite move from the Urshifu that can very easily lock you down. There's two bounded Unite moves, right? There's the Urshifu, and then you can be put in the Nightmare with the Darkrai. I don't know. This might be a tough one for Toast. It might be a comfort pick, but let's see what they can do with it.
It feels kind of wild that we haven't gone for the Leafeon instead, especially with the range of the Razor Leaf that you can implement. I know that, of course, you've got Thief, I would imagine, that we're running with that Zoroark, and so you can dance your way through the front line looking to access Mifil and remove them from play nice and early. Of course, you've got the Illusion Days, very nice AoE Unite move. Similar things to be said of the Emerald 2-step. However, maybe a comfort pick does work here, Draku. And let's not forget, of course, Kamayi do have a point to play with here. Even if they were to lose this game, that means we're just going to game 3. This is a free hit, essentially.
Mm-hmm. One thing about these bounded Unite moves, though, they do really well into speedsters, but I guess one of the, literal disadvantages of them is that one Pokemon, and when you're taking a look at the other team, there's maybe one Pokemon or maybe two Pokemon you want to hit with those Unite moves. We may be getting a restart here with Kamayi Esports hanging out in their goal zone. They might just be having a little tea party before their game number 2 here. But going back to that point, once again, those bounded Unite moves can really only go on one target realistically, right? You might get some other impact with maybe resetting your Wicked Blow with Urshifu, for example, but that Zoroark, not going to love those, but all those other Pokemon, I think they can sponge those pretty well, in my opinion.
Unless we go Water Bear. We're not going Water Bear, by the way, please. That is exclusively reserved for Overlord in North America and the ACL players. There are question marks, of course, here. Did they intend to pick Zoroark, or was this merely a disconnection issue? We will bring you all of the updates in due time, but I just want to take a step back and look at the major Pokemon that has not taken to Thea Sky Ruins this time around. I find it so funny, Draku, that these buffs to Zeraora have been in the game for longer than anyone actually knew about. Could you imagine if someone had actually discovered this for the final stretch play-ins and jumped the tournament? This, if anything, demonstrates why not only should you have a deep Pokemon pool to play with, especially now we're in Season 4 of UCS, but sometimes it's good to try new things in scrims, just to figure out new strategies or to maybe uncover little gems like this one.
Curly Toon and maybe Luminosity Gaming in the WCS last year, they were on to something with trying to make Zeraora work back then. Who knows? Maybe we had Damage Pen all that time and we just didn't know, quite possibly.
Pokemon Unite is the damage pen that we made along the way. Who knows who's going to get it next? And there we go. Confirmation that the Zoroark was
Decidueye,
very
clearly.
much... Low-key, Razor Leaf, damage pen, Decidueye sounds pretty nasty. I don't like the sound of that. What I do like the sound of is that Zeraora was intentional. And so we're simply going to be remaking
Zoroark.
the lobby. The draft will be as expected. So we're going to quickly throw to a minor break. Get up, stretch your legs, hydrate, but be back here soon enough, because when we return, we continue this series in the losers bracket with BH3 Esport versus Kamayi. Hello and welcome back to UCS. That's Unite Championship Series to you and me. Me being Relic, him being Draku. And we're going to be heading back into our BH3 Kamayi showdown, where Kamayi is one win away, Draku, from finding themselves in the losers bracket final up against Gen 5.
Definitely a much further run than they did in the final stretch plans, but here we go, right back into the game. We got all players hopefully in lobbies. BH3 on our purple side, Kamayi Esports sending that Zeraora, not Zeraora, that Zoroark, only Z Pokemon in the metagame right now, and there's a party in the jungle right now for BH3.
I was going to say, speaking of metagame, what is this? 4 players going central to share the spoils. It means that this Beldam gets an early score. Potato, of course, looking for those attack weight stacks. Manages to steal away another 5, but they're not going to get much opportunity to score those.
Yeah, if you're watching this and maybe want to emulate some of these strategies in your ranked game, probably don't recommend heading into the central area if you don't call it. So do make sure you call your lane in the early game. We still do have a Kung Fu, or not a Kung Fu, we have an Urshifu in the top path. They did share that central area, Wild Pokemon, but they were able to take some of those twins in the lane, and K-Opener going over to the Zoroark.
Draku, I'll do what I like in ranked. I'll focus on leveling. I'll focus on leveling. I'll focus on leveling. And that's exactly what this Zoroark is doing as they pick up the K-Opener. Now over the clouds, Gek into the back line with Fizzy going down. Pretty low health, but has a pretty short escape route back to pad.
Yeah, really good auto attack pressure from the Mewtwo Y. Again, Inteleon, or at least Sobble at this point in the game, really good at last hitting wild Pokemon, at least in terms of pressure in that early game. These auto attacks can whittle away at the Inteleon from range, and they get really hard to maybe even contest some of these wild Pokemon. As we do get a rotation here from the bottom path from the Hoopa, able to get a couple of scores in is Kamayi Esports.
Yeah, stun locked or freeze locked, or maybe a bit of both, as Gek with the Ice Fan unlocked, scores another 5 more stacks, and Zante out of Mega Revo going to rotate out as well as we take a look at the central clouds now. Japer is lurking, but this is toast territory.
Feint attack is going to be the tool of choice for Toast as they head up to the top path. Again, this Metagross has been looking pretty good. Again, it's a Pokemon that needs a lot of experience to get online, but my esports has been doing a really great job at prioritizing getting some levels or at least getting pressure around this Metang so they can get to the Metagross a lot faster.
Oh, lovely work from Volto there. Got damage across multiple folks, but don't matter when you've got that Zoroark running riot. Still relatively low scoring though, Draku. BH3 able to restrict Kamayi to simply just the KOs.
No, I think this Darkrai is it's the Nightmare Pokemon, but right now for BH3 there is a Pokemon that is kind of tainting their dreams at this moment. It's to be expected though. Zoroark, early game, it's the thing of nightmares.
Throwing the dice and seeing what sticks, who's going to come up Snake Eyes, and who's going to find that Nat 20, 17 down. Keeping BH3 locked to this 0 means that the deficit only gets bigger. BH3 have decided to go after the Regieleki, and that venture has been successful. Now can they find any joy onto pad? They've got this Metang, who's still 1 level away from that Metagross, but locked down in combo with the Mamoswine and Hooper, means that they're able to now work on this Regieleki scot-free, and they've got that bottom path Reggie. Kamayi running riot, I should say.
Then again, it might not be a slow beam from the Mamoswine, but we saw it right there. If you're able to land an Ice Fang, landed it on that Urshifu, pulled them back over to the right side. You can see this here. Look at all this stun. They're put in a blender for such a long period of time, quite literally, pun intended, frozen in place by this Ice Fang.
It's time to bow, because it's Gek Okami. And Okami, I am loving this look from the Mamoswine. 40 score down, although BH3's been able to score in the meantime themselves. Kamayi nearing triple digits. Now going after this T2! Oh, Gek so close to going down to the 40. There's that wicked blow into the Ebon Fist, and the Infinite Cyburn goes down 2 into the Mammoth Mash. It's Japer who falls first, chasing Meafield right back to home base! Zante, you bully! Meanwhile on this T2 pad, the scramble, the scrap, still ongoing. Volto locked out, managed to pick up a stray KO on one of those players, but Zante with a 2 KO streak themselves.
Yeah, it was almost like a post-mortem KO as well, as the Darkrai was knocked out, but that boosted auto, kind of an enhanced auto ability when you damage an enemy Pokemon that have that mark over them. When they use that auto attack again, it can bring that lightning down on those wild Pokemon, or that enemy Pokemon, able to get a couple of knockouts despite being knocked out anyway.
Dark Void starting to do a little more damage than Kamayi would like with the passive burst. There's Meafield looking for Potato, and they get Potato too. Narami goes unbound, but BH3 Esport looking really strong, looking to turn and burn on this Regieleki. Brings the party though, the Narami. Here comes Gek Okami. How many rhymes do you want? Oh blimey! Here goes the Heavy Slam. No, not in time. It's Japer with the second Regieleki secure of BH3's game.
Oh, blimey, don't lie to me, Relic, as they continue to push on forward. Taking a nap in the middle of the battlefield, probably not the best way to go about it, but the Regieleki, it is playing a game of inches. 80 points still on the goal zone. The Unite move starting to fly here, and here comes the Nightfall Daze. More like a Nightfall Haze befalling over the eye of PH3.
Oh, Sos waited until that last moment, then detonate with the illusion dive, but there's yet more to come. Here comes Fizzy. How little health do you want? And wow, Toast showing great restraint not to go for the KO themselves. Instead, rotating out, preserving their life. Meanwhile, his teammates doing their due diligence on top path. BH3 still trail 23 to 117.
Teams finally get a moment to breathe in the top path. It was a massive battleground between these two teams. The teams now start to pivot to the bottom path. Oh, this might be a nightmare. As you can see, the 1v1 in the dark dimension is going to go over to Volto.
Isolated BH3, that's 1 down, but you've still got 2. Make that 3 to go. Pops the Azure Spy Vision, Heavy Slam. In goes Gek, Mewtwo down. Here's Registeel with a slam up, a slam down, and Meafield uses that narrow window of opportunity to make Kamayi pay. There's another snipe shot finding its mark. There's a miss. Will they miss again? Well, not at close range here. Narami with the Phantom Force finds themselves in a brawl with Fizzy straight into Zante. The welcoming arms that he was looking for, but BH3 gets scores down and they take the lead, Draku. What a time to do it.
A massive overcap in that bottom half. I think it was 43 points in the Tier 1 goal zone. And both teams once again starting to position themselves for another huge team fight in the top half. There will be one more Regieleki before the final stretch begins. There's 30 seconds before the final stretch, but it might be beginning here, Relic.
Oh, here goes the Eva Fist! No, not this time! Not this time! Kamayi surrounded it with all 5. The Dark Void goes down. Volto just looking to throw these Kamayi esport players away. My goodness, that passive. Fizzy with the yawn. And here comes Volto with that, of course, that nasty plot, that boosted special attack. It's awful. We saw what the passive could do. Toaster has rotated lickety split onto this bottom path, maybe looking for a double score, a hundo burger. Greg watching brief. We saw how the back caps went for Gen 5. That snipe shot, though.
A game of inches. You are playing a dangerous game, my friend. You are deep in enemy lines on the left side of the battlefield. Really nice trick to pull them back over to the right side. I don't know if they want to continue going for that score because, again, BH3, really good rip, really good secure, and some of the best Pokemon to do it.
Smart Phantom Force tech. Still Toast waits. He's got 2 roads to take here, one that scores and one that knocks on the door in a very different way, hoping for a KO. Again, the Phantom Force tech, just a little bit of chip damage, and now Toast goes for it. The BH3, that's the green light to go after them. Numerical advantage, putting this Metagross to sleep. Ebon Fist, backline, Gecko Kami, Azure Spy Vision is popped as well. Into the Mammoth Match, lost all of the shielding. Narami goes unbound, still looking for the first KO. BH3 looking really healthy though. Kamayi struggling. Potato only alive, basically down to the shielding no longer. But Greg also falls. It's an eye for an eye.
Yeah, that was a massive KO on the Metagross. They are still down for almost a quarter of the remainder of the game. This is a close battle between the two teams. They did get that notification. They do not know who is ahead, but they should assume, BH3 should assume they are behind at this point in the game. Oh, a really late explosion there on the snipe shot is going to bring Narami down to 50%.
30 seconds left. Kamayi with the lead. Zoroark finds the Dark Right. It's a coin flip. It's a pure coin flip.
Oh, no.
Here's the coin flip meta. It's in both hands for BH3. Big shield dispel, but not on top path. Meathill with the Hundo Burger. And BH3 riding this one home. 52 goes down. Well, watch out for Gecko Kami. They're going to get 100 points down. That's going to be guaranteed. I'm not going to lie to you, folks. I've completely forgotten what the score was before. I think BH3 have just forced a game 3.
Oh, we need to go back to the scorers table, Relic, because this is going to be a very close game with Gecko Kami scoring on the Tier 1, and BH3 will force a Game 3.
Those 52 points from Greg, they absolutely mattered. BH3 clutch up. It was a pure out-and-out gamble to flip for that Ray. But you know what, Draku? With 30 seconds, 40 seconds left, they had no other choice. Kamayi simply didn't set up enough win conditions to lock him down in time.
Massive game for BH3. Truly, this was their elimination game here in the losers semi-finals. Winner of this will be seeing Gen 5 in the losers final game, but they got one more game to do. Of course, we would love to see BH3 continue to move on forward, have a grand finals appearance yet for the UCS season, and what a way to do it. But got one more game to do it, Relic.
Absolutely, and it's a big one. We know that Kamayi can do incredible things, and to be fair, they looked so good throughout that game. I think that BH3 was kind of always on catch-up, apart from that brief moment where they were able to take the lead. What was that, around the 3 to 4 minute mark after a pretty successful phase of the game. Not gonna lie, Volto, I was kind of umming and ahhing in the first 2 minutes, but really came alive in that Ray pit.
Yeah, not only that, though, those Unite moves, they did land on the Zoroark almost every instance in the late game. It's exactly the target that you want to hit it on, right? One of the things I wanted to point out as well, we kind of talked about it in the early game. Unite move from Japa, that the Ebon Fist, you can see it right here, landed on the Mammoth one at this point, but it also landed on the Metagross in the late game. You can only target one Pokemon. Again, Zoroark is the prime target, and unfortunately that Unite move wasn't getting a whole lot of value. We were landing on these very bulky Pokemon, just couldn't get any damage, couldn't get any knockouts with it.
No, indeed. There were moments like this where that Zoroark was a little bit lost, but Kamayi, to give them great credit, were able to rally and make it competitive for a major objective such as this. Of course, this was really the moment where I think the BH3 saved their game. Big EXP boost. Kamayi do fight back with this Regieleki, but they're not able to hit the zone. They're simply too stubborn of a defense to deal with. And then this, of course, that back cap from Toast. Not that I think it affected the fight too much, Draku.
You can see right here, Ebon Fist going into the Metagross. It's just a massive shield built up by that Gyro Ball, hitting multiple members. Not only that, getting a little bit more healing with the Trick Phantom Force, little tech there to recover Potato. Is the first to fall right here. You can see someone in the Nightmare at this point. I think it did, I couldn't see who ended up going into that Unite move. You can see here going for the rip here, definitely in favor of BH3, having so much security. You can see the Urshifu just waiting to the right side of the Rayquaza. They are just a little bit early. I don't know if Kamayi Esports decided to slow the pace of taking the objective off the field, but you know, if the Urshifu doesn't get it, they also have a lot of other tools. They have Snipe Shot, but they also have the auto attacks, the critical hitting auto attacks from the Italian, which I'm pretty sure was the tool of choice for the Secure.
It's down to micromanagement, but sometimes you can overmanage a situation. And I think that unfortunately for them, as much as I say that Toast and their absence in that initial fight didn't affect things too much, I think what Toast being in that central area, not going for the back cap, might have enabled Kamayi to do is find a couple more KOs, which then cascades into them taking the Ray themselves, taking control of the situation, because they very much left control back in the hands of their opponents. BH3 were backed into a corner, yes, but they still took that initiative to go for the rip, to flip the coin, and it comes up heads for them. We head into game 3, and it's difficult to see which way this one goes, but history does not favor BH3 in this scenario, Draku. 2-3 times this season they've made it to the top 4, and they've looked good in doing it, but they have never hit top 3 once, let alone the grand finals appearance that Gatlu is very much yearning for.
Yeah, and we were talking about this before, but again, BH3, this is, in my opinion, their best chance to move on forward, right? Yeah. Kamayi Esports have had some fluctuations, volatility in their team, if you may. Of course, not having that appearance in the final stretch due to some issues, lack of a better term here. Again, some roster changes for that team. Again, it just shows the versatility of this Kamayi Esports roster to continue having such high placements despite having some rotations in the members of their team. But BH3, again, if they want to make a further bracket run, they still got to take down some of these Titans who, again, looking more vulnerable as the events continue to go on.
Of course, having lost that game, Kamayi get that first pick. And BH3 prioritized the Talonflame over the Zeraora. I don't know about that one, Sheaf. That feels like a huge misplay. Arguably a bigger misplay from Kamayi. Wow, the Hooper over Zeraora.
With how fresh Zeraora is in the metagame right now, there's a couple of things that is to the benefit of people who play Zeraora. Number one, I don't think the general Unite community knows how to combat Zeraora at this point in the game. I think we saw a couple of glimpses of that earlier today. Mean Look Umbreon has done really well into Zeraora. They stay in that bubble for too long of a period of time for them to retreat back through the Volt Switch, but take a look at the bans for Kamayi Esports. What did they ban? They banned Snorlax, one of the best defenders in the game, right next to arguably the second or best defender of the game for Zeraora, specifically that Umbreon.
Fizzy's picked up that Mamoswine though. Pretty decent counter to Potato. First look at the Zacian, who's been relatively left on the bench. Contextually speaking, Mifil rotating onto that Mewtwo Y. It's definitely Zante picks Inteleon or Mifil picks Inteleon, and then you know what their opposite number is going to pick up. Toast onto the Mimikyu potentially. Gecko Kami onto their ace of the Slowbro. I like the Slowbro. I'm wondering whether they will be brave enough to go with Telekinesis in an attempt to lock down Volto. There is that Mimikyu locked in. I mean, not much backline to go for, but I guess Sustain certainly. And, well, what is Japer going to lock in here? We did look at that Phalanx. Dragonite being hovered. And then onto the Urshifu. Boring, but you know what? I think it makes sense.
I know. Why have 5 players when you can potentially have 12 players on your team to play that Phalanx, of course? Right? The more the merrier. Strength in numbers, as the Warriors in the Bay Area loves to say. But I think this is definitely a comfort pick for Potato, most likely sending that up to the top path. We haven't seen very much Buzzwole or Potato Buzzwole in quite some time. In my opinion, one of the best Buzzwoles in the European region. I would think it would do pretty well into something like a Zeraora, for example, but yeah, I don't know about the Zacian, especially early in the draft. I think, in my opinion, right now, the all-rounder category is very saturated right now. I don't know if Zacian is even in the top 5, in my opinion.
No, I will say chat popping off. And I think with good reason. This, of course, being the first time this series that we see Zante on that Inteleon, which I'm here for the Zante Inteleon, folks. I don't know what to tell you. I'm really excited. I'm just worried about primarily the Zeraora. I think why we don't see the Buzzwole from Potato is more, again, looking for those stuns onto the Zeraora. Of course, Sacred Sword with that AoE can act as a deterrent to that Volto moving in with Discharge. Obviously, with Volt Switch, you're trying to catch him, but we're talking about the narrowest of margins possible. I also think in hindsight, when we see Fizzy bringing that Mamoswine to the party, that in of itself, late game, is nightmare fuel for a Buzzwole. It's a coin flip as to which one is going to suplex the other. I'd rather be the Mamoswine in that situation, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think there's actually that one as well. Just getting into the area with Mimikyu has, I would say, fallen off in frequency, maybe not so much in playability. It's one of the all-rounders that, in my opinion, is kind of the anti-speedster all-rounder. It has another one of those bounded Unite moves. It has really good burst damage, for example, if it's playing Play Rough. But it's a really difficult Pokemon to land those Shadow Sneaks on highly mobile Pokemon like the speedsters. But if you have the prowess at Mimikyu, for example, Trainer LGC was phenomenal with that Pokemon for the ACL. If you're able to land those Shadow Sneaks, it can be a very impactful Pokemon.
I just wonder whether there is a place for Trick Room in this game. We will get that answer soon enough, as Toast already up onto level 5. Potato going to hit that level 5 themselves here with this Ball Toy. Narami suffering a little on level 3, but obviously they are not the priority. Here's Japer then rotating his Volto with that level 4. Still no access to Discharge. Sacred Sword goes down, but Volto gets away with agility, just about finds the safety of their T1 pad, and Kamayi will have to wait for another day. No waiting around for BH3 on bottom, however. Fizzy denied, and denied again, but Mifil with a big KO, and now the Mega Evo. Gecko Kami still isn't Slowbro, just looking for that KO onto Fizzy. The Ice Shard freezes them in place, and Mifil, they won't find the KO either, but they're going to have a big old grin on their face.
You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. That defender and attacker combination. Typically you see the defender peeling for the attacker, but it was definitely the opposite in that engagement in the bottom path. But a pretty good lead in the bottom path for this Mewtwo Y. Typically not the best early game secure between the Mewtwo Y and this, which is now a Drizzle, but that Sobble kind of falling behind between the two. And take a look at this, it is a Trick Room Mimikyu relic.
I had a feeling, and I wonder how BH3 are going to react to this. Shadow Claw, the other move. Again, looking for that sustain, perhaps looking to, again, capture that Zeraora napping. Difficult to imagine this Zeraora napping, to be honest, with that electric charge. And you can see there on defensive duty with our picture-in-picture, denying that score for the Zacian. 3 rotate down onto bottom path. 10 scored here for Mifil. And my goodness, Japer was lucky to get away with that one. Barely any health bar to speak of. Toast knocked up, Surf and Fizzy not so lucky.
Yeah, Toast almost there at level 9. They set the Trick Room once again, twisting the dimensions in the bottom path. Whenever they're in that square, they have unlimited dashes. They can reset the Trick Room once again if they'd like to, but pay attention to when that Mimikyu is dashing around, using those boosted autos specifically to reset the cooldown on its primary damaging ability, the Shadow's Claw.
Very spread out over the map here. Gecko Kami, it is the telekinesis! Wow! I don't want to say I've got the phone book next to me, folks, but I absolutely called that. They've taken the Registeel, but at what cost? BH3 with a quick rotate. Oh, what a brilliant Phantom Force from Narami! But they can only delay the inevitable. Those 60 points goes down. They pay for it with the KO. Gek running quick as they can. It's a 3-point overdunk, but it's a massive T1 break. And Draku, the first scores to be scored in this game. 109-0, and Regieleki on its bike.
You know, you might be a psychic type Pokemon if you were a Pokemon Relic, because you had some future sight with a couple of the calls here, calling out not only the Trick Room, but also the telekinesis on the Slowbro. We know a little bit of something about Pokemon UNITE, I would say here, but a huge pivot to the bottom path as BH3 is taking a look. Oh my god! The huge discharge pool pulling 2 members of Kamayi Esports to the right side, and it's going to lead to 3 KOs for BH3.
What did we just watch? It looked like a lag switch, it was that silly. Sacred Sword catches 4 and ultimately ends the Psyduck momentarily. Moving on to Volto. Desperately trying to find Volto, but Volto bites back. No! 2 KO streak for the Sword Doggo, and they get a free revive. I say a free revive, a free resurgence of health back at base.
Oh, Zante starting to heat up here with a snipe shot in Inteleon. As we head to the halfway point of the game, BH3 starting to pull ahead in score, but take a look at these levels, Relic. 3 level 10s, 1 level 11 now on the side of Kamayi Esports, and finally a couple of 2-digit levels on the side of BH3. Kamayi Esports, they are losing in score, but they are definitely winning in the level department.
A moment to breathe. It'll be momentary as 10 seconds awaits our next Reggie. Fizzy with a bit of vision. And we got this Inteleon and Hooper down on bottom half. Prioritizing Clouds. That's going to be Japer. This Trick Room. That's Slow Beam. That bear is done. And how about that? Come play with me. 2 KO streak and a quick rotate onto top off. There's 50 points in their pockets. They're going to take this T1 zone down before going on to the Regieleki themselves for Kamayi.
Lock them down, put them in the Trick Room. Might be a little slow, especially for an Urshifu with some speed investment. If you play some VGC, you know what I'm talking about. We're going to rotate down here to the bottom path. Really good rip again on BH3, but the Hoopa is going to bring everyone to the bottom path, bringing out those fists once again, and there is the fist from Japa. The Urshifu able to get the knockdown there.
Oh, the infinite Cyburn hits all 5. Potato able to run away. The stun onto Fizzy. I've got to say, Narami, I think that initial stun to try and take away the Registeel a little too early, and Toast unable to find their way back to base through the hyperspace hole. Here's another tough. What on earth was that interaction? The Volt Switch ultimately proccing for Volto as he heads back to that T1 zone. Nutty game, Draku, but Kamayi, the points that matter are on the top of the screen, and they lead by 50 of them.
This game, incredibly close in skill. About 50 points to be exact separates these two teams. 1.5 minutes remaining. Fizzy trying to go for a score in that bottom path. Oh man, you can take a look at how much damage just one snipe shot does into a defender, mind you. Last time to use their Unite move, Zero Aura should be able to get that Unite move online once again. Full heals the Urshifu Unite move and gonna retreat back over to the right side.
Yeah, a couple of whiffs here from Unite moves. Enough time to certainly get the Unite moves back up. Are there enough yellow dots for Kamayi? They're certainly going to hope so in the next minute as Regieleki is picked up by BH3. It will not be hitting that T2 pad, not if Potato has anything to say about it. Quick rotate down onto the bottom path. Plenty of Clouds here to pick up for Kamayi. That'll certainly help the Stonks. Earthquake, Surf. Here's the Trick Room going down, and Fizzy almost pays for it. Here's that Mewtwo back on the scene, looking to try and hit that level 12. Oh, they don't hit level 12. They do eat a snipe shot, but now Greg's back in town, and Kamayi have to call off the assault.
Yeah, Greg's headache gauge went up to full when they saw their friend get hit by a snipe shot from distance. I wonder how much headache gauge is given by a snipe shot, because I'm sure that'd be a pretty big headache to deal with, especially when your team lacks any form of primary healing on your side of the field.
BH3, no Plasma Gale, no Infinite Psyburn, and we are seconds away from Ray. Infinite Psyburn, and there it is, Plasma Gale. Not a moment too soon!
God.
My goodness, did Zante know, or did he just have that level of intuition? Is he just that guy? Well, BH3 get away with it as all sorts of calm. It's ominous, falls across the Thea Sky ruins.
Yeah, and once again, they have no form of active healing on the side of BH3, so when they get hit by the snipe shot, you definitely feel every single damage percentage on your Pokemon. You got to retreat back over to your side of the field, either manually through. You can see here, I think the Psyduck probably got hit by a couple of snipe shots just waiting in the tall grass. That's one of the advantages from these long-range artillery Pokemon. You can continuously pressure these tall grasses without vision. Just by damaging them can give you positioning on the battlefield.
Generational levels of poke from Zante. Here goes the attempted Hundoberg from Zeraora, and Fizzy covering them off beautifully. BH3 take the lead, and Kamayi have been too slow to react. In the backline, Potato's also been caught out. Come play with me. Japer, the Infinite Cyber, catches 4 again, but the first KO goes the way of Kamayi. Unbound, but a quick response. No slow beam. No slow beam from Kamayi. BH3 looking to turn and burn, or is it Kamayi? It's a complete toss-up in the central area. Mammoth Mash. Psyduck picks up a KO on the Mimikyu, leaving just the Hooper, the Italion, and the Zoroark, of which the Italion fights the Mewtwo. Why? Unbelievable. Insane. Fizzy legs it to the top path. Slowbro is back in time to deny this score. Let's get back to the Rayquaza though. They still need the Rayquaza, Kamayi. Rayquaza not going down quickly enough. Greg stalling. Japer back on the way. Fizzy in with the Earthquake. The Surf. The Hyperspace Hole. It's in. Oh my goodness. It's BH3. Insanity.
Somehow they were able to take the Rayquaza off of the battlefield, but still a huge KO by Zante on the Inteleon. A valiant effort by BH3, and they were able to get these scores off in time, and BH3 is going to be moving on.
I'm winded. My hands are in the air. Absolute cinema. It's left me breathless. BH3, for the first time this season, make top 3, and new look Kamayi are forced to settle for 4th.
And now Gen 5 has their next matchup ahead of them, as BH3 will be moving on to the losers final. Again, that was an elimination game. Kamayi Esports, unfortunately, will be watching the remainder of the tournament from the bench here. But as we take a look at these final numbers here, the post-game summary, a pretty low KO game. But I gotta say, a couple of members to really shout out here. Zante, a valiant effort in that last final stretch fight, able to get 1 KO. But one of the things that BH3 really had on their team, ability to take things off of the map. Zeraora doing so much damage, but they also have that Urshifu. Again, securing objectives is second nature for this Pokemon.
Do not sleep on this Electro Cat. Not the most explosive game in terms of pure out and out KOs, but it did enough, Sheaf. It did enough. And I want to give a huge shout out to Japer, by the way, who scared Kamayi silly with that backline poke. Potato almost paid for it, forcing out the Unite move from Toast. And then with that vision, with their last gasp as they were KO'd, the first to fall in that fight, Dracu, they told me, Phil, send it, son, send it. And the Infinite Cyber doing the job. This remains one of the most bizarre moments, yet coolest moments in UCS history for me.
I would say pulling 1 Pokemon with Discharge Pool, or the Discharge Tech, is really cool. I've never seen 2 Pokemon getting pulled. It led them to 2 KOs because, you know, what that ability does, it displaces them at such fast rate away from things like your goal zone or your allied teammates. It's just such a really cool thing to see. And not only that, it's really hard to do. Whenever you get it off, it can sometimes be so impactful there.
BH3 with the clutch up of the day, no doubt. For Kamayi, It's difficult to read where it went wrong, but we have to question, surely, Draku prioritizing the Hooper over the Zeraora as first pick.
Yeah. Zeraora is definitely the Pokemon that is taking Thea Sky Ruins by storm here. You know, I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't continue to finish the rip on the Rayquaza. They brought it all the way down to 25%. That was a really lucky shot. Probably not even charged there by Zante. Able to get the KO on the Mewtwo Y at this point. But, you know, they continue to keep the HP bar such that the Rayquaza didn't regenerate back to full, allowing enough time for the Urshifu to make their way back onto the battlefield, and then capturing the Rayquaza and capturing their first losers finals appearance.
Doesn't get easier from here, Draku. They're going to be heading up against Gen 5, but you know, we've seen these tournament formats all too many times, and on your last life, after a series like that, special things can happen. Maybe Gatlu will get that grand final appearance from BH3 yet, who knows?
This is what dreams are made on, Relic, and you know, the dream furthers on for BH3 as they are going to be seeing Gen 5 in the losers final and potentially Nouns Esports in the grand finals. But do not go anywhere. The UNITE Championship Series for March will be back very, very shortly. We'll see how the dream ends or continues for BH3.
Welcome back, everybody. I seem to be pairing everyone today, and it's for a worthy cause. Welcome, Relic, to the booth with me. How are you doing after this match?
I'm doing exquisitely. What an incredible match between two incredible teams, and BH3 are now officially further than they have ever gone before. But can they do even better? Gen 5 stands in their way.
Yeah, it's a worthy opponent. It's on the top of a hill, and it's a very steep hill, I will add, because every single time we end up seeing Gen 5 and Nouns on the grand finals, and Gen 5 desperately wants to do it again.
Or do they? Because often when they end up in those grand finals, they end up losing to Nouns. Of course, only once this season have Gen 5 been able to get the better of Nouns Esports through all of the various guises of these two rosters. So maybe from an audience perspective, maybe BH3 will be the more interesting option out of the two. As I said previously, I think that BH3 coming off the back of this recent series, if the adrenaline is not pumping by this stage, I don't know what is going to get them excited to play Pokemon Unite in the future.
Yeah.
So let's see how it goes, because ultimately their draft was solid. They picked up on draft mistakes from their opponents, and when it came to those clutch factor moments, boy did they clutch up well.
Oh yeah, we've seen some good Zero-Hour plays today. We've seen that good secure on the last Rayquaza from Shifu as well. Wicked Blows have been in good hands today as well. But in regards to meta in general, I'm looking at the statistics from today already, and the most picked Pokemon is actually Snorlax.
Which is bizarre, isn't it? But because I could have sworn that it would have been banned more often. But I think that as we've gone throughout the day, Sprague's quote comes to mind, where he was talking about how the Asia Champions League, again, watch over the course of this weekend if you have, or watch this weekend's action over the course of the next couple of days if you haven't already. Absolutely worth it. But he said on the ground there, it felt like the tournament with the most progression of meta understanding that he has ever seen. And I think we're seeing a continuation of that here today. This explosion of Zero Aura usage, this indecision as to what deserves your ban, whether you should focus more on what opposition trainers are bringing to the table, or whether you should look at what's been good within the microcosm of a series even. It's throwing a lot of these teams for a loop, but that just means all the more fun for us, of course.
Oh yeah, and actually it just gives me a little bit of hope in regards to Unite future and maybe having more slots for bans. Who knows? Who knows? A woman can dream, for sure. For Gen 5, we have Talonflame being the first Pokemon banned alongside a Blissey. The Zero Aura not gonna be playable this time, banned by BH3, and the Suicune definitely, yep, and confirmed the last ban.
I mean, listen, I can't speak much for the dreams of women, but I can speak for the dreams of men, and I hope to see a Phalanx. We'll never see it, of course.
I think the dreams of men is just the dreams of Relic, but just kidding about that.
I live on fool's hope. But maybe Gen 5 looking to play a little bit of fool themselves with this Hooper, this Jester to access all of these rotational options. Didn't work quite so well for BH3's previous opponents, but again, that's with the condition of there was a Zero Aura available. Still plenty of speedsters on the table though, so still that Meowscarada available, that Leafeon available, Japer and Fizzy locking in Mewtwo Y and Snorlax, and there is the first of our speedster options access with Gen 5 Utao going on to Absol, and Megu maybe going on to Goodra?
No, there's no way. Okay.
Well, there you go.
we know how it goes in Pokemon Select. Is just it can throw you for a loop as well. No, it's gonna be a Mew. Also interesting because we haven't been seeing it that much, but we know that the Absol means there's gonna have focus on early game for Gen 5, whereas on BH3 they have a Buzzwole also with a good presence there in the early game alongside a Psyduck.
Yeah, Volto flexing, looking to grab that Absol when he gets a little too close. I also quite like Greg22 with this Psyduck, the Surf looking to push away. Double Speedster locked in as Snow heads onto that Leafeon. Megu, of course, with that hyperscaling Metagross. A Metagross threat, which we saw dispelled pretty effectively so by BH3, by Volto actually, on this Darkrai, of course, with that passive, sending teams to sleep, with that worst nightmare. It could be an instant KO opportunity onto the likes of, well, 4/5 of that Gen 5 team sans the Metagross. I think especially as your late pick, a little bit of a wild card, BH3 could not have done much better, actually.
Yeah, I agree with you, but at the same time, I want to highlight once again the power that Gen 5 holds in the early game with Hooper, Mew, and Absol not having to evolve, and of course the likes of the Leafeon having to evolve just on level 4, which we know is really quick and can go for very good early rotations. We'll see what BH3 and how BH3 is going to adapt to this, as this is going to be so exciting considering BH3 has just gone off the back of a Game 3 series. Now on the orange side versus Gen 5, looking to lock in that grand finals. Once again, revenge against Nouns Esports is just waiting on the other side of this series, but we'll only know once this game gets started. This will be your game 1 of the best of 3 of losers finals on Their Sky Ruins.
Absolutely, and BH3, look, they're batting upwards from here, but that glass ceiling has been broken, Sovchan. The sky is the limit, and here on Their Sky Ruins, we talk about hopes, we talk about dreams. Anything is possible.
Anything, and we love that anything can happen because we want variety. And as you quoted there on Spraggles, the meta is evolving during games, during series, during tournaments, and this is what we love about the game. Now going here to the bot side, we know that you can pressure with a U2Y and the Snorlax onto Lunda, and they're trying to get as much EXP as possible, but you have already Snow on the flank coming in. Very nice boosted auto to chunk down on Fizzy. Oh, and the stolen berry as well that comes from the other side of the map from the Hooper helps out massively.
Yeah, always scary having 2 speedsters raining down on you. Of course, with no evolutions, BH3 sending that Dark right into the central area. Worth remembering, so that they are running special attack specs, so they are going to rotate quicker rather than not, and they're going to want to punish teams for leaving their defenses a little bit wobbly.
Miffil going here to the top side, just waiting for the 850 mark, as you are still taking the wild Pokemon, trying to get into the tank as quickly as possible, and here we are. 2 seconds, 3v2, as no speedster is around, so BS3 has the upper hand in numbers, but take quite a big beating from the side of Gen 5, but they're still going to keep on pushing forward. The tank eats up that berry that was stolen by Hooper, and they're going to be fine for the moment on the bot side, though. Oh, a KO that is brought back on the Absol there by BH3.
I like cherries, I like berries. Something a little bit sweet but sour. Grapes from Japer towards Gen 5, picking up a second KO in quick succession. Gotta say, big fan of that Matang, putting down a lot of damage with the Gyro Ball. But BH3 with these health bars, with that early game advantage, able to get lots of scores down. So Gen 5 still waiting for that Hyperscaler to get online before they can really start to assault these gold zones.
No, exactly. Now on the top side, very aggressive here from Megu. That is just taking down the HP bar on the bus for 8 minutes on the board. And it is Gen 5 who take control over the Swablues and Altaria. And BH3 has to retreat at this point, just trying to read what is the best course of action, as we have Greg on half HP. Miffle is around, but they're not going to commit that just far.
Yeah, really, BH3 want to take down this T1 zone, but they're a little scared to do it. They know that any errant EXP will go straight into the hands of that Matang that will be stuck on zone. So Zero with a bit of vision. Any little bit of EXP that they can deny, though, BH3 will be EXP well earned. Again, though, look at the hesitation, so they don't want to send themselves in too deep.
Yeah, Megu's trying to, as quickly as possible, get into that Metagross, but BH3 will get control over the Swablues. Oh, but Voto is exposed. Now with a headache there onto Greg, pushing people away. Nicely done, but the bot side is Gen 5, who take the upper hand, and they're going to be very easily confirming the objective on their bottom Reggie, as we know that Absol can definitely rush through them. Now top side, Jape is starting out the Reggie Alecki, but goes in Volto, and actually going back Metagross onto Volto. Volto has to retreat and get some berries to come back into this fight. Reggie Alecki is on 70%.
If BH3 plays passive, this is going to play perfectly into Gen 5's modus operandi. I mean, my goodness, that was a deep send, but look at the Phantom Force tech, able to just jump right back out of there. This is Gen 5 down to a T, slowly wins the race. They're happy to be the tortoise if their defense is rock solid.
Oh yeah, but Voto was taken down in the meantime, Relic, so that is one thing that is good for Gen 5 if they can get into the Regieleki pit, but he's getting completely shredded. Cesaro goes in, Phantom Force, now with the knockup as well. It doesn't actually connect. He's going to be the Snorlax taken down, and another reset that comes through on Regieleki. Very nice damage finished off with the Midnight Slash as well, and Gen 5 takes control over this fight, start hitting out on the Regieleki, and the objective is most likely theirs.
There's at the moment where BH3 just got to give it up. Don't want to be all Rick Astley here, but they don't want to let themselves down either, because they've now got a job to do on defense with Gen 5 looking rather opportunistic. There's only one down on this bottom path, but there's a Computer Crush picking up so much shielding. The Leafeon takes down this Buzzwole, sent back to the Pokemon Center twice in as many minutes. Got the Midnight, so the Mirage going down, and ultimately that does enough so to ward away BH3. My goodness, Gen 5 looking so strong with these team comms and communicational plays. Going off without a hitch, they've done nothing wrong so far.
No, 174 to 18 really feels that way. Another 33 on the bot side tier 2 as we have Utah backing off, and they have backup as well with Sazura around as the Hooper, so they are perfectly safe. The EXP as well all around is miles ahead.
Yeah, there is a bruising encounter for BH3, not a single player in double digits just yet. Look at Gen 5, they've got 3 on 2. Finally, that Darkrai hits level 10, but Gen 5's already got their 2 speedsters up onto level 11. Out of any of the Pokemon you don't want to see get a significant level advantage, it would be the Leafeon and the Absol.
No. Something sneaky might be happening on the top side, but what's important is the objective here. Reggie still gets initiated. It's going to be BS3 to continue the combat. Now with the Hooper bound to get Gen 5 into the bot side as well. Mayfield is going to go to the back line as well, but they're not going to actually finish anybody. Fizzy is so close! Oh! The Power Nap saves them just in the nick of time, as they're still going to resist for a little bit longer, allowing BH3 to have the space to take down the objective. And although Gen 5 was defending that and trying to maybe get back and steal some, they weren't able to do so. Now trying to maybe go again onto Fizzy, just uses that XP and gets away.
Sigh of relief for BH3, much needed, born off the back of that truly clutch power nap, keeping Fizzy a relevant threat, which then leads into Fizzy being able to deny Gen 5 access to that Reggie. 237 to 75. Fizzy watching Breathe again, making sure that BH3 hoover up all of those yellow dots to give themselves the best chance of finding back-to-back Reggies.
And Gen 5 definitely needs to get the extra XP here with Regieleki, considering that BH3 stole the bottom Reggie from them. They are in a good position considering they've taken out tier 1, but there's an ambush here in the tall grass. Greg takes damage, 50% has to use himself away. Oh, but look at the Super Swole Slam! Just doing God's work, but it is a 1-for-1 in this fight. Trying to get something more, the Shinichi Doja lane, the inevitable Miffle will go down, and Greg has to disengage, or else, Utah 2KO streak.
Yeah, the damage output is simply too powerful at this point. Lost in the Sortis Absol, but into the Midnight Slash, finds more KOs and the speed boost, batted away by Volto and suplexed into the ground. It's got to feel good if you're Volto, but it's not going to feel good so if you're BH3. 354 to 75. Gen 5 can sit back and relax in this raid bit. As long as they have numbers to defend either of those T1 zones, they're sitting pretty.
That was a super satisfying superpower, if I do say so myself. But now going here to the central area, as everybody on the side of Gen 5 has cleared out as much as they could in the central, going on to their side of the map with 15 seconds for bottom Reggie to spawn. Every little bit of XP is necessary. Fizzy in the tall grass, getting vision of what maybe Gen 5 will do, because that little bit of time for bottom Reggie is going to be useless if you don't get in time for Rayquaza, as they're doing it right now. Fizzy on 50%, so close, and they get slashed in half, but it's going to be a very bad spot for an Absol, who gets traded back, and a speedster for a defender. Rayquaza on the board.
Volto with a monumental counter to take Absol off the board with that Midnight Slash in tow as well. Poking and prodding. Gen 5's going to watch out here, and they're going to move back. Neither team wanting to make the crucial misstep that sees them give over the game.
Oh, and they're going in with a Hooper Unbound, and look at the computing crash, crashing them in place, and it's huge, but all of a sudden BS3 is still standing, so it doesn't matter that much. You still need to get more damage if you're Gen 5. 1, 2, 3, and ace! A 5 KOs that goes for Gen 5 and a Rayquaza to boot.
There was not a moment that BH3 could have done with... blink and you miss it, folks. Quite
Again,
literally, blink and you'll miss it.
It's what this broadcast is, Relic. We have been seeing it from the get-go. 754 to 75 is your score.
Unreal. And all thanks to that midnight slash. Honestly, that Absol comes in and they just rip it. Seeing BH3, the vision already provided by the team. Hey, they're all clumped up here. Go for it, son. Psycho cut into one of the most devastating Unite moves when it lands. And all that Leafeon has to do is clean up shop.
Yeah, and it's looking like everything is on sale. So Zero will be able to get away on that one. But BH3 trying to do the impossible and climb back 700 odd points. We only have 5 members and a potential of 100 each. And it's not even the case. A couple of donuts in everybody's heads. Fizzy, power nap, pre-med into the air, trying to get more with the Midnight Slash as well. Going in with the Metagross. Megu actually doesn't land a computing crash on anybody, so that whip is gonna cost at least some time. But BH3 is falling at the seams, only 1 member's left standing. That's gonna be Fizzy, and Fizzy is not gonna be able to do much more. Gen 5 is 1-0 in your best of 3 for loser finals.
When you give Gen 5 the opportunity, Soph, to run up through the gears, when they hit top revs, you know you're getting run over. It was already an uphill task at Rayquaza with the lead that they had established. By the time they had put their scores down post Rayquaza, that 45-degree angle had turned into a 90-degree angle. You needed the biggest jump of your life to overcome that hurdle. Not a terrible look, not a disastrous look from BH3. I think that the score perhaps a little overinflated, but certainly telling of the dominance that Gen 5 exuded in the macro.
It was huge. The Rayquaza fight with that computing crash with 3 members closed
Unreal.
in. That was huge. Mega really with the highlight plays as well. Snow since the beginning of the game with good rotations alongside Utah on the speedsters. And BH3, I saw Volto do so well as well in a couple of these moments. But one thing that I don't feel like it's really fitting into this meta right now is the Darkrai not as powerful as it has been before.
No, but I also feel like, again, when you are in that position where you don't have any evolutions to go through, it doesn't matter whether you've got some big stat hitters early game with the likes of your Buzzwole, your Darkrai, your Mewtwo. We saw them sitting and hoping that Gen 5 would spring the trap multiple times over, especially on that top path. We saw Megu left to their own devices to run through as many ball toys as they wish and just evo up to, onto Metagross pretty unabashedly and pretty much unchallenged throughout. Only 52k doesn't really tell the story, as the amount of gyro balls that they were able to put down onto BH3 that caught 2 or more members meant that they were never really at risk, so even in that Matang state of going down early game. And after that, can start to hyperscale, and already those speedsters with a level advantage can really play on those devastating defense penetration stats that have been added in recent patches.
Because we saw, speaking of defenses, Fizzy, the front line, the Snorlax, was just completely obliterated in a couple of these fights. They went in, even a Solar Beam was doing that much. You finish off with the Absol as well. Even the Power Nap wasn't enough to keep them standing for enough time. And usually it was Fizzy, the only person who was left standing, while the other squishies in the team were just finished pretty swiftly.
Absolutely. Look, it's not the end of the road for BH3. Of course, they still have one more game to go, at least to recover their series, and then we move into a game 3, no doubt. But look at this. I mean, you called out the computing crash beautifully, but even still, BH3, in an effort to try and save those 3 trapped in the Colosseum, they basically line themselves up for the Absol with that Midnight Slash, and if they're not getting the KO, then somebody else most certainly is.
Oh yeah, Gen 5 really took this game as the first word in the letter of we are going back to Grand Finals. And Gen 5 is definitely feeling as strong as we would expect, as we saw in the match that they played in the Winners Finals against Nouns Esports themselves. So, getting into game 2, draft on your screen.
Immediately, not wanting to wait around. Look, BH3, they have got the most difficult job for any team when they're looking to level up as individuals within Pokemon Unite. They've got to break the habit of playing Gen 5 like they are Gen 5. They've got to play Gen 5 like they can beat Gen 5. And immediately, I'm loving these bans. Proactive, taking big, heavy damage dealers off the board. It removes the win conditions away from just doing big numbers, go burr. It can lean a little more into tactics and how you play on the micro, which I think will suit BH3 a lot better.
I agree. And what this means...
Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the fact that BH3 didn't ban the Suicune and they are on the purple side, they get to pick it for themselves. But we know that as powerful as it is, it's still a Pokemon that is mainly focused on having the hindrances on the field. And it needs the rest of the team to really pile on the extra damage. Now Gen 5 is going the complete opposite route with 2 supporters.
We've seen Utah on this Blissey in the qualifiers. It still doesn't feel right to me. But if the Blissey and the Hooper are there available, then why not? We'll see Greg running pseudo support with this Umbreon. Fizzy is going to try and dispel the idea that Gen 5 can go with a speedster by running this Mamoswine. Not that Gen 5, and in particular Snow, maybe they will listen to... I mean, they're going to go last pick here. Mega going to lock in that Gyarados instead. Still scary running into the Mamoswine, but a Hyperscaler in one-stage Evo form. Don't give me hope. So,
for everybody that has just joined us, Phalanx has been the last bit of hope and sparkle of dreams in Relic's eyes, and every time that it's hovered,
oh, we got a
cries
Greninja instead. It doesn't matter. I'm happy with this.
Okay,
The big old frog ninjas out here. We're happy.
I'll take the water frog for sure.
Oh, do we have the Battle Bunny?
Whoa! That's it, folks. Greninja Cinderace on your field for a match point between Gen 5 and BH3.
Ooh, feeling a bit collusion. Is it Pokemon Legend Zah? He's feeling a bit zesty out here. My goodness, right. So you've got Mephil, this ADC ultimately, running central area with huge kiting potential and that big water shuriken burst unite move. A lot of hyperscaling, actually, when we look at this BH3 esport roster with a wider lens. You've got that Volto Garchomp, another ace pick for this player. Gen 5, their hyperscaling comes through the Gyarados and through the Cinderace. Of course, Cinderace with huge ripability with those basic autos. I imagine we're going to see a running feint to try and weave their way away from what would otherwise be KO'able opportunities for their opponents. Whether we see Pyro Ball or not is a bit in doubt. I imagine we'd probably see Blaze Kick. That is the traditional Cinderace set. Worth mentioning, of course, Cinderace, though, there is logic behind this pick, and not just because the ACL players enjoy it. Also added a defense penetration stat, and so running a similar sort of damaging role to the speedsters, albeit with better scale up into the late game.
And if anyone is thinking, well, isn't this supposed to be the speedster meta? And there is no speedster. Well, you have a defense penetration buff there on the Cinderace, so it kinda counts. That's why the speedsters have been powerful relics, so maybe that counts in some way. Game 2 on your screen, BH3 versus Gen 5 on their Skyroams.
And this Suicune going bottom path. I wasn't completely convinced by Adesu's Suicune, not until Nouns Esports really took control of that previous Gen 5 series. Maybe a better look here from Japer, who's rotating off that Shifu. A different look here, of course, remember, with a huge passive pressure. When you've got those soaked enemies, when you get those enemies frozen, there's a little bar similar to your Tyranitar Unite move. Insta KO if they fall below that threshold.
And one thing that is happening while we are paying attention to the lanes is the fact that Snow actually went out to the top side and helps, so the scoreboard is going to be a little behind in their rotation and cleaning out the central. First and K opener of this game goes out here on the bot side, and BH3 gets to score 5 points on top of, and we know that Greninja can have a very good presence as long as they keep on getting EXP and evolving. Now with a rotation to the top side, 850. We'll see who's going to be the first one to guarantee this one, and it looks like it's the side of BH3 who get the majority of it.
You know the BH3 were really thinking through draft, because Mifil, that Inteleon was right there. Oh, an Aaron KO there from the reboot. It'll be our K opener of game number 3. But certainly with the Inteleon available, you think surely that's a free send for Mifil. But recognizing that Gyarados threat, of course, they understand that Greninja's actually better equipped to deal with it. And here comes the flank from the Suicune.
Oh, that Whirlpool was nasty. Snow actually escapes a trick to get that movement speed and shield onto the reboot as well, so helps out, and they manage to get out safely. Now on the bot side, Fizzy facing between 2 members of BH3, needs to be careful. Still getting 17 points scored now with the help of Mewtwo, while Lunda is able to get some chunk down onto Japa as they are rotating here for the central area. Voto started out on the Swablues, and they take some of it, but at the cost of their own life, as they are taken down center, the Pokemon Center, as they are still pushing here for Gen 5 for something more.
Japa's feeling real frustrated here, waiting for that level 6 to gain access to Ice Beam, of course, the crucial 1-2 combo to actually activate their passive in the first place. So for the moment, Gen 5 doing a really good job of shackling them, finally hits level 6 in the meantime. Still only got this Gabite and Piloswine, but at least Greninja online for Mifil level 7. That said, Gen 5 have got 2 level 7s. Oh, by the way, their Cinderace is already level 8. Gen 5 taking the early game and really handing it to BH3.
Yeah, feeling really nice, and especially because you have 50 points odd in advantage for Gen 5. If that builds up, especially with a Regieleki push, could be devastating. Magneto is the only person for Gen 5 that is on the top side. But bot side, Regice is obliterated. Gen 5 is the one to guarantee. It's going to be Lunda who takes the final hit and confirms the objective. They could still push forward for the Whirlpool. Very nice slow and stun there, granted by Japa. 2 KO streak is confirmed by Snow, which is doing so good in this game already as Cinderace.
Snow is absolutely cooking. Combined with the heals from the Blissey and the Hooper that can activate it even further, its maneuverability with Trick. That's a nasty combo that means that as long as it keeps its distance, BH3 don't really have anything that can try and activate any sort of frontline pressure. That Greninja will do its best, and it certainly does do well here, so the Blazing Bicycle kick way too late in the day. Regieleki goes to BH3.
At least you get that BH3, so nice rotate, and managing to trade out the objectives could force out something here, but because they didn't get that much points in advantage, this is just going to be the EXP, and none of the zones actually affected.
Volto's still level 8, Piloswine, my goodness. Fizzy still on level 7. They're not out of it just yet, BH3. Let's not, you know, let's not sign their papers before they're done and before everything's said and done here. There's still a chance for them to get back into it, and certainly with that Evo, great timing. The Livid Outrage Volto finally activated, trying to steal away the berries, and does so because Zero had full health.
Ooh, they take one, but they also get taken down, so this trade rather equal here for Gen 5, but the objective spawning sooner rather than later is on the bot side, so they would have to fully rotate back as the Hooper amount was already used. Now going on to Greg, having to use that Midnight Frost to maybe escape, but not enough, as now Mifil finds themselves between 1 and 3 players of Gen 5. Takes 1, takes 2, doesn't take 2, but that was close, Relic.
All the dogs across the world, their ears just pipped up, and they know for sure that there was no KO on that Gyarados Sofchan. It was a really close run thing, but they're able to get away with it. Also, I've got to correct myself. No heals from the Blissey, of course, because it's running Safeguard, so it's enabling Snow even more, and that Regirock is in Gen 5's pockets.
Oh, and it looks good for a mighty push as well. Fizzy getting them up into the air with the Ice Fang. Mammoth Mash as well. But it's not really being that effective as Gen 5 is just slashing through that defense as 1, 2 go down. And now it could be next. The Blazing Bicycle kick to finish them off. But now with the Livid Outrage as the last stance to protect this zone. Might be able to take one. No, it's 4 KO streak for Snow.
Oh! They could have gotten 10 extra points out of that zone. They were a little bit too eager, a little bit too excited. Snow truly popping off, but you've got to feel so sorry for Volto there. So with the Livid Outrage, there were too many opponents to go for. They get a little bit lost there, a little bit dazed, flash banged, and all of a sudden, this balloon lead, Gen 5 129 to 62 again, not as big as it could be, and that's the one silver lining that BH3 has to take it.
And they take another KO alongside that as well, but the Infinite Sidebun will claim their victims with 2 members down already for BH3, pushing out forward. Gen 5 to do with taking this tier 1 on the top side. 40 points go in, and look at the kiting that comes through both the Mewtwo Y and the Cinderace. It's going to be a 41 overdunk, and were you asking for a bigger lead, Relic? Here you go.
Were you not entertained? Well, I'm certainly entertained now. This Cinderace, honestly, in the battle of the 2 Collision starters, you'd always say Greninja, but in this case, it is the Cinderace running the roost. They're just playing football, and they are striking so many goals now.
The Water Shuriken, they use the Unite move there, Mythil, on the Greninja, on basically nobody, just Swablu's and Altaria. So, I know that's gonna be, is there gonna be plenty of time? 40 seconds for final stretch could be a problem here for BH3, as Gen 5 is already on red ice, and with these attackers, and the Mewtwo Y as the all-rounder can guarantee the amount of damage that you can just apply to that objective. 20 seconds for Rayquaza.
Here I was laughing at Pyroball. They're absolutely running Pyroball, and it's absolutely working. This feels like a personal validation. This is exactly what I ran when this game first released, Soph. Level 14, not a single player below level 12. BH3, this might be impossible.
J-Poke trying to make it possible. Whirlpool just to gather some space and trying to conquer it back into the central area themselves for BH3. Ooh, a little exposed. Very nice reposition there with a safeguard plus helping hand provided by the Blissey. But Rayquaza is in a better position for Gen 5 than it is for the side of BH3. J-Pa takes damage. A nice knockup. Volta is found in the tall grass as we're still waiting to see proper action to happen.
Yeah, they've either got to try and go for a back cap, or they've just got to send it and hope for the rip. Here we go, Fizzy into the Mammoth Mash.
Oh, but it's going out really low instead. Hooper Unbound as well to get the stuns into the action. And it's going to be the Cinderace. It's the highlight of Gen 5 and the newbie of the team. But definitely not newbie on the field. This is the player to bring the Rayquaza home to Gen 5 and potentially the 2-0.
As close to an ace as you can get, J-Pa will score double 40. Not that that will scratch the totals, the heights that Gen 5 are reaching. The glass ceiling might be broken, so, but this BH3 flight has run out of fuel. They're heading back to the airport, unfortunately, as Gen 5, not for the first time this season, of course, are looking at Nouns Esports and hoping for stardom.
Looking eye to eye with the revenge match of the year in the Europe region for UNITE Championship Series. A 3 KO streak here guaranteed by Mythil. 4 for that matter. But it doesn't matter with 500 odd points that they would need to score. Gen 5 has pretty much this all locked up in a bank.
It truly was a wonderful game, Soph. A wonderful effort from BH3. This is the Gen 5 that we want to see in the grand finals, though. We want to see this team not just resetting the bracket, truly giving Nouns Esports the sort of threat, the sort of terror that we saw earlier only once this year. Otherwise, EU region, Nouns might be your sole hope when it comes to the international stage.
Oh, and we want to see Gen 5 thrive because that matchup is what we live for in this region, Relic. And to be fair, this game, with this roster and the Snow Edition, I feel very optimistic.
certainly, it will never feel right seeing Utah on a 0-10 game, let alone on a Blissey 0-10 game. But they undeniably cooked here. They understood what Cinderace brought to the table, and they were able to set up that Cinderace pick from their first 2 options in draft, locking down the double support, locking down the Hooper and the Blissey. With those foundations, there are so many different possibilities and combinations that they can actually build out from here. It's why draft remains still something that this region needs to get to grips with.
Yeah, but well, one thing that Gen 5 definitely has that grip on is the versatility Keller has been mentioning throughout the day. The way these players can just switch around on their roles and still perform out pretty well. It's just something that always works wonders in a competitive setting, especially when you always want to make it to grand finals. But just like February, you also want to win.
Totally, 100%. And look, BH3 would have wanted to win here, of course, although both of their defeats ultimately were by rather sizable margins. I don't think it was for the want of trying, and I certainly think that their drafting wasn't terrible. I don't mean to insinuate that, most certainly. I feel like the wild Greninja pick had a lot of logic behind it in trying to kite that Mewtwo Y, and trying to kite the Gyarados especially, or in trying to chase down the supports that might find themselves on their last legs. Unfortunately, when you're running into a team with barely any Evos, you have got to get your early game right with 3 Hyperscalers, or you're going to be in desperate trouble once you hit the 5-minute mark. That's exactly the narrative that played out here, and BH3 just couldn't catch up.
It's difficult. As you said, the Titans that BH3 faced today, and the fact that they made it into a 3rd place as they did, BH3, we know they have potential. But sometimes the competition, as we said, the hill is a little too steep. This Quadra was beautiful.
Truly an outstanding game from Snow. And look, whatever your opinion on who should be in what role and how Gen 5 should play, or if they're happy playing as they are now, one thing is for certain: a lot of people have been hyped about Snow for the longest time. They think that he was kind of held back by other rosters that he's been on. I think Lelovers was a great roster for him. I think this is a new level of play for this person, you know, to go into the central area, to be given that responsibility on such a well-regarded roster, must be a huge shot of confidence into the arm. And you can see there the confidence to pick a Cinderace, to trust fully 100% in his teammates, to support him in his efforts to be the ADC supported by a Gyarados. Well, you saw the results for yourselves, folks. A fantastic and complete game against this BH3 roster. But Soph, BH3 and Nouns, there are levels in this esports.
Yeah, there are levels, and BH3 is definitely trying to climb up that rank. But Gen 5 is up to par, as we always see them in the grand finals. We're going to go into a short break while we get an interview ready for you all before we even jump into the grand finals. So stay tuned. We're going to be right back. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome in, Lunda. Congratulations on making it to grand finals
Hello.
again.
Hello. Thank you.
Right, so how does it feel, yet again, going out grand finals against Nouns? We know that last month was different. How do you feel today?
We feel good. It's the first time we're playing with Snow as a member of G5, but things are going good, and overall the team's mid is pretty good right now, so I think we'll be fine.
Lunda, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Fantastic game there at the end, especially with the Cinderace pick. It feels like a real throwback if, of course, it wasn't played on ACL. Were you planning on that Cinderace pick right at the beginning of draft, or was the Blissey and the Hooper just sort of predetermined, and then you'll kind of flex with whatever your opponents picked in that order?
Nothing was planned about the Cinder, but we kind of just felt like it was a good character there, so we just picked it, and it worked out great. He played really well.
Well, that's valid then. So we mentioned the Snow pick, we mentioned Snow himself. So for this grand finals, how do you feel like things will be in regards to Snow? Do you think everything is aligned between everybody in the team and him? What's the vibe?
Yeah, I mean, right now we feel good. We just feel like we're just playing the game, having fun, and there's a bunch of friends, and yeah, we're ready to go on.
I'm very glad to hear it, because this is the moment for you guys to bring it back again against Nouns Esports. So congratulations again. We hope you have a great game, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
Bonne chance.
Bonne chance, Lunda. Right, Relic, I'm going to throw it to you and to Draco. Bye again, Lunda, and this
Bye.
is it for me for the moment. Have a great one, everybody, on the grand finals. Up to you, Relic.
Thank you, Mercy, Draco. Let's hop on over here, shall we? We've got our grand finals set up and ready. Shock horror. It's we're just trying to flex all the French here. It's Nouns versus Gen 5. Unbelievable. The scenes. I could never see this happening. But are we really just going to go deja vu here? Is it really just going to be the repeat that we've seen so often, so many times over? Nouns Esports eventually wins against... Oh, my goodness. Presents. Thank you very much.
Presents?
I had a hot drop. I've not eaten in a while. Just a hot drop of food has appeared on my table. So I'm super excited. I hope that you're all super excited. The question is, does Gen 5 have the excitement levels and the tactical nous, Draco, to be able to dismantle this Nouns Esports team who, no matter what, seem happy to just clutch up no matter the situation? Inder is on a race streak right now.
Well, you got your food there, Relic. I hope those in the
It
audience
smells
got
really
our
good.
popcorn, because this is a movie that I feel like we've seen time and time again. Nouns Esports, Gen 5. Of course, for Gen 5, they do not want to see this movie once again. If we take a quick look at the history of at least these two teams in the last couple of weeks, final stretch play-ins, Gen 5 qualifying through the grand finals, also through the loser side of the bracket. They reset the bracket 2-0 and then get reverse sweeped in the grand finals reset against Nouns Esports. Again, they had Kranix before, now they have Snow. Is Snow the difference maker? I think that's where we need to look at.
I'll put it this way. Do I think that Snow is more of a difference maker than Kranix? Yes. I think that the role that Snow operates in is a lot more aggressive and a lot more ADC orientated than Kranix, who tends to lean more into those all-rounders. They're more of a brawler. They can set up as well as finish off KOs. Snow, as we've seen many times today, give this kid a Zero Aura, and they're going to fly to the moon. I think their roster pool is also a lot deeper than Kranix, and so in that regard, I think it also works out a little bit better for Gen 5. The real MVP for me is Yutao. I'm going to wax lyrical about him again, taking the hit, saying, I'm not going to play ADC, I'm not going to play top path, I'm going to sit back, play defender, play supporter, and play IGL with a wider view of what's going on. For the moment, it's working. It looks a lot more harmonious than the Kranix look Gen 5. Is it enough, though? Is it enough? Because I'd argue that this is as good as we've seen Nouns Esports look, with Inder as part of the team as well. Their power level only rising as well.
Yeah, I feel like Inder's finally getting a footing on this Nouns esport roster. It's giving me vibes of TTV of old. You know, getting some of those crazy steals with like Hoopa last year in during the UCS season. Now getting it with a different look on supporters. Getting it with Blissey done once again as he's done many times before. You know, Nouns looking somewhat shaky when Inder joined the roster. I think it was in January and February, having some stumbles along the way, but clearly they do have their momentum continuing from the final stretch play-ins, losing maybe a map or two in today and in yesterday's event, but they are looking stronger than ever, and Inder is looking to form.
I would argue that a lot of this series upcoming will come down to bans and ace picks. Which team is going to get the most of what they want? Which it feels simple to say. It feels like, of course, that's how it works. That's just draft. But genuinely, we've seen the likes of Zero Aura completely mutate a matchup into something that was unwinnable to all of a sudden something that is winnable just off the back of this one Pokemon, enabled by the rest of the team. Of course, we've got to remember it's not just a one-player game. But these power play picks, whether it's your Gyarados, whether it's your Leafeon, whether it's your Absol, or indeed your Zero Aura, setting up your squad for success. As much as I always like to say defense first and support first, but you got to have those damage numbers or you are going to be struggling.
Yeah, we've seen, at least in today's event, that first pick side is a very scary first pick side. Like if Pokemon like Hoopa is not being banned out, that's being first selected on that side. If Zero Aura is somehow let through the draft, that is being selected on the first side. For some of these games, it feels like whoever gets that Zero Aura is going to be the team at least winning that game. And it's so much momentum that this Pokemon can provide, and it's quite refreshing to see. There's never been a metagame, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, there's never been a metagame where Zero Aura has had this much priority. Not when we had blind pick, not when we've had draft. This is the first time we've ever seen it, and it's a delight to see. And especially when these teams haven't really had the opportunity to play this Pokemon to its utmost potential. We saw glimpses of it, like I was saying before, from Luminosity and Nouns Esports in the WCS. Now that it's had all of these additions to this Pokemon, it's had a couple of buffs before the damage penetration buff was added. Now it's gotten this buff, kind of shadow added to this Pokemon. It's incredible.
We had our throwback match with the Cinderace and the Greninja back to Season 1. I forget whether Zero Aura was part of the initial roster or whether it came halfway through Season 1. I want to say it was halfway through Season 1. But the memory that sticks with me the most, Draku, is it was a bit of a laughing stock. Like, here's this speedster who should be good in the early game, and it tickles. It doesn't do much at all. Maybe you have some aficionados who are able to play a tune out of it, but generally speaking, you don't pick Zero Aura. What a difference 4 very, very, very long years can make with the addition of a brand new substat that nobody even knew was there 3 weeks ago, by the way. We could have seen this Zero Aura popping off in the final stretch play-in. Never mind. That's an alternate timeline. We're here in this current one. And if I'm Nouns Esports with this first pick going into this grand final, that's possibly my second ban. I think certainly you want to keep it open with the potential to pick it first, but you also don't want to give it over to your opponents if you yourself are wanting to prioritize those supports, which we know Nouns Esports does like to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if we think back to some of the history of Zero Aura, it had like it was one of the only Pokemon that had a power spike at level 14, which is incredible. It also had like its Unite move available to it at level 10.
Yeah,
I think
it was wild, crazy times.
It took so long to get this Pokemon online. It doesn't have its primary damaging ability given to it at level 7, whereas a lot of other speedsters, for example, like Leafeon, gets its primary damaging ability at 4. You think Zoroark or Dodrio, very powerful evolutions at level 5. This thing needs to get to level 7, and then to level 9, and then way back when to level 14. So, like I was saying, really refreshing to see this Pokemon 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, that was Gengar. So, like, what's next, right? We saw some glimpses of a speedster that is not picked very often, but in the right hands can be absolutely devastating. I was watching a lot of the ACL, and when we were watching, I think their name was Slime on
the Scyther.
Sizz or Scyther.
Yeah.
It was incredible. We have a couple of Scyther players here on this side of the pond. I'm thinking Anisus from the LATAM North region, Parasite from the NA region, but Scyther is another one of those Pokemon that, in my opinion, if they do get that damage penetration buff, it could be a speedster that is very similar to Gengar a couple of weeks ago, and now Zeraora this week. It might be the new flavor of the month in a couple of weeks.
I'll throw an Emo from Peru in there as well. I think a Nemo Scyther is disgustingly
That's
good.
correct.
Are you happy, trainers? What was it a month ago? Oh, the meta's not changing enough. Oh, I don't like it. Small balance changes. Now we're having a new meta every single week. You know what? It's actually kind of fun. I'm kind of sold on the prospect. And I know we're buying time. Yo, casters, start the game. We're just doing ready checks. Gen 5 wanted to take a breather, understandably. They are now in lobby, and we should be heading into draft very, very soon. But Draku, we have to therefore pivot into the one question that we haven't really asked ourselves. Who wins? Do we really think that this Gen 5, the way that they look, is enough to topple the Nouns monument that has creaked, it has shivered, but it has not fallen, not truly? Only that one exception, of course, earlier this year.
Had a couple of glimpses of the Leaning Tower of Nouns, but just like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, stable as can be, at least hopefully, to the tremors of Gen 5 as we head into the game 1 of our Grand Finals series. Nouns Esports on our first pick side. Again, access to that Zeraora if Gen 5 does not decide to ban that out. Double Speedsters, Umbreon, Hoopa are going to be up on the bench.
Wild that they've gone Talonflame over Zeraora, especially on the basis of what we've seen today. And there it is. Toon Slim Zeraora, first pick. It was never in doubt. I look at Gen 5 now. I'm asking, what are you going to do to lock this thing down? Well, you got Suicune. You've got Suzuro on the Blissey. Now, will we see that Blissey supporting an ADC? Or is this truly going to be more of a healing Blissey? We wait we wait with bated breath, Draku, really.
They're going to pull out the 10th pick Cinderace once again, possibly. Get more damage penetration Pokemon out on the battlefield. Suicune, in my opinion, I think you were reflecting on this a little bit earlier in the broadcast. It hasn't had maybe the impact that I was expected, but 3 Pokemon that have been banned very frequently in the ACL and also in today's event, Suicune, Blissey, and Psyduck on the side of Gen 5. This is a monster of a draft so far.
Oh, Gatlu Blaziken, Gatlu Mimikyu, Gatlu, what are you going to pick, my dude? Gatlu Buzzwole, I love that into the Metagross. We're still not decided. Okay, going for that hyperscaling threat in the end to join the Inteleon late game. Now, Gen 5, looking at this composition, that Blissey surely has to be a healer. Sure, I mean, maybe there's some synergy to be had with this Metagross. Snow on a bit of an ace pick here, though. With the Serena, with some shielding, with the ability to lock down that Zeraora. Not a bad look. A strange composition, but one that I think could find success.
Tempo a little late game for both teams as Serena needs to get to level 6 and get access to those primary abilities at level 7. Metagross needs to get to level 9. Suicune, though, doesn't need an evolution. Same thing for the Psyduck. I think, especially in the early game, expect the dominance to be on the side of Nouns Esports. Really strong with Snorlax. Again, tackle, last hitting ability just really strong. Adesu, Sobble, and Drizzle at level 5. Really good at last hitting wild Pokemon with the critical hitting auto attacks and also with the water gun as well. Could we potentially see an invade from Nouns Esports? We've seen that time and time again from Bruv. Could possibly see that here once again.
Well, the green lush fields and the mighty ruins await for Nouns Esports and Gen 5. For what is that now? The 6th, 7th time this year? It's been a long road for sure, and yet somehow we keep on ending up in the same place. For Nouns, 2-game wins away from yet another victory to add to the cabinet. Gen 5, 2 wins away from resetting the bracket and needing to do it all over again. Nouns your purple side, Gen 5 your orange. To Thea Sky Ruins we go for our grand finals.
It has been a long winter, Relic, but I think the flowers are starting to bloom quite literally on Thea Sky Ruins. Of course, there's no seasonal change on Thea Sky Ruins, as we know so far. But let's head down to the bottom path where Bruv, using that really nice hollowware, newest for Snorlax, heads to the top path. It is going to be that Comfey and the Zero Aura. This is a pairing that is very scary once they have Discharge and potentially Sweet Kiss available to them.
Look at that healing already early game. It's pretty effectual. Toon Slim going after this second bundle beast. Zero going to try and steal it away, and they do successfully. Very nicely handled on this bottom path. One player we failed to mention, Draku Bruv on the Snorlax. Not in my nightmares.
Yeah, that is a pairing that is nightmare fuel, quite literally. If it's not the Mr. Mime for Bruv, it is definitely the Snorlax, one of the best Snorlax players in the European region.
First of the clouds on the way. We've got Megu rotated up to top path. Weird to see Megu going central area, isn't it? Evo onto the Drizzile on bottom path. And meanwhile, Megu does enough to dispel the threat for the moment. You got Snow eating a bit of damage as well, but no harm, no foul. 0-0 on board, 90 seconds in.
At least we're getting an early lead in the bottom path, actually just in line with the Suicune in the bottom path. Again, a pretty slow start to the game. They do need quite a bit of levels to get their second and third tier evolution. Blissey has a hat now on the head, maybe trying to make a magician's move here of the Zero Aura. It's going to be very difficult, though, with that Comfey supporting them with that healing ability. This Metagross, though, could do some work here in the early game, but the support from Adesu here for the knockout.
Yeah, the worst thing there as well, so Zero commits and he probably gets the KO on the Zero Aura and the pop to level 5. Gatlu, though, popping on to level 7. The Evo to Blaziken secured. We've got that Whirlpool attempt to do damage. Eject button overheat. Name a more iconic duo.
Oh, take a heel to the throat, little duck. They send back to the bathtub as they're running down to the bottom path. Teams start to split up here in the central area. Some to the top path, some down to the bottom path. Bruv here to help defend this tier 1 goal zone. Might just be a little bit too late though. Oh, was that a grass knot? No, that was a little Vine Whip to stop the score.
Oh, that's nasty work. And still 0-0. That's a soccer score. That's a football score. My apologies, Europeans. I forget that I am in my home territory. 3 minutes in. First set of Reggies on the way. And to be fair, the fact that Nouns haven't scored is probably the biggest W that Gen 5 can claim. Level lead most certainly with Nouns. Numbers game in their favor on this Registeel. Yutao will look for the save, but there is no save to be found. Registeel to Nouns Esports.
Yeah, incredible rip and incredible secure on the side of Nouns Esports. That discharge doing so much damage and that auto attack pressure from the Inteleon. Really good secure. Always got to be very careful around these objectives. As Gen 5 pivoting up to the top path, really prioritizing that Regieleki, getting these scores in. Nouns Esports breaking that bottom path, scoring 5 points on the tier 2 goal zones. Pretty conventional strategy for either team. Both teams just prioritizing either side of the field.
This is the holiday season come early for Snow, by the way, running the attack weight stacks. They've gotten max stacks and the T1 break, and Gen 5 have been able to take the lead off Nouns after taking down the T1 on bottom path. Short-term loss, long-term investment for Gen 5 pays off handsomely.
We gotta be very careful here. The water type damage, again, typing doesn't matter here, but effective nonetheless. It takes 3 members to take down Gatlu, but Gatlu's gotta walk the distance to the tier 2 goal zone because maybe they didn't get all of their own attack weight stacks online. Well, this is a very, very close game of Pokemon Unite. As we head to the halfway point of the game, 8 points separates these two teams. As we take a look at the levels, lots of level 9s, 1 level 8 on the side of Gen 5, and Nouns Esports with a sliver of a level lead, most likely getting that southern Reggie spawn, giving them that global EXP.
It's how far ahead they were on level 10 already, though, that makes a difference, and we can see that case in point. Toon Slim level 11 on that Zera Aura. Next set of Reggies on the way, and Gen 5 is certainly angling for this bottom path Reggie, as opposed to the Regieleki first time around. Freeze and Whirlpool locked in place, Bruv with Vision. Certainly having Vision now, Megu pops the X speed to get away. Are they running Magnet Rise on this? Or are they running Zen Headbutt? It is Zen Headbutt, and they tried to catch out Toon Slim, not quite this time.
Gen 5 has no tier 1 goal zones to retreat to. They do have the Blissey to help with the heals here as the snipe shots come raining in. Again, gotta be very careful now. Esports really strong secure with all of their abilities. All the night moves. First team fight engagement coming in. Blissful assistance from the Kanto region. There is the Ice Shards coming down on the battlefield as well. We lose one member for Gen 5. Here comes the secure for the Regirock and the Discharge. KO streak of 2, but it looks like Gen 5 able to hold it to their field.
Very scary moment there as Gen 5 simply couldn't find a KO for Toffee. Not a single one. Bruv with the block at an opportune moment, but thankfully Gen 5 stick it out and they manage to win the coin flip on bottom path. Reggie with the discharge not able to tick it over at the crucial moment. So Gen 5, a big win in their column. Still haven't taken the level lead overall, but with that Suicune now on 12, it's parity.
Was it a coin flip? Did they select the right hand? We will never know. As we head to the top path, once again, Gen 5 really solid positioning this time with their tier 1 goal zone to retreat to. There is that jump pad, and this is probably the last team fight engagement to take this one down, and Toon is going to blow them away. The flowery field, more like a gravery of field, as Toon gets a KO streak of 2.
They're going to be able to take this Regieleki. Oh no, they're not. The health bar goes back up, chasing after it, but doing enough consistent damage to ultimately claim that KO that they desired. Here goes Toon in with a Volt Switch. No, never mind. The Queen Ascendant locks them down. Another computer crush. 3 KOs in the space of this seconds for Gen 5. Yeah, this Regieleki ain't going nowhere. Bruv, meanwhile, exits stage left.
Gotta grab a citrus berry. They do get additional healing from that berry as they retreat back through the jump pad there. They're gonna pivot down to the bottom path. It is going to give them a lead with a really, really favorable overcap. I believe that was a 35-point overcap. Now Gen 5 is looking in prime position. As we take a look at the levels here, 30 seconds before the rendezvous at 2. 2 level 13s, exactly where you want them to be. Another level 13, that Inteleon, now doing a little bit more damage with all of their abilities, hitting that power spike at level 13, but a Pokemon I am going to be watching is the Serena.
Oh, no, the Sai popped in pure desperation. The block, and then the Blaze kick. Nouns Esports almost catch Captain Yutao out, and that surely would have been the end. Coin flip for the Regice. Will it even go down? Overheat, they do take it. Nouns Esports have it, and Gen 5 have to launch the assault now. Plasma Gale, and Yutao falls eventually. Finally, Nouns Esports' greatest wish. It's their desire. Theirs for the taking. A second KO. Looking for the third, but Toon Slim finally pulls themselves. India will find a new home. They're going to find the Bliss Assistance. Metagross are going to work. Queen Ascendant, Gatlu, 2 KO streak for Suzuro on this Blissey. Heavy block. Oh, sorry, heavy slam into the block, rather. Snow after Adesu. Power nap. Adesu finally falls themselves. Oh, it's absolute pandemonium out there. But Gen 5 are looking to rip the Ray.
Oh, Rayquaza, they do not have the best rip on the Rayquaza. It is just the Metagross and the Psyduck here. Do they have the best form of security, though?
Toon
Secure
Slim.
between the two
Toon
teams.
Slim.
One is on one, and it is going to be Toon on the Zeraora.
You can't count him out. He beats the clock every single time. Hundo Burger served fresh from this Electro Cat, and Gen 5 sent reeling as the Flower Crown finds another.
The grill is mighty hot here as they continue to put the patties into these goal zones for 259 to 220 as they continue their onslaught here on the right side of the field. Level 15 by Nouns Esports, and they can smell the blood in the water. The Sharks are here to play, and Nouns Esports one game away from winning yet another Grand Final series.
Can you outsmart me, Nouns Esports says? Yeah, maybe. But I've yet to meet one Team Draku today that can outsmart a Zeraora with discharge. One game away from yet another cup victory in Season 4 of the UNITE Championship Series.
Ban this Pokemon. It is quite literally blowing everybody away and absorbing wins time and time again. Zeraora is this flavor of the week. Gengar 2 weeks ago. Talonflame and friends a little bit before that as well. This is the speedster meta, and we are seeing it in full display today.
You just knew what was coming. When Toon Slim hit the ground from the super jump pad, with the lack of rip ability that Gen 5 had, I know that's going to be a controversial call for their fans. If they didn't have the ability to rip properly, why did they try and rip properly? But they were, and I'm not kidding folks, half a second, 1 second away from securing it. And we talk about Gen 5 most likely going ahead and winning this first game. Nouns keep clutching. They can't be stopped.
As we look at these post-game summary numbers, 6 digits for Toon Slim, 102,000 damage, 55,000 damage recovered for Indie, pocketing one of the best carries in all of the European region. It's a pleasure to see this player at work, enabled by one of the best players to do so.
Gotta say, Draku, we've seen a few games now. I think this Suicune threat has been a little overhyped. I think we got the wrong beast. I think we've got the wrong end of the stick here. Gen 5, of course, will go on to first pick for game number 2. But if you're Nouns Esports, why on earth are you not banning Zeraora?
It's a tale of beasts and a tale of mythical creatures. That is, of course, what Zeraora is, a mythical Pokemon. It's a thing of legends, is what we're seeing right now. And hopefully the tale of Zeraora isn't as short as some myths tend to be. These team fights, again, all in favor of Nouns Esports. They have so much rip of objectives. You can see it right here. Discharge doing so much damage. Not only are you using it to attempt to secure objectives, but you're also damaging the enemy teams here. They didn't get the objective there, but they did get 2 knockouts. That probably was very handily, giving them so much experience in this game.
This was the right call, by the way, to go and take the fight to Nouns Esports straight off the back of Regice. There was not an opportunity better where Nouns' health bars were lower than this. So although they lose their Suicune and of course Yutao pretty early on Gen 5, by analyzing and taking out Toon Slim pretty early, and then being able to isolate Gatlu with the Queen Ascendant, they set themselves up quite well. But here is the moment that defined the game. The turn onto Rip, Toon with enough time, Volt Switch into the discharge. Bob's your uncle.
It was a good risk to take there. All of their secures were nowhere to be found. Again, their securing tools, most likely Inteleon, Blaziken, as you can see there, was just coming through the choke point. It was a Toon Slim. Toon Slim diff, quite literally.
Yeah, so, I mean, look. The hot air balloon is deflated. Gen 5 in the mud. You gotta dust yourself off. You gotta go again. What's the game plan? Look, I'm presuming that Nouns Esports are going to ban Zeraora. I'm presuming that Gen 5 is going to take first pick. Surely they have to. I mean, this is a meta-defining shift with Zeraora. It can't be ignored any longer.
The strange thing is, it's like a meta-defining shift inside a tournament,
Right?
which is incredible, right? You can kind of guesstimate or see the landscape ahead going into an event. But in my opinion, I feel like this whole Zera Aura metagame really developed in the last 48 hours, 72 hours, starting with the Asia Champions League and leading into today's event, and most likely will lead into the North American event in a couple of hours.
I mean, are North America watching, folks? Orange Juices, Nemesis, whoever's gotten into the top 8, take notes, people. I mean, look, we're not running back Talonflame Absol. Surely, Gen 5. I mean, look, to be fair, actually, they don't have to ban Zera Aura this time around. They have selected first pick, mercifully. Nouns Esports, it's over to you.
Blissey, really solid ban. I'm gonna round out the bans for Gen 5. We'll see what Toon Slim decides to ban here as their final ban of the team. Again, they do not have to ban, or they should be banning Zera Aura here, but they're gonna go ahead and ban out Psyduck. I think if there's one thing that the teams have not figured out yet is how to play against Zera Aura, because clearly they are letting it through every draft, or there are things that they might be a little more afraid of, and they're going
Gen
for
5.
Suicune.
What are we doing?
what
are we doing? If Nouns don't select... Draco, I'm speechless. It's difficult to shut me up sometimes. I'm speechless.
You got some food in front of you. That might help with that.
I'm not hungry anymore. I'm not hungry. I've been put off.
I'm gonna round out, or gonna start their offensive core. Utah pulling out the Absol. Let's see what Nouns Esports decides to do here with their latter half of the draft. They can really go anywhere, right? They got some of the best Pokemon in the game. Snorlax still making their way through late in the draft. They have, in my opinion, the best attacker in the game, Inteleon. Okay, what are we doing? Okay.
Are we memeing out here? Is this reality? Is this what we're really going to be doing here? Potential Meowscarada appearance for the first time. I actually bringing it back to a modicum of seriousness. I do really like Snow on the Meowscarada. I think that this is a comfort pick, an ace pick for them. I hope to see them do well on it. Metagross running back for Megu. And now we look to Nouns. Now we look to Inda. Lots of options for him, to be fair. Rotating through some interesting ones. We saw a Wigglytuff for ACL. Didn't do so hot. And we're still not going to see it today. Instead, we go for the Mammothite.
Okay. So actual defenders on the side of Nouns Esports, and kind of a defender that's a little bit fluid in its categorization. I'm looking at this Suicune specifically. I know Kello was talking about how this Pokemon specifically is categorically fluid. I like to say that word. It is categorized with that purple background as an all-rounder, special attack all-rounder, very rare in that categorization specifically, but it can be a more supportive all-rounder in its ability to hold space, right? You also are amplifying your support by grabbing that cursed incense. It prevents the enemy team from maybe healing on their goal zones as well, or if they have any passive healing in their secondary abilities, right? This Suicune is going to be the quote-unquote defender of the team. I think this Metagross can also kind of flex to that very bulky frontline role as well, but is it going to be enough of an impact to hold that front line when the enemy team has actual defenders?
I don't like that Gen 5 look overall. When I look at the individuals, just like Lunder on Suicune, okay, I like that. Utah and Absol, okay, I like that. Snow and Meowscarada, sure. It's how all of the pieces fit together, and it feels like we've got 5 different pieces from 5 different jigsaws. Like, maybe they'll make a picture. but maybe they won't, Draco, and that's what I'm leaning towards. It's game 2. I'm happy to be proven wrong. Nouns Esports, though, 1 away from the victory overall.
Grand Finals, again, Gen 5, they need to run the gauntlet to reset the bracket win another set to win them the grand finals. They have swept Nouns Esports before to reset the bracket, but they got to win the next 2 games, and that last game wasn't exactly very close.
Certainly Gen 5. Early stonks would be good in the form of KOs, but the K opener will go over to Toon Slim with no access to discharge, just looking at that slash. And got Inda here for cover 2, secures that final bunny. On bottom path, we check in and see the Swinub and this little Sobble getting crowded with Snow rotating to the bottom path, but they're not looking to encroach further onto the territory. They don't want to overstep their welcome.
Yeah. Indy rotating through the bottom path, grabbing those Salic berries to increase their speed. Bunnies coming through the path, and lots of members for both teams in this bottom path. Lots of ice on the battlefield as we do get an evolution to stage 2 as Adesu pushes on forward the rest of Nouns Esports.
Lovely rotate, counter to the usual. 4 players on bottom and plenty of scores, and an Evo onto the Pylo Swine. Very different beginning to this game compared to game 1, Draco. Of course, it was 0-0 for a full 3 minutes, and Toon won't let Megu sleep. They won't let Megu score, and Inda called to the rescue to further deny and frustrate this Gen 5 squad.
Yeah, 70 points already in this early game. They have really leaned into this bottom path. And was that a submission Machamp I saw there, Relic? You know, submission Machamp, a lot of times you see it with an EXP share, not this time, a couple of other EXP share holding Pokemon, but very similar to Mamoswine. It's a kind of a hard ability to hit, but if you aren't able to land it on one of these speedsters, you quite literally put them in a little tornado, in a blender. It is a very good source of crowd control for these speedsters.
Draco, by this point, the amount of times is that a submission Machamp has been uttered this season on UCS in both NA and EU, I think by this point we've just got to accept if it is Machamp, it's going to be submission. It's going to be there for the setups in combination with Ice Fang, big, yucky, Toon Slim, and Adesu on that Inteleon especially are going to be living a good life. 4-81, 2.5 minutes in, and Megu is getting shredded by the discharge. But there's the flower trick. There's that Meowscarada finally coming online, looking for a 30 score, 4-29, or to 17 even from Zazuro. They've done 29. Here's another 7. Megu still can't get a score down at last. A bit of joy. No, never mind. The bunny, the secret agent bunny. What on earth, dude? Megu finally with the Evo onto Metagross. That's gotta feel good.
Easter is just coming right around the corner, and they're trying to get their eggs right at that moment right there, Relic. As first objective in the bottom path, going over to Nouns Esports, that Reggie Rock, giving them some more global EXP, global eggs, if you ask me. 89-111. This is looking a lot better for Gen 5. Their Metagross online relatively early, getting 4 arms or 4 legs at the 6:30 mark.
Yeah, despite the nonsense, Nouns Esports still leads, but level-wise, Gen 5 a much better look at this stage, comparative to this similar position in game number 4. We see there in the picture-in-picture, Adesu taking down the Regieleki, now looking for the yellow dots to further try and balloon up towards that level 10. Toon Slim roaming, Megu with the Magnet Rise, and so they've actually switched their itemization here. Maybe they still hold the X speed, but I'd imagine it's more looking towards the eject button or X attack with Magnet Rise able to give them that maneuverability, Draco.
Teams insulating their relative tier 1 goal zones. Gen 5 kind of hovering the top path, making a wide net in that top lanes. Same thing for Nouns Esports. They are pushing on forward. Gatlu getting some vision. You can see on the minimap left side of your screen. Indy is going to grab a Pollen Puff. Not to heal, just a tad bit of damage, but more importantly, some vision, more so for Gen 5. Halfway through the game, both teams are playing a little chess match right now. Maybe a little bit of auto chess early on before it is actually released, but still a very close game in Unite terms here. There is a 4 appendage Metagross, and now a 4 appendaged Machamp on the field as well. Both teams just pushing on forward as best as they can, not really pushing forward too far to maybe take some gambles they don't want to do.
That's a lot of arms, but who's going to flex the best? Just so we're all on the same page, full heal for this Megu, of which no need to use it there. The Ice Fang will be harmless in the end. Nouns not with the full rotate. Toonslim still top path, potentially going after that Regieleki. Whirlpool down onto the Reggie Rock, and Adesu snipes ya. The Midnight Slash doesn't find a KO. Gen 5 struggling. Oh, never mind. Flower Trick does the trick. Turns on the Reggie Rock and secures it with Megu. Okay, now into the Floral Flourish, finding another KO onto Inder, really starting to tumble for Nouns Esports, who are forced to abandon their station, still finds a KO onto that Cotton Puff. The T1 taken down though, and Gen 5 will be happy with that. Draku a lead by roughly 100 points.
I think there might be a sniper in the trees, and that is Adesu, one of the first snipers to do it. I knew Adesu as one of the most proficient Decidueye players. Unfortunately, we just don't see that Archer Owl very much anymore. More like a sniper in the wings of Thea Sky Ruins. But first win for Gen 5, but one thing to pay attention to, no Toonslim in the bottom path. Now it's going to be a 5-on-5 engagement, and we've been talking all day long. This Pokemon, it's not in a team fight. Maybe you can win. When it is, better watch out.
Really quick rip, and there's a Gyro Ball and the Ice Fang, but never mind, there's the Midnight Slash combined with the Ice Beam. Finally, this Suicune providing some action on our screens that looks convincing. In the back line, big poke and prod from you, Tao. Toonslim, though, especially with that Psycho Cut, has to watch himself. Gen 5, let the Regieleki hit zone. Not that Nouns can capitalize on it, but hey, there's 3 minutes left.
I mean, they might be. They are taking a wide arc through where the Regieleki appears. They're making a mad dash for the tier 1 gold zones, and they get that one in. They are going to put Toonslim in a blender, but they are going to put the reverse Uno card. Toonslim does end up going down. Now an even closer game, Relic, 207 to 209, 30 seconds before the final stretch.
Did they int? Absolutely. Did they take the lead? Also absolutely. And ultimately, when it comes to that clock hitting 0, that's the most important thing. Surrounding this Regice. Gen 5 going to work. Psycho Cut. Coin shoot. Coin flip, rather. You know what I mean. You know what Gen 5 means, though. Business. They got their suits on. They found 2 KOs. Not huge respawn times for Nouns Esports. They'll be back on Thea Sky Ruins relatively quick. No Barrage Blow, no Mammoth Mash, at least imminently. Gen 5 have the advantage. They just don't have the points lead.
It is a very slim points lead for Nouns Esports.
Okay.
Probe in the pile-up, able to find a really nice Ice Fang. Retreats through the central area, the mashup point there. As we head into the final stretch, a really solid positioning here for Gen 5.
Nervous, really nervous. Gen 5 have already paid for the mistake of going for the rip. They're not going to do it again, but they will know 100% once that counter hits, once it hits 1 minute, that they're going to have to do something special. Ice Fang, Megu picks up shielding from Inder. Meanwhile, poking and prodding from the backline, Adesu continuing to harass, and Gen 5 are going for the rip. Midnight Slash! Toonslim again!
He is a different beast, a mythical creature, once again taking the Rayquaza, capturing potentially the win condition for the grand finals. Nouns Esports is 1 minute away from winning another grand final series.
It feels like a run back to season 3. I remember a time when Nouns Esports would go for the rip themselves, and they would constantly be shown the front door. Turn around, son. We got this green dragon down on lock. This time around, Gen 5 twice they've gone for it, and both times it's been the Zero Aura that they have failed to either pick or ban. 30 seconds left. Hundo Burger from Gatlu. Not the most explosive game on this Machamp, but that's 100 more points. Gen 5 last chance saloon here, Draku.
20 seconds remaining potentially here for Gen 5, and a very steep mountain to do so. Mammoth Mash on the tier 2 gold zone to defend it as best as they can. Megu the first to fall. Snow trying to do their best to stay alive as desperately as they can, and as the time ticks away, I feel like that is as poetic as can be. Adesu, final KO of the March Cup, and Nouns Esports is your winner of the UNITE Championship Series this month.
North America, you can't ignore this. Zera Aura on top of this meta. Toon Slim on top of EU. Nouns Esports on top of EU. Draku, it won't be the perfect season thanks to that Gen 5 victory a couple of months ago. But they are now on the precipice of winning almost, bar one, every event in Season 4 in region. Outstanding consistency.
The best we've seen Nouns Esports this season? I think so. I think Ender has definitely found their place on the team. They have, like you said, they have found their rhythm. They have clicked together. And of course, Toon, team captain, holding them all together, kind of quite literally putting their team on their back, stealing the Rayquaza in game number 1, stealing maybe the hopes of Gen 5 to maybe reverse sweep this series in game number 2, stealing away the Rayquaza once again. A capture of a lifetime, done it twice now for Toon Slim.
You know, we take a peruse of these numbers, Draku. There's nothing outstanding. If anything, I look at the G5 numbers pre-Ray and I'm thinking, my goodness, this looks good. This looks convincing. In fact, I called it in that moment. They looked like the stronger team. They had positioning. They had the level advantage. The only thing that they didn't have in their favor was 3 singular points. And in the end, they chose the rip. They chose the 50-50. And they lost the 50-50. Is that just unlucky? Was there another opportunity, a window to try and attack? Was Adesu completely unavailable in terms of backline access? It's hard to know or where to start to look for Gen 5 here.
It was quite literally a 2 to 3 point game going into the final stretch. But thinking back to some of the games that we had earlier today, oh my god, Adesu was on another one. Just these snipe shots landing. You can see right there landing on the Eldegoss as well. This was right before the final stretch. Both the Floral Flourish and the Cotton Cloud Crash being expended on the side of Gen 5 right here. But this is the big flip. Toon Slim in position, full HP, discharges immediately, Plasma Gale. It's the last thing you see.
This electric cat, it's electric. It's on the avenue. It's strutting, it's making its way about town, and it's making a name for itself, Draku. You know, I asked a question, where do we look? I think I have the answer. But I also feel like I'm banging my head on a brick wall here, because it's in draft. You have first pick. You've seen this Zera Aura time and time and time again. Dominate, decimate other teams, let alone yours. You choose to ban the Talonflame. Clearly you're scared about the Toon Slim Talonflame. I understand. But if you yourselves do not have a Zera Aura specialist, why would you not ban it? It just doesn't compute for me.
Shocking. Pun intended. Shocking. But as we get to the end of the broadcast here for the European region, we are going to be getting an interview here just a second. But we are going to bring in Soph once again, and just to get some of her thoughts on the Grand Finals series. Soph, an electric end to quite an electric weekend of Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I would say so. I was just talking to Keller and just thinking, wow, we lived to see the day where Zera Aura is relevant, dominating, and it's so good, and he wins games. So good. It's so exciting. It's amazing. And I'm just so glad to see that we can have this variety, including these Pokemon that we have been seeing recently with the Speedsters. Although, unfortunately, there for Gen 5, not that much variety. We're back to Nouns Esports.
Our Jolly Band of 3 is going to increase to 4, though, as we have our interview ready. Let's go for one question each. I'll go first, Draku can go second, and Soph can go third. Save the best till last. Introductions, of course. None needed, really. For Inda, wearing those wonderful goggles. Welcome, welcome. What a strange yet fantastic tournament for you guys. And leading from the front, Toon Slim on this Zera Aura is something different.
Yeah, Toon's been a big fan of Zera Aura far before the Mon got buffs, and we looked at the patch when they said that Zera got those sneaky buffs, and we're like, hey, this is great for us, and for whatever reason they let us play it over and over again, and we were happy to take it.
Ender, kind of a shaky start to when you joined Nouns Esports, and I said this on broadcast earlier. I've gotten visions of you from TTV of last year getting some of these steals earlier on in the broadcast. Do you think this is now the best Nouns Esports has looked this year?
I definitely feels like it. I think I really do believe that all the work that we put into EUIC, even though we fell short, I felt like we were really on point for that tournament. Things happened, that's fine. But we've just been, slow grind. We keep reminding ourselves that there's still a lot of time left. And we just want to stay as healthy as we can going into regionals.
And it feels like it. The gameplay is definitely showcasing this sort of unity that now with you now really gelling together. I know that you mentioned, Draku, some steals earlier on. I need to talk about those in particular. The Psyduck and the Blissey.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that the enemy team had so many secures and you still got it. Just tell me a little bit how that feels to you as playing as a supporter player, but still feeling so relevant.
It always feels like the support players just get those sneaky steals. I don't really know what it is about the support role, but I always feel confident when the Ray is going down that I'm going to have a chance to be able to put in what we need to be able to get it. But I don't take credit for that Psyduck one. I mean, even though I got the Ray, we didn't end up winning that game. So for me, you have to win the game for a steal to really matter. Otherwise, it's just a little flashy, that's all.
See, it's that winner's mindset. Love it, and I am so happy for you once again, Inder. Congratulations, enjoy the victory with your team, and have a fantastic evening, my friend. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Congrats.
Right. So here's the thing, guys. First of all, you might be asking, where's our lovely Australian friend? Well, Kello, unfortunately, has had some power outages, but we do wish her well. Wonderful commentary until she had to dip. Of course, she is with us in spirit and here in chat, I believe. So give her all the love in the world, please. Soph-chan, I don't really think I could put it any better than you did. We have lived to see the day where Zera Aura is definitively the premium pick in Europe. Crazy times.
It is. And it's something that I have been saying in the backstage and amongst friends. As much as, yes, when this Speedsters patch dropped, it was overtuned. It was a little too much. I find it good to see that the meta is being directed by the developers and that they're choosing something purposefully to try and bring some flavor. And I hope that we get something similar once we get to 2026 season as well, with all the changes, 500 mode and all those things. So I'm just glad to see that although it started a little rough, now the game just feels like super enjoyable to play and watch.
Shout out, Timmy. You're getting a thumbs up from this commentary team.
Let's
of course,
go.
Draku, who knows what the April Cup will bring in a couple of weeks, but let's also put this in perspective. That April Cup is the last opportunity to secure yourself championship points. For the likes of Nouns Esports, they're padding the stats in their bank accounts at this point. Like, they're just happy to take home all of the W's in the world in prep for regionals, since, of course, that is your tunnel way into the World Championships themselves.
Yeah, barring any outstanding changes to Nouns Esports, probably not a reason to do so at this point. They clearly are looking the best Nouns Esports we've seen in the last couple of months or so. They got a really good win streak at the early part of the season, took a couple of stumbles going into EUIC, but with the final stretch plans, qualifying for New Orleans, getting that travel award, winning today's event, they are looking the best that they can be. But European region, you got one more event to get those championship points up, and then we take the top 12 to the regional championships in May.
Absolutely right. If my time zone corrections are in line, I speculate North America is starting in roughly Ooh, what's that? Maybe 2.5 hours. So we could be in for a little bit of a wait, folks, before North America hits the stage. But I want you all to be there to support the wonderful crew, of course, with the main gents. You got your Spragles, your Doob Snaxes, your Zoinks, and Wonder Chef. You know, they've been covering the action out in Shinjuku, Japan. But today we have the pleasure of welcoming Steel Agent Kyle, Husky, Zero In on Alex, and Sierra Dawn, all back to the UNITE Championship Series stage. So please give them all of your love in chat. Go and support them. It's going to be an incredible tournament with no Luminosity Gaming, remember. So potentially a new winner, a surprise winner, or maybe a giant lying in wait to make their grand return. Lots of narratives, lots of storylines to enjoy here on twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite, and indeed Pokemon Unite on YouTube and all the various socials. It's time to wrap up here though. Final thoughts. Soph-chan, Nouns Esports, undisputed #1 pick going into the World Championships now?
Well, from Europe, yes.
Yeah.
Gotta pinpoint
Context.
some.
Calm down, Relic.
Gotta put those dots in the I's and cross the T's and make myself understood. From Europe, for sure. Also very happy to see Gen 5 always consistently getting into the grand finals, and hopefully with those championship points, they're going to do well in the regionals. And of course, with how BH3 did today, getting even closer and closer, especially beating Kamayi, who we have been saying has been a very solid team as well. So overall, very interesting EU region with Nouns on top.
And Draku, you yourself, you know the NA region very well, of course, running all of these grassroots initiatives in the off-season, seeing these teams develop, break apart, reform, all in the space of one season. What can we expect from North America, truthfully, not just placing the star on Zero Aura and seeing that run riot over there as well?
There is quite a number of talented players from the North American region. Do want to give a couple of quick shouts to a couple of teams that to keep your eye out for in the next couple of hours. A team that has, in my opinion, that has done really, really well, has stumbled a few, but for the first time in a while, qualifying through the winner's side of the bracket, T3. You guys are looking really good, so I hope you guys continue that push forward on the winner's side of the bracket. You guys have a tough bracket ahead of you, and no Luminosity this time, but still got to deal with Orange Juicers, got to deal with Nemesis still, but I believe are both on the lower side of the bracket, so we're going to be seeing kind of a newer upper side of the bracket with some pickup teams and some teams of old.
All of that and more in a couple of hours, folks. He's been Draku, she's been Soph-chan. Shout out to the lovely, wonderful Kellosaurus, to everyone on production staff. It's been a pleasure. I've just been Relic, and from all of us here, it is a very warm goodbye.